One has fallen, 3 remain. Only 3 battles have to be fought for us to crown a new world champion. Equipped with intel on the enemy and afforded time to prepare their attack, today is the day we find out who is the master tactician. Today is the day we crown a new KARDS world champion. Hello everybody and welcome to the final day of the KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals. Today is the day we will crown a new world champion. Today is the day someone will walk away with a check for $5,000 and a new title to boot. My name is Olikrummi, and I'm your host. Alongside with me in the jungle, I got Spoos and Bubbles, and we're here. It's finally happening, the final day of the tournament. 3 series to decide the champion. Bubbles, how are you feeling?
Dude, I'm feeling so excited. I think after that long day yesterday, everyone just went home and slept. I spoke to Admirable, he said I just went home like a rock. But no, we're fresh, we're ready, and I'm so excited for the day.
What about you, Spoos?
Yeah, same for me. I'm so excited. Yesterday we had 3 matches. All of them got to game 5. And if we have an equal set of series today, I'm pretty hyped for what we're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no lie about it that yesterday was probably the best day of KARDS we've ever had, right? Not only was it 8 hours of pure entertainment, right? It was also just the level of play was at, a stage that we just don't see outside the World Championship, right? It's just like the amount of thought and care that went into every single play is just something unique when you're here in Iceland. But today we have 3 more series like we talked about. Let's bring up the brackets and see what is in store for us here today. Look at that set, guys. Look at the jungle. Oh, so good.
Beautiful.
Here you can see yesterday we had 3 series like we mentioned. They all went to 5 games. Viator won 3-2 against Bison. J-King lost 3-2 against Darkness. That means that Viator and Darkness are going to be our first match for today. Then on the lower side of the bracket, Bison got eliminated by J-King in a nail-biter of a series, almost clutching it with the 2 Befeswagen off the mulligan, not finding a 1-drop to snowball that Japan aggro, meaning that J-King will advance and take on the loser of Viator versus Darkness. So if you think about today, there is a lot of mental energy that's going to be spent by whoever loses this first match, because if they're going to make it to the finals, they're going to have to play 3 series back-to-back. And that's pretty much, given the series that we were looking at yesterday, absolutely crazy. What do you think, Spoos?
Yeah, it's really tough if you lose the first match today, and knowing you have to play the loser bracket again to proceed to the finals, and then there's still the finals waiting for you. So who's ever winning this is at least having the mental advantage for knowing he's in the finals. Only 1 more match that I need to win, and then I'm the world champion.
Yeah. What do you think? How do you think that's going to impact the players, Bubbles?
I mean, I think they're only human. Fatigue affects everyone. I do think they're fairly resilient for it because they practice. Most of them have played a lot of ladder. They're ready for this sort of grueling experience. But I mean, like I say, they're only human. This is still going to affect them. So I think it wouldn't affect them the same it would affect the rest of us, where by the end of it, we would just be making random mistakes and just doing silly things. But I think it's just, what it's mainly going to do is it's going to give you less time in your head to think about as much. So instead of making simple mistakes, people are less likely to be doing these cool advanced plays, sort of like J-King did yesterday, stealing the Kawanishi and killing it with his own things. If you're much more tired, you're far more likely to miss something like that. Not something obvious, but something advanced. But these advanced things and these little nice things are what, accelerate you from really good to world championship.
Yeah, I mean that play you touch upon, right? It's a play that basically all of us missed in that situation, and it won him the game, right? It pretty much made it so that it was impossible for Darkness to win that one. So I think you're bang on the money there. Once you lose those super advanced plays that are the ones that are giving you the edge, that might be the difference maker. But let's talk about specifically the series we're about to see next, Darkness versus Viator. I want to start with Viator. He plays KARDS, Season 1, Season 2, comes in second, plays KARDS Season 3, wins, leaves the game, then comes back for the World Championship and is now in the upper bracket, 1 series away from making it to the Grand Finals, rocking Aspiring OTK deck, he brought Kachucha OTK into the group stage knockouts. He brought a baby combo. Like, what are we even seeing here? And how is this going to play out today now that his opponents have gotten a chance to see what he's bringing and how he's playing? Starting with you, Spoos.
Yeah, I really like the idea that how he's looking at the game. Like, all the other participants are mostly bringing what are good decks at the moment and what are popular decks at the moment. And he's just thinking, you know what? I'm putting every of these decks aside and I just bring what I'm comfortable with. And this is the OTK style deck.
Yeah.
And that's why he's having 2 of them in his list. He's bringing 1 meta deck and 1 deck, the resistance deck, which is more like a control-based deck to just control your opponent and let him die to fatigue or just kill him with all your resistance damage. I really like the variety of his decks, and I think if I have to cheer for someone, it would be him, just because of his way how he's thinking about deck creation and playing that game.
Yeah. What about you, Bubbles?
No, I completely agree. I think he sees the game a little bit differently to all the other competitors here. I know from listening to him speak a lot over this weekend, and I don't want to give away any of his trade secrets, but just his ideas are sort of very simple things which I've not thought about before. He sort of explained, well, actually, if I just use this card in this way, it does this. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it does. That's really good. Why hadn't I thought of that? So I think he sees the game in a fairly unique way. And I think this gives him a real edge over the other players, especially against Jaking and Darkness, because they practice together a lot. They're good friends. So they sort of have often a fairly positive sort of echo thing where they echo off ideas off each other and communicate through that. But this can also be a trap. This can be a pitfall where you get stuck in your routine ideas and your normal things. And not just that, but where you value cards. You value the cards in a set way. So when new cards come out or when cards get changed, you apply your old value system to them, and it doesn't hold up at valuing the cards the same way some other players' systems might. And I think this is something he has, which gives him a real edge here, is not just the value he applies cards, but the technique and system he uses to find that value. I think that's the key point which he really excels at, and I'm excited to see him in other tournaments. Hopefully he doesn't leave us again straight away, because I really want to see some of his ideas and just get to pluck his brain a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I think that's something that's cool about the World Championship as well, right? And I think after this weekend, we're going to see a lot more people experimenting with the game in a similar kind of thought process as Viator, right? Because it's now been exposed to so many people through the broadcast. So it's going to be interesting. Then if we swap on over to Darkness, of course, we did talk about it quite a bit yesterday. A very control-oriented player, very thought-out method. He focuses a lot on value. Anything to add, what Darkness is bringing to the table? We've seen him play his decks yesterday. Is it going to be harder for him to play the decks into what Viator is bringing now that he knows what Darkness is rocking? Are there any specific deck matchups that you're looking at from Darkness' side that he's going to struggle with these combo decks from Viator? Starting with you, Bubbles.
I think, he's going to struggle a little bit more against Viator's decks because these are weirder decks, and I find Darkness a very methodical player. However, there has been a night to practice, and Darkness, I'm pretty sure, has done a good amount of prep for this. So I think he's going to be a bit more prepared for Viator's sort of out-of-meta, sort of stranger decks than he would be if he faced him on day one. I think he got a slight edge there by having the opportunity to practice. But I do think, based on how he practices at the game, which is a really, really good way of doing it, he's super methodical, and there's a lot that can be learnt from that. But I do think against Viator's sort of unique take on the game, it may fall short a little bit there. But honestly, I think Darkness has a really strong chance of winning this still. And I think he's a threat to be feared, and he's proved that. And it's for good reason. He knows how to play the game. Yeah. And he's going to know what's left on his deck. When you get to like that late game, 5 or 10 cards left, he knows what's on top of it. And personally, I can't do this. I have to focus on the game so much that I can't be like taking notes or taking mental notes. But he can do this. He knows this has gone, that has gone, this has gone. There's a 10% chance of this, 20% chance of that, and he can look at it very analytical. And that's a skill I think a lot of people miss, and I think that gives him a big advantage, sort of in the late game area, especially with his control decks and resistance. We saw him play these very, very well.
Yeah. Do you agree, Spoos?
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think what is also speaking for Darkness here, is that J-King is in the same tournament, at the same stage. So they're both in the same team, so they can both help each other out. There's a big advantage over Viabator, who is sitting here alone and has to make his own decisions on the bans, for example. You can just collaborate with J-King if you're Darkness and ask him what his opinion is. If you're Viabator, you don't have that. You have to do everything on your own. And
Darkness and J-King are a little bit like the Soviet chess team from Queen's Gambit.
Yeah,
right?
kind of, right?
Let's call a break, guys.
I expect them to sit there the whole night
and start strategize, right?
We saw them earlier this morning, and I expected them to have a long night and just discussing things here. And I think when I asked Viabator yesterday what he thought would be his most frightening enemy, he said it was Bison, because he was really confident that Darkness and J-King stacks are beatable.
Okay.
And I think Darkness and J-King also figured that out, that Viabator has a good matchup against Darkness deck. And I think they discussed a long time which deck to ban from Viabator, and I'm pretty excited to see which deck they decide to ban.
I have it right here for you.
Oh, cool.
Viabator has banned Japan Resistance out from Darkness, so that kind of extreme control fatigue deck out of the window. And on the flip side, Darkness has banned Baby Combo. Does not want to deal with that. No agency to stop it, pretty much. Can pop off late in the game, as we saw yesterday. So no Baby Combo going to be here in the upper bracket match. Do you agree with this ban, Spoos?
Absolutely. The bans makes absolute sense. Before we started today's event, we were discussing what we thought would be the best bans. And we were, on Viabator's side, thinking about the German-US deck that got actually banned, or the Resistance deck. So Darkness did go for the Germany deck, what makes absolute sense, because it's really annoying to stop it, right? If you don't have a sick amount of HQ health, no guard is stopping it, no countermeasure is stopping it, because he's just having all these one-drops. You can just trigger a countermeasure and then bring your combo. And so it makes absolute sense. And on Darkness's side, that Resistance deck also makes absolute sense, because it had such an insane amount of healing, and Viabator is playing decks that look for combo pieces, right? So you're usually having 8-9 cards in your hand, and you don't want to have a Resistance card next to these 8-9 cards, because then you're probably overdrawing your win condition. So it makes absolute sense, and not sure if you want to add anything. Yeah,
I would be a little bit afraid of this Britain deck from Darkness, because this does offer a huge amount of guards, which can be a bit of a problem for this Britain Soviet OTK deck. You know, you have this fighter, you can buff it up, but it doesn't matter how big the fighter is, if it has to hit past 2 guards first.
That's why you got the howitzer in there, right?
It does have the howitzer, but even with the howitzer as a backup plan, the downside to the howitzer Zis combo is it costs more credits. It's far more credit heavy, and you have to find your observer cores to make it far more affordable and playable. At which point, Darkness has Black Watchers, and Black Watchers can massively slow down and brick the hand of the deck. So I do think this Brit deck is also something to fear, but clearly Viabator feels he's far more comfortable at beating this than he is this Japan Resistance deck.
Well, we're done breaking it down. I hear that the players are standing by and are ready with Thomas for a quick pre-game interview. So I think there's nothing to wait for. I think let's just get this show on the road. I am so excited. Let's get into the first series of the day, the last day of this 2021 World Championship, Darkness versus Viabator. Over to you, Thomas.
I'm here excited with Darkness and Viabator for the final matches, final match series. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit nervous, of course. This is the upper bracket final, and I really don't want to play against J-King in the next match. So I'm give you everything I have.
All right, and how about you, Viabator?
I'm feeling better prepared than yesterday. I have more gloves on. So, yeah.
Same here.
Well, that's definitely a good thing, right? But let's go a little bit back to yesterday. After such an intense, really intense day, how did you rest, recover, or did you actually rest and recover, or just spend all the time on preparing for today?
Well, after yesterday, when we came back to the hotel, I met with J King in the lobby, and we were trying to prepare the strategy, but we were both so tired we couldn't even think clearly. So we just called it a day, got a lot of sleep, and started the preparation in the morning.
Yeah, I did get some rest, but I feel still kind of tired. But now I'm excited, so it will be good.
Right. That's very good. So this is a really critical point, right? Whoever wins is in the final. Whoever loses still has a chance, but it will take quite a lot of energy. What do you think are your chances?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I feel confident. Obviously, Darkness is a very formidable opponent, so I will give him some challenge.
Right, so super exciting to see what's going on. Good luck to you both. I'm pretty sure we will see exciting matches. And with that, let's get it rolling.
We're at the 2021 World Championship for KARDS right now. I'm Nathan Zamora, better known as That's Admirable, and I'm here with Ollie. Can you please say your full name?
Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson.
God, I'm really gonna have to learn how to say this because I've tried a lot, and honestly, I just can't quite get it done. How are you doing today, Ollie? I mean, obviously, this pre-show, you seem pretty excited about this one, but this match right here, I think, is super tense. Viabator versus Darkness right now, and I have to say, I believe that Viabator has the edge. How are you feeling about it?
As crazy as it is for me to say, I think I agree with you, right? I think the decks that he's bringing are so unique. There is so little experience playing against them that even though they were able to see him play once yesterday, you don't have the whole picture. You don't know how to play against him playing those decks. And, now he has his Japan Resistance deck as well. Banned that out from Darkness. So he has the control variant into his deck lineup. And I think that can be huge for him as well, because we saw him play that in the knockout stage, and he played it to perfection.
Yeah.
So it is one of his favorite decks in the game. He's played it a lot. That's also what I think gives him some of that edge. The baby combo being taken out takes away a little bit of his comfort, because that's clearly a big comfort deck for him. He knows exactly how to play it. He feels comfortable playing it, but he gets another one of his comfort decks in Japan Resistance.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be a tough series for Darkness, but I can never count out Darkness, because he is the type of guy that, will calculate to the ends of the earth and find that one line that will allow him to find victory.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, and he actually demonstrated that yesterday as well in his matchup versus J King. We went to the distance in that Soviet control versus the Japan Resistance when Darkness was on Japan Resistance this one. And at the end of the game, you and we kept talking about how Darkness was losing the fatigue state of it.
Yeah.
But then he demonstrated that as you shuffle in the kamikazes at the end,
Yeah.
you don't have to spend them right away, which means you don't have to draw them right away, which suddenly gives you a massive edge in the fatigue state of things. Now, he wasn't able to secure that game because he had to use so much utility early on that he didn't have an answer to a threat at the end. But he really demonstrated a lot of principles of understanding of some of the deck lines in there that really changed the way that the game worked from our perspective. And so kind of looking at this matchup right now, I think that banning baby combo here is a pretty distinct play. Like when you actually start to break it down, it's a thing you got to do. Because now Viabator is on Japan Resistance, a deck he's extremely comfortable with.
Yeah.
He's got what we have dubbed as Britain Deck 3, which is another combo variant in here. But this is a fairly new combo, so that he can't have too much experience on this.
True.
And then US Midrange as his final deck, a completely non-combo related deck, but it is a very strong one. I will say that with the way that Viabator has played the game, I do think that this is probably the weak point that's remaining. And so you look across the board at Darkness's side, Britain ramp, Soviet Italy control, Germany Italy control.
Yeah.
I feel like this US mid-range deck is really the linchpin of Darkness's victory right now. He needs to be able to take full advantage of that.
I agree. He needs to be able to basically, I think, use that US deck to Yeah, do some damage.
Yeah.
Because I think you know, if he queues into the Brit deck, for instance, with something like the Soviet Italy control, that slower paced deck, yeah, sure, there are guards and all that kind of stuff, but the game is going to go slowly, and I think that's going to give Viator an option to find his combo pieces.
So you want to get into these deck lists now and start breaking them down?
Yeah, let's get through them pretty quickly. We did break them down in detail yesterday, so let's start by bringing up the first deck list here from Darkness's side, and we'll break them down one by one.
Yeah, as we get into this one right now, we did go over them yesterday, so we're not going to be in too much detail. We're going to be going over quickly like what the game plan looks like and what it's like from there. Germany, Italy control is the one starting off, and we did see this deck kind of break out in big time versus J King at the end. With that, you take a look at the Italy side of things. The L640 is a huge feature of this deck. Now, normally when you see L640, this is supposed to be an aggressive card or something that fights for tempo early on. For Darkness's deck in particular, it's actually more so meant to reestablish deployment effects, like on Leopold, as you're seeing here on screen. If you can play a Leopold and then you push an L640 into a unit and play Leopold again, you now have 2 Leopolds that went active. It's very difficult to fight that. However, we did see a feature yesterday where Darkness just went completely the distance with L640s against J King, just got him buffed with Mare Nostrum and completely took the game.
Where the control deck became the aggressive early game deck, taking out the US mid-range deck, which was absolutely insane. And I think finding a draw like that would be really helpful for him against the lineup that Viator is bringing here.
Exactly.
So let's bring up the next deck when we're ready. Next deck, Soviet Italy, another one that he's going to have available this time around. And I think this one probably has the best chance against the Brit OTK deck because of the amount of guards and kind of late game pressure that you can put in there, HP that you're able to put on the field. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. And then we go to the next deck here for Darkness. And we can see...
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the Soviet Italy list, and I'm kind of looking across the board, and it's a lot less aggressive factors that are established here. And honestly, that's kind of the way that you're going to punish these combo decks. You know, like KV1, for instance, the 1941 KV1. It's like that's the card I think that could provide the most disruption to what Viator is attempting to do across the board here. So that's really what I'm looking at from this Soviet deck. If we can go to the next deck from Darkness, though, it's going to be the Germany-Italy control deck.
Yeah,
and as we pull that one up, this one, excuse me, not the Germany-Italy control. I apologize.
It's the U.S. mid-range.
The U.S. ramp deck from Darkness. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
U.S. What am I talking about?
It's the Britain USA ramp deck.
It's the deck that he's most known for in feature, and we just can't even get it right. What's going on with us? This deck did demonstrate some pretty superior angles of aggression that are possible.
Yeah.
However, they're not necessarily as consistent as the plan we saw yesterday. Really, the main feature here is going to be ramping up your credit score and then taking advantage of having that edge over your opponent. And if that gets stunted, drawing a ton of cards and repeating itself.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this one played. Let's swap on over to Viator's decks. They are... there's the Japan Resistance. This is the banned out deck here from Darkness, so he won't have this one available. We did see this one go all the way.
Yeah,
so
probably the biggest increase in popularity for tournament range that we've seen like in the last 2 weeks was Japan Resistance really demonstrating its resilience, I think, against even aggressive decks.
Absolutely.
So the next deck here from Viator as we're coming up, again, is a very combo-heavy player that's happening right now. And as you take a look at this...
there's the baby combo.
This is the baby combo deck.
This has been banned out, so...
Excuse me, this is the one that's been banned out. We completely misunderstood that. The Darkness Japan Resistance was the one that was banned out in that state.
So Viator won't have baby combo, and I think that's a huge blow for him. Like I talked about, it is his comfort deck. It is the place where he can just sit back and feel comfortable finding those combo pieces all the way until the end. But his next deck there is his Japan Resistance deck, and I think, there's nothing too crazy here, but this is just a good list that he has played a lot and he is really good with.
Yeah, it's just this deck has demonstrated pretty much a high level of knowledge is required in order to play this deck. So if you like taking decks to the distance and really fighting it out, as well as having some combo potential, this is a deck you might want to pick up. It's going to require a lot of practice with it, though, so if you're losing games with it early, don't be discouraged. It's a very difficult deck to play. So if you like testing yourself, pick up some Japan Resistance. It's a pretty solid deck here. I think Japan Resistance is a pretty strong deck versus all of what Darkness has available.
Yes.
And this is kind of where things things kind of keep going for me as well as we handle into next Viapator's next deck. We're dubbing this as Britain Deck 3 because Viapator has really kind of introduced this deck into the metagame, and we asked him, what are you calling this deck? And he said, I don't really know. So we went, all right, what's it say here on the deck list registration? Britain Deck 3, got it. So this deck's main feature right now is trying to get a unit that has Fury, buffing that unit to the 9s, establishing Blitz on it, and then smacking your opponent for a ton of damage.
And just OTKing them. And I mean, watching this one play out yesterday, it was an extremely interesting one. There were multiple lines of play for him to keep going, even though he did find lethal. So it's going to be interesting to see if Darkness is able to basically push enough tempo to deal with this deck from Viapator.
I will say that Britain Ramp, I think, is the deck that has the strongest potential against Viapator's Britain Deck 3 because of Blackwatch. Blackwatch being able to completely tax all of those orders that you're trying to establish, that can be a big deal in this one. And so for Viapator's last deck, nothing too special here, just a very strong deck. It's the US mid-range deck, and I think this deck has consistently demonstrated in the last few months why exactly it's here to stay. Yeah,
I mean, absolutely, and I think it's just a strong deck. I also, apart from the Germany ally there, I like kind of how it's kind of this historic, the U.S. just producing more and more soldiers, just pushing them to the front line. Just keep going, right? And I like that pressure from the deck, and I think this is an extremely fun deck to play. I think this is really good in terms of, playing it on ladder, having fun, all that kind of stuff, but it also has served its purpose within the tournament scene, right?
Yeah, it's also just pretty much like a true mid-range deck as well. You know, mid-range decks, typically the reason that they're mid-range is because they're either going to be taking an aggressive or a control stance in the matchup, and it's going to depend on what matchup you're facing. This deck does not have really one line of play that it's trying to focus on. It's got a lot of flexibility in how it's going to play. Now, the thing about it is it does need tempo. That's the way it fights for board and the way it controls and the way it goes aggro. So that's the definition of the mid-range there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to point that out. I mean, you look at the curve for that deck, it's fairly low cost, right? Yeah. And then you look at the curve for the Germany-Italy deck that Darkness has, and then you think about the fact that the two L640s were able to beat that US mid-range deck on tempo, and I'm just like, the draws there must have been perfect, right? Because
Darkness drew the nuts in that one. There was no doubt about it. No one's going to deny that looking at it, but you know what? We talked about this yesterday. He was going to need a little bit of extra luck in order to defeat J-King. Yeah. Guess what came up in Game 5? That little bit of extra luck. Draw the nuts on that one. But that deck, the feature it has against Viapator is quite literally its potential to have an aggressive opening. It's very low on that potential. However, it is there.
We are going into game, Admirable! Game number 1, Viapator versus Darkness, the upper bracket. The winner will move on with a guaranteed spot in the grand finals, a guaranteed top 2 finish, at least $2,500 in the bank. The loser will go down to the lower bracket and will be we'll be facing J-King.
Yeah, and so I pointed out to Ollie here, and I took note on this one. I pretty much broke this down from my head, is that both players are trying to look at what is the most equal level of play I can get here, what is the least exploitable in the opening. And I think that the Nash equilibrium point on this is Viapator going with the US mid-range deck, and for Darkness going with the Britain Ramp deck. Game number 1 here is the US mid-range versus Britain Ramp. Both of these players right now, I think, are taking a very theoretical standpoint on how to make sure that they do not get exploited in this matchup, because these are the highest stakes matches of the year for KARDS right now. I mean, neither player wants to be taken advantage of.
I think the huge part here from Darkness' side is the fact that he's rocking 2 carpet bombings and he's rocking a Stars and Stripes. So he has a lot of AoE. And that can definitely come in handy if he's able to get that out before the weekend duets are dropped on the Viapator side.
Yeah, taking a look at the openings in terms of hand here, Darkness does not have a hand to write home about right now. However, he does have a plan on how to get there right now. It's going to be an Hour of Need, and then Blackwatch Wellington, I think, is probably what's going to reestablish his position here and try to stabilize this board. Viapator's going first in this one and has a 30-second infantry opening, and a lot of cards in hand that are pretty, situationally strong, I would say, in this one. Again, not really anything to write home about. He's going to have a lot of pressure that's pouring in, but as Ollie said, I think that the AoE is going to be a major factor for contributing to Darkness's win here, because Viapator is not slowing down in gas anytime soon.
I'm wondering, like, I really like him hovering the Skytrain there. I want to see the Skytrain just get dropped and just start spamming out those 1-drops. He has in hand another 32nd and a Gebirgs Pioneer, so next turn he's able to move those 2 up. He's able to play at least 2 more units, and Darkness still hasn't played a card.
Well, Darkness, you know, that's kind of the way that this deck is going to work a little bit, is you take your time and then suddenly you blast out. And so Darkness right away draws Observer Core, and this completely changes the way he's going to look at this turn. He now has to think about, is there a way to Observer Core and take a bigger advantage of this?
He can War Bonds.
I think it's really tough to pass up in Hour of Need right now. Like, this is exactly where you want to play it. And the Observer Core can establish other things. However, this is 2 orders at once. He is going to be able to draw additional cards next turn, or an additional card next turn. And so what that means is he has another option for AoE access. Instead of drawing 1, he's going to be drawing 2. So the reason for taking this is quite literally options.
Yeah, I mean, it's also hitting the Wellington, right? He played 2 orders. The Wellington is now down to 4, meaning he can blitz it out next turn if he needs to in a pinch.
So kind of curious to see how this one ends up in favor of this one. The other element to look at is now how does Darkness follow up with an Hour of Need later in the game? You know, that'd be the other angle of this. For Viabator, pretty straightforward line. Move your stuff forward, get yourself to play, start attacking.
No Carpet Bomb.
Does find an additional guard unit, though. So this guard unit does not provide him with more power this turn. It is a stronger one than Blackwatch at the moment, and versus Viabator's US mid-range deck, the Blackwatch really has one purpose, and that's going to be stunting the development of We Can Do It.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think right now, if you're Darkness, you're a little bit scared that Viabator might be holding a We Can Do It, right? The absolute nuts.
I'm a lot of bit scared.
Yeah, I mean, the absolute nuts here for Viabator is going to be pulling the We Can Do It off the top here and being able to apply it to that entire board. That's going to immediately make it really sticky and really difficult for Darkness to deal with. He does, however, have the ability to drop kind of an uncomfortable credit line here, having to go there for the Blackwatch just to get a little bit more value. Could only play 1 card, given the credit counts.
This is exactly where my concern with an Hour of Need on the previous turn was. Is like, let's say that Darkness had gone with Hour of Need. You come into this turn with 7 credits. You have 1 less card. However, you have Blackwatch plus the Observer Core to follow up on your next turn. So my question on this, I think, quite literally was the Observer Core spot. I think that's the first real point of agency that Darkness had in this game. And favoring the dig into the deck, I think, when I look at this board, I think is a very critical factor for 2 reasons. Number 1, he does need to draw AoE at this point. It's very clear Viabator is not slowing down anytime soon. Number 2 is that if you cannot find AoE, you're going to have to play this Wellington as quickly as possible. So next turn, Darkness has access to Seaforth Highlanders, an Hour of Need, and then you get to follow up with everything else afterwards. So that was clearly the macro plan for Darkness here, and I think that in hindsight, it probably was a tad bit superior, because frankly, no matter what order he plays it in, his 7 credit and 8 credit turns are just going to look a little bit weak.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I mean, looking at his hand, he really needs to find some... He really needs to find his AoE, to be honest. And Viabator doing well, playing the first Marines there. They're a 3/4. They can survive a Carpet Bomb.
Look, we just got summoned there.
Red Devils.
Yeah, that's my favorite card. I think if I had to clarify it, Ollie, I think that Red Devils is top 5 cards in the game right now. That card, when it's early on, it is so taxing to your opponent and gives you such a big edge. And so for Darkness here, that extra card provided this line now, the In-Hour of Need plus the Seaforth Highlanders. He saw that line very clear and very visible. Going into an 11 credit turn next turn with Sexton available as part of that play. And this turn for Viabator is looking very critical, but he just doesn't have a lot of options that fight this in a very strong manner right now. Like Second California and pushing it forward is a huge deal for him right now. However, this does give Darkness a turn of reaction.
Yeah. Oh, the 10th Engineer Battalion. That is always huge. And the Monty coming out. There is no movement allowed, no unit deployments allowed next turn if Darkness decides to pop that Monty right now. And why wouldn't he? He can pop the Monty. He can War Bonds. He can mobilize. He can basically draw 5, completely replenish his hand.
The only time I could see him not popping this Monty this turn is if a meteor struck physically where Darkness is sitting right now. Monty could have shut down.
We're in the same building.
Look at how much damage gets locked down for a turn here from Darkness side. Plus, he gets to draw a card.
Yes.
God, this is like cheating almost.
Look how much he can kind of cycle through his deck, right? He can pop the War Bonds, and then he can mobilize. So he can draw 3, and then he can draw an extra 2 next turn. He can
do whatever he wants. My gosh, this turn is insane.
Yeah, he has so much time to find his AoE.
Seaforth Highlander. You can get the Wellington in play, or you can start chipping away at the board. He has so much he can do, and Viabator is locked out next turn.
Yep.
If Viabator wants to be able to play something, they're going to have to sudden strike one of their own units in the back line.
Yep. I mean... Whew, maybe that might be worth it. I don't know.
This is all, by the way, because Darkness chose to dig into the deck early on with that War Bonds. Remember I told you that the In Hour of Need looked like the play, but Darkness has shown you that access to the cards in your deck that are key to the matchup is an important factor in this one.
Look, he just passed. 8 credits floated, and Darkness with a perfect chance now to find his Carpet Bomb. He can even dig for it with the mobilization. There it is!
Carpet Bomb
There's
gets
the Carpet Bomb! That's going to be a pretty much dead board from Viapator completely, and he's even able to carpet, play the Wellington, and finish off any excess units left on the board.
Darkness can do whatever he wants right now. This turn is insane. So I think that from Darkness' side, there's 3 different angles to look at. Number 1 is development more important. Number 2 is chipping off the board more important. Or number 3 is digging for more options more important. So we're about to see what Darkness is going to favor in this spot right now, because we know carpet bombing is getting played.
And that's absolutely huge there for Darkness.
Where's the buff land? Lands on the
Skytrain?
That's not where Viapator wants that to land. You want that to land on the 2nd California, because that's an extra turn of attacks that it takes.
That's true. That's true. I do, however, see value in keeping the Skytrain alive, but the Wellington is going to make quick work of it. The Skytrain has spawned, I think, 4 units that did help with kind of filling the board. So we can't, you know, we can't overhype the amount of resources that were just wiped out, right? There were 4 units there pretty much spawned by the
It's not even the amount of
Skytrain,
resources,
right?
the amount of tempo.
That's the big thing, of course.
That's what this whole deck is trying to seize right now from Darkness's angle. In terms of the attrition thing, you are not going to out-attrition the U.S. mid-range deck.
No.
It's almost impossible. You can, however, lock out their ability to contact your headquarters, and that's really where Darkness's angle is here. It's finding your options, it's locking out that tempo, and then seizing the game up that way. Right now, Viapator, I think, is going to have a pretty difficult time climbing back, but not because of a lack of options, I'll tell you that much.
No. And I think I'm looking at this, and the 101st Airborne is looking kind of a little bit juicy. Also, the option, of course, to bounce some of these guards. I do, however, feel like you are bouncing a guard. It's going to come back with 7 HP.
You got to wipe out a Wellington.
Getting that
didn't
Wellington
cost
out,
your 2nd California anything. Like, that's a huge deal.
And he's able to deploy the 109th and push the Whirlwind into the front line, which is going to pin any airplane that might get deployed here from Darkness's side. And he is holding on to that Lancaster, right? So that is a Lancaster blocker right there. But Seaforth Highlanders plus Rule Britannia is an extremely powerful combo. Also, Sexton plus Rule Britannia is an extremely
mobilization.
powerful.
You have 14 credits this turn. So step 1, let's
Stars
draw a
and
bunch of cards.
And more
Another
AoE.
Carpet bombing gets drawn. So that is just more tempo. It's on Darkness's side. And so now, clearly, it's a refuel of options. How do you establish your strongest board from this point? The obvious play for me is going to be Seaforth Highlanders plus Sexton in this spot. However, if you use carpet bombing, are you completely shutting down the tempo from Viapator's side? Darkness says, I don't know, but this is too much stuff on board, and I don't want to risk it.
I quite like this. The only downside I see now is that the only AoE from Darkness left in the deck is that Stars and Stripes. He's holding it in hand, but the amount of units that chill in the backline for that U.S. frontline deck isn't really large, right?
I think the Darkness is like, it's just demonstrated the importance of the AoE, not the necessity of it, I think. The AoE has done its job at this point. It's gotten Darkness to a 14 credit line where he's now 5 cards deeper into the deck than he was before. So everything from here is going to be, are his cards strong enough to hold the fort?
Oh, and there we go. The Lancaster coming out is able to trade, well, not being played quite yet, but is able to trade effectively into the 101st, not taking damage in return. That's going to be, of course, 10 credits, able to play a C4 to guard it up as well if he so chooses. Also, some other options, of course, for him to take within this. He can play the Sexton, C4th, and an Hour of Need. On top of that, an 85th Pioneer. So a lot of options here for Darkness.
Ambush does not work against the bombers.
Oh.
So guard the Lancaster.
You can hide in a hole as much as you want. When a bomber drops a bomb on you, you're not going to be the first one to strike.
Island hopping. Not looking so hot right now. 2nd California, it's looking still pretty strong, but I'll tell you what, this Lancaster is a major threat to Viapator's options.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a very, very difficult one to tackle. I think he's almost forced to push up the 1st Marines there, give his HQ some smokescreen, but it's
I don't even think that's really the problem. The problem is, how do you get to the front line? Like, how do you stay there? Like, you could just push everything there, but how does it stay?
How do you draw through your deck at this point?
Well, you draw Sherman, but that's not something that's here right now. So look at this right now. So this is develop as much stuff as you can because you have to be ready to push. It's push everything to the front line and hope. That's not a good angle.
Yeah.
Another big fat guard gets drawn. That's a 5/9 guard,
Right.
a pretty mundane unit, but right here, whew.
This might be a little bit crazy, but what if you just drop the Sexton, put it on the 2nd California, and then rule Britannia? And then you have a 9/9 Seaforth, you have a 6/6 Bomber, and you have a 6/6 RD.
Well, I would drop the 85th Pioneer, I think, with that as well.
Yeah, yeah.
To go
Can
along
do
the
that.
side of it.
Yeah.
I think the critical point for Darkness here is just making sure, though, that your follow-up turn is just as strong as it can be. Because the whole point of this ramp deck is to take that big advantage, but it's all got to come at a critical point. So right now, if you're dropping stuff this turn, I think, whoa, not guarding the headquarters.
I don't think he really cares.
Oh,
about the
look
HQ.
at this. Darkness has taken the offensive. And so this is the setup for the Rule Britannia here. When you use the Rule Britannia, you want to
Yeah.
spend all the credits as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
You don't want to have a single attack. You want to have a lot of attacks.
Bounce coming in. And that's the first, apart from that half track, that's the first bounce that Viator is drawing. He hasn't drawn any of his We Can Do It. He hasn't drawn any of his bounce. He hasn't drawn any of his Shermans. So in terms of draws, Viator has been a little bit unlucky. If he was able to capitalize on turn 4 by starting to drop Shermans and get that draw train going, getting some more of those 4 health units on the board to withstand that initial run of AoE, Viator would be in a much, much better state right now.
Well, he's going to be about to be in the state of game number 2 because Darkness is just absolutely about to crush this game.
The state of game number 2 is not the state that he wanted to find himself in.
Well, not
at least
under this circumstance
No,
anyway.
no.
But there's really a couple things I want to highlight here, which is number 1, the key factors in this game. First point of agency came to Darkness on turn 4. He chose to dig into the deck. It was very critical. The second point of agency that came into play here, I think, was actually variance from Viator's side, where there was 1 30-second left in the deck, and he drew it. That was pretty much a completely dead draw at that point.
At that turn from Darkness, he doesn't. He just ramps more and clears the board. And there's the first We Can Do It. It is just about 7 turns too late here for Viator.
Third point of influence in this game was back to agency on this one, where Darkness chose to rip those carpet bombings instead of using them for value, using them for tempo.
Yeah.
They demonstrated an extreme importance. And then point of variance on Viator's side, where these draws have just not been so strong. And then again, point of agency on Darkness' side here, choosing to wipe out the board, and it completely cripples Viator's ability to draw the strongest card in the game at that point.
And now we're wondering what he's going to bounce back. Bouncing back the Grenadier guards, finding
Strategic bombing.
the strap bombing. But again, it's a little bit too little too late.
I think it is too little too late. I mean, I'm looking at Rule Britannia here, plus you get 2
He can-
attacks.
Wait, is this almost lethal here for Darkness?
If you choose Rule Britannia right now, you're getting a 6-point Lancaster, you're getting a 6-point Sexton. So he doesn't quite have lethal just yet. If you use the Rule Britannia plus the 2 attacks also, that's going to be 13 credits that you're spending, which means that you cannot use the Royal Research to get to the Synthetic Rubber at that point. So he does not have lethal this turn. However, he does pretty much still have the board locked out at this point. So I will say that strategic bombing is accomplishing a number of things here in terms of buying back time, because it gives Viator the ability to kind of stunt the importance of this Rule Britannia. But I don't think it's enough to get back into this game. The Wrath Lightning just pushing back 2nd California here, that concedes the front line over to Darkness should he so choose to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, Darkness basically has to make a call now. Is he going to rule Britannia this turn? In which
he's going to
case-
rule Britannia when he wins the game with it.
Yeah.
And you notice he just continues to shut out the units. He says that I can shut out the life total very, very reliably over a number of turns. I don't need to force it. Keep the options limited for Viator, and frankly, I completely agree.
Now, gonna potentially suffer a little bit for it. No, Viator holding the strap bombing, not dropping it on that back line, looking for possibly another card to kind of try and make something more happen than just a naked strap bombing. It's not going to take anything out in the back line either, but it would have been a huge blow to this Rule Britannia, which is now going to basically end the game, I believe. Yep,
Oh,
and
yeah.
here we go. Game number 1 being taken by Darkness. Darkness 1, Viator 0. And Darkness having secured a win here with his Brit USA ramp deck. And we have game number 2 just coming up shortly. This was I want to say, from basically all of the games that we've seen in the World Championship, I feel like this one was a fairly one-sided affair.
I think I think that from like the top end perspective, yes, I agree with you. However, you know, a lot of this particular matchup that's taking place across the board in this best of 5, it is going to be like meta dependent on this one.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is you look at the bans that took place. I think these are primary bans on both sides. And then you look at the initial matchup that took place. Both of them queued up the matchup, I think, that gave them the least points of exploitability on their side.
Yes.
And so this is exactly what Viabator wanted. It's not exactly what Darkness wanted, but the outcome of the game is exactly what Darkness kind of expects with the British ramp deck in this angle. The British ramp deck, I think, is strongest across the board in all of the games that Viabator can queue up.
Yeah.
And I think this is Viabator's best chance to get a win with the U.S. mid-range deck. I think against Soviet Italy control, against Germany Italy control, it's looking a little bit worse in those matchups. However, it's going to be very similar to what this one is. If Viabator cannot secure a win with this U.S. mid-range deck, that's how he loses the matchup. Because the Britain deck 3 that has the combo of the Fury units and the Japan Resistance, they are pretty favored, I think, across what Darkness has.
Yeah.
And so in this spot, the U.S. mid-range deck is queued up to try to get a win against the British ramp deck, because I think that's the strongest point.
Yeah, I think so too. And now I think if you're Viabator, you got to think, you know, do I just go, I bring my, you know, Brit OTK deck, or I bring my Japan Resistance, and I try to take this series long, right?
No. I'm going the U.S. mid-range because, like you said, the pre-game show, if you lose this matchup, you got to win. You got to win multiple matchups.
You do.
In this, if we're talking 3 to win the championship at that point, I don't want to play 3 matchups that are very long.
No, but I'm wondering if that might actually play in Viabator's favor here in terms of putting some more mental strain, you know, onto his opponent, drawing it out instead of just bringing the U.S. mid-range again and again and again, and either losing quickly or winning quickly, right, with that deck. Because if he loses against, let's say, Soviet Italy control with the U.S. mid-range, he then has to go into German Italy control. Both of those matchups are, you know, he can win, but they're difficult, right?
You got to win with the U.S. mid-range either way, right? So why put the pressure on yourself? I mean, you're trying to say that you're going to take the mental advantage of Darkness in the fatigue state here? Like,
yeah,
that's a pretty bold statement you're making at that point, I think.
It is.
And I think that Viabator is accelerated beyond that point. He clearly has shown as well that, you know, the mental strain that's happening from all of the high level of play that you're having to put in here. This is high performance gaming that's taking place.
Yeah.
It's very high focus the players have, and you can see the smile here on Viabator's face. They're having a good time on this one. The mental strain that's happening here is not affecting their long-term play, I don't think.
I think I'll give you that. I'll agree with you.
They're just so good. This is what they do.
They are. That's true.
When you're in the high performance gaming area, 7 hours of gameplay, you're like, oh, it's only been 7 hours?
I'm really stuck on what Bubbles was talking about in terms of just finding those 200 IQ plays that are just that, you know, little bit better than your opponent. And
with a 5-head.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right?
we're looking at like 7-head and 8-head here as well.
Here we go,
I mean, these are some
Viabator.
big ones.
He brings his Britain OTK deck. He says, I don't want to just go into U.S. mid-range into whatever one of these
Might just be one having fun and playing the decks he enjoys as well. He's like,
Yeah.
U.S. mid-range, I play this deck a lot. Let's just have fun with another one.
You know, there is one thing to be said about Viabator, right? He is extremely confident in his ability. He is enjoying himself a lot throughout the process. He's been very relaxed. And like I've said multiple times, right, he has my favorite quote from dealing with the players. You know, it's like, oh, I left the game in Season 3, but now I'm back just in time to win Worlds. And he's just like really casual about it. He's just like, I'm about to win the World Championship. You know what? It's just standard for me. You know, so he's
winning World
like,
Championships.
Yeah, I'm
pretty
a
standard
world
for everyone.
champion, right? So I kind of like his attitude where he's coming from, right?
So, kind of again, going over a quick image of what Viabator's deck is going to look like. It's a very different variant of British Air. The whole idea of the deck here is to get a Fury unit that you are buffing to the 9s. You're making it as large as you can. You're then giving it Blitz, and then you're then striking your opponent's headquarters as much damage as possible. Yesterday, we saw him draw 40 damage at the end of the game.
Yeah, in a single turn.
From a single unit.
It's so crazy.
So the weak point of this deck, quite literally, is going to be aggression. It can get overwhelmed very easily, and you're seeing like the National Fire Service here. The whole point of this card is just to buy you time. That's it. This card, I think, plays an extremely critical role in the deck. Stuff like naval power here, also a very critical card in the deck. These are not very strong cards by themselves. However, when you put them in context, they're buying you time, and that's exactly what this deck needs. That's the problem from Darkness's angle. Is his deck, what does it want? It wants time. And so that means it's giving Viabator time in this one. A pretty tough spot to be in.
I'm looking at Darkness's hand, however, and he has found an exceptional early game hand given his deck, right? He had a turn 2 drop. He had a turn 3 drop. He has a turn 4 drop. He has a follow-up play on turn 5 with another 4 drop, pushing the A45th into the front line. And then he's got even the KV1 if he wants to on curve with on turn 6.
Yeah.
So he has a way to start flooding the board, really pouring on the pressure, and he knows that there are no units going to be coming out from Viabator's side. So I think already Darkness is kind of looking better than he. In a lot of situations, he would be looking against this, right? If some of those cards were like ISUs and more of those expensive ones, Tractor Factories or whatever, he would be in a lot of trouble, I think.
Yeah, the KV1 is something that I really have my eye on here because that's delivering pressure just as long as it's on board. It doesn't have to be actually striking your opponent's headquarters. So from Viabator's angle here, able to land this aerial reconnaissance, and that really takes a lot of cost out of his hand in terms of where he's going to land. On this one, Darkness's turn 5, I think, is going to be one of two angles. Number one, it's going to be extra credit slots and dig into the deck. Number two is going to be pushing this forward and trying to deliver damage.
Yeah.
I think that with the aerial reconnaissance, Darkness knows that delivering lots of damage is going to be quite difficult, and you need a completely overwhelming state to do it. So the timing on Darkness for this one, it's just looking a little bit rough, and frankly, I think he's got to find himself some Mari Nostrums, and that's where he's digging into the deck. He's got to get this headquarter total up high, so that way Viabator needs to take more time to deliver that lethal blow, because right now, Viabator's hand is looking spicy.
So Viabator's only units are those 2 Crusaders, a Pioneer Company, the Spitfire, the Sizz, and the Howitzer. Those are the only units in the deck.
And that's kind of, you know, how the combo deck idea is going to work. And so Viabator right now, he draws Crusader off of the promotion here, and that means that he has time to either reestablish a deep dig into the deck by stopping Darkness's run here, or he's got time to develop this U.S. military research.
I think that could be huge. I think if he finds, if he is able to find himself with a couple of nukes in hand, then I think this is going to be an extremely difficult one for
It's
Darkness.
a long way away is the issue. And so when you see this KV1 hit play, that is a big tax on Viabator's life total. So this Crusader is going to hit play right now. You see the +2/+2 from the promotion. And now Viabator is going to start digging into the deck and trying to lock out Darkness's ability to strike the headquarters and to push more into this front line right now. It is taxing to the health total, though. I do want to stress that I think this is a big liability that can happen here.
So the good news for Viabator is the fact that, you know, those naval powers will heal him for 3, and he'll only take 2 damage from the KV1. So it's coming out of that in terms of net positive HP. But now, you know, all of the agency of making stuff happen is basically on Darkness. He's going to let Decima get that Crusader out of the way, because basically, if you're ever playing against a Brit deck that drops a Crusader, kill it, because that Crusader is going to allow that person to completely cycle through his deck and do so much stuff, especially if you're against Commandos.
This is looking very strong, I'd say, from Viabator's side. Darkness still at 20 right now. So if you just calculate the amount of damage that Viabator can do from hand, once he's got the credits unlocked, we're looking at 4 from the Spitfire. We're looking at 6 more from the final pushes that are there.
Yep.
That's 10, and then, by the way, it has Fury. That's 20 damage. And so from this angle right now, Viabator has a lethal setup. He just needs to find the credit line for it.
Yeah, but there are 3 guards protecting the HQ.
True story.
And they all have... No, there's 4 guards if you take the second rifles that are spawned by the first rifles. And I think that's why he's preparing to get those nukes in hand.
Exactly. And so you notice that he's absolutely transferring over to that get the nukes in hand side of things. For Darkness's angle, he's going to push forward here, but he only gets to strike for maximum 5 from what's visible.
So what is he going to push forward? Is he going to get any of those guards out of the back line? Right? He wants to keep them all there.
That's exactly the whole point here that I'm trying to get into, is that it's really tough to push too much of this forward and really get something going here. And what that means is he's going to push 1 forward so he doesn't get locked out of backline development. But this damage that's being applied right now, it's not super significant, and Viabator has 2 National Fire Services in hand, so he's got plenty of time. You'll notice he used the Observer Corps on the research, so that way he can research this turn and use National Fire Service.
You can proc the National Fire Service, meaning that he'll only take like 4 or 5 damage next turn, and then he's going to be able to basically start wiping the board with nukes in a couple turns.
The other thought of this is that it's very highly possible he's not going for nukes at all, and that like something like penicillin could be a big deal in this one. The other look at this as well is that if he manages to draw his artillery fury unit, that opens up a different possibility.
I think that's what he's looking for.
He does need an extra point of damage for that to happen. So, you know, delivering 2 extra damage to your opponent's headquarters, not looking super easy from Viabator's angle right now.
So I'm looking at this, and I think he's going to look, for depth charges. Depth charges are basically going to mean that his HQ cannot be attacked next turn. He's fine with taking that extra damage because he knows how much he can heal up, right?
Oh, this is an extremely strong line of play that honestly I wasn't really looking at from this angle, because now this gives Viabator time to use synthetic rubber. Or get the synthetic rubber established into his hand. This also gives him time to now use the research next turn, National Fire Service. And then can you stay alive?
He gets an extra credit
through another couple turns of
this. So he's quicker towards the nukes.
Exactly, and actually get to that point. So a lot of different angles here that Viabator is going to have to navigate through here. This is a very elaborate labyrinth that he has found himself in.
Very much so. The Siberian transfer coming out. It doesn't. Oh yeah, there is a red banner in hand. I wonder, yeah, he's going to put that down because you do get the healing from using the red banner. Is able to push that into the front line if he so chooses, but not able to attack with it because the HQ has smokescreen due to those depth charges played by Viabator. Red banner coming out. What is he going to find? Is it going to be something good? Yeah, 7/7. That's pretty nice. He's now rocking. I think the big thing about that 7/7 being there is the fact that it'll survive a nuke, right?
Darkness is just, it's literally got a full board. This pretty rarely happens.
Yep.
But from Viabator's angle, I honestly have no idea what he's supposed to be doing or where he's supposed to be going, so I'm just going to watch and analyze afterwards because...
Oh, nice. Whoa. Pioneer Company.
That is huge!
And, you know, he has an extra one in the deck as well, so he could have 2 out, and if he has 2 out, that's going to give him enough credits to really, really deal with that howitzer getting out. National Fire Service adds the Manhattan projects to hand, and you can see it. They're waiting there. They're waiting to wipe the board next turn for Darkness, and then National Fire Service is going to mean that it's going to be, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage pushed to the HQ, and it's going to block all the healing if Darkness tries to proc Mire Nostrum on any of these guys, probably putting it on the 7/7, right? Because the 7/7 is going to survive a nuke.
Blocks all -1 anyway. Honestly, though, the difference between 22 and 23, that's kind of an off-putting measure. Like even life totals are the striking point for this deck. So a 23 is a much bigger difference than a 22. Yes. If your opponent just happens to get an 11 somehow, you know, at 23 you now live. Yeah. So every point of odd life total is actually like the established point here that Darkness is looking at.
And I'm wondering, because now he has to choose, right?
Oh, you're also... Wait, hang on a second. The 2/3s as well. When they get struck with the nuke, that's 12 extra health that the Darkness is getting in this spot.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh gosh, I didn't even think about that.
But I mean, I honestly think, you know, if Viabator is able to completely nuke this board, which he can do, he can pop both nukes next turn.
Oh, plus you get the extra from the 0. Oh my gosh, Darkness's life total is going to be humongous here.
But there's so much healing left in Viabator's deck, so I honestly don't think this is too big of a concern, right? He can
the concern is that you have a damage cap in Viabator's deck. Like, there is a maximum amount of damage that you don't have repetitive strikes if your unit dies.
But he managed to push 40 pretty comfortably yesterday.
Darkness is going to be pretty much above 40. This is
No, but he also takes 6 damage to HQ from...
Oh, that's true story. Right? True story.
So,
yeah,
like the 12 HQ healing is going to get equaled out. From
I'm getting a little too excited about just the craziness that's happening in this game. I'm
glad you're here to
cross-check me and point out these factors.
This is not a situation we see very often at Admirable, so I can't blame you.
This isn't every game that you play of KARDS, Ollie?
I always have a full board and I nuke it all at once.
And I'm worried about my opponent dealing me 40 damage in a single turn.
So I'm wondering if you're Viabator, if you just nuke again here. I think you do. And you just go peace out.
You don't have an option. I mean, this is you have to take out the units in the front line or you're dead. So
yeah, you also want to get the KV1 out, right? He could National Fire Service if he really wanted to. He could National Fire Service. He could Fortification. But I just like getting the nukes out of there, right? He just wiped off so many threats from Darkness.
The issue here is that Darkness knows that there's just more research in hand as well. Like you know, demonstrating the importance of the spy ring in this matchup right now. Viabator quite literally could not have been an angle in this game if it was not for the spy ring.
That's true. And now, as we're drawing, you know, further and further down into the deck for Viabator, we're always getting closer and closer to him finding those combo pieces that he really wants and needs. And for Darkness, you know, Viabator sitting on 12 credits and getting to use 12 credits over and over and over and over again while continuing to draw through his deck is an extremely, extremely kind of threatening situation. Because if he has what he needs this game is over. That's just like that's the fact of the deck that the Viator is playing.
The issue with this right now is that Viator in hand currently, if you're able to land the Zis strike as well, he would have 30 damage.
Yeah,
with the current hand.
So he hasn't found any of his finest hours. He's only found one aerial reconnaissance, as far as I understand. He hasn't found his shelling. He still has an extra National Fire Service left, I believe, in his deck.
Yeah, he's got one in hand, and there's one left in the deck right now.
There we go. There's the synthetic rubber.
Viator leaves 5 credits floating here, and the reason that he would hang on to the second fortification here is in the event that he draws Crusader.
Yeah.
It now gives him a way to perhaps chain together a bunch of damage in that way.
Yeah, yeah. And I think at this point, Viator is really, really looking for that howitzer.
Oh, I think he's starting to get worried at this point because his draws are starting to become ultra critical, and that's not the spot you want to be in from a combo deck when you're on the defense.
No.
When you're on the offense and the draws are critical, that's exciting. When you're on the defense and those draws are critical, that's bad news.
Just there are so many guards here.
Oh, the artillery unit is the access here. Like he's not gonna win with the Spitfire.
No, never.
In this particular matchup, I think
it's
pretty rare.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like when it comes to when he finds the finest hour, I think he just needs to kind of sacrifice the Spitfire.
Such major draws here from Darkness. Like being able to parade this particular unit. Now you basically have a bootleg KV1 in play.
Yep.
Oh, third
final push.
Third final push, though.
So
now,
9.
if Viator was able to access all damage in the deck right now, we are looking at 36 damage available. So if he can find a way to circumnavigate these guards, he does have access to lethal at this point.
Oh, it's so unfortunate there for Darkness that the Winter Offensive also hits his units. It would basically wipe his own board, something he cannot do. So he's going to have to allow those 85th Pioneer Company to live. At least for now, unless he wants to let Decima them, but I think he's waiting for something else to allow Decima. But what, right? Like, the 85th Pioneer Company is like one of 5 units in the deck, right? Why don't you just get the Decima out here?
Well, he's got like, some full turns to really think about this stuff, too. I think step number 1 is just making sure you have pressure rolling.
Yeah.
He's got 2 angles of pressure rolling right now. Number 1 is the front line. Number 2, it's the guards in the back. So if you keep establishing guards here, and again, you still have the chip pressure. Like this is a stationary threat on Darkness's end that's rolling here.
Oh, the Monty, that's a great pickup there for Viator, allowing him to delay a little bit more.
I'm so worried about the back line. Every card draw is 2 health right now. So that means that you have 6 cards and you're dead.
He only needs 1 health to win, and he's
story.
got a fortification in hand, which is +7. So I think he's pretty good. I think he's in a pretty good spot.
I think he's in a pretty good spot too. It's just your opponent has a natural tax rolling. This is worrisome.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, just look at like the Viator's like tension as he's sitting there in the chair. Like he's continued to get more and more like I don't know about this one.
He doesn't Monty, just National Fire Services.
Yeah, he's trying. So the whole point of holding the Monty here would be 2 reasons. Number 1, try and lock out Darkness's back angle. Number 2, you're trying to couple it with Crusader.
Yeah. So 1 damage, 2 damage, potential 3 damage here for Darkness. And look at this. Darkness starting to move some guards up. He's never going to move up more than 1, though, because he needs 2 to soak up the Fury hits, right? And he knows
the move here is just to get these tanks rolling.
Yes.
So would you rather seize a damage here, or would you rather seize some credits next turn? He's going to opt for credits.
Yeah, I like that. Just pour the pressure on in the front line. But now the promotion comes out, right?
Promotion
there
is
are only a
find.
few units left. This is going to be the Howitzer. No, it's going to be the second Pioneer Company. That's not what he wanted to see. But there's the shelling.
That's more time.
That's more time. But every time he draws Admirable, we're getting closer and closer and closer to him being dead.
I feel like I just expressed this worry, and you tried to like diffuse the situation.
I mean, I thought he was fine, but he's not finding the stuff that he needs fast enough.
Yeah.
At the moment.
I'm seeing if Darkness can hover over. I'm trying to pay attention to the deck size in this one. As soon as Darkness can hover one of those spots, we're going to see.
So he's also used both of his Spirings, and he's used the Royal Research, as far as I know, right? He's used
the
both
Royal
Spirings.
Research is developed to synthetic rubber right now. It's at its maximum state.
Oh, there we go. There's the burst of fire. I don't think that's going to come out
That
this
does
turn either.
That's an important draw, I think, in general, though, because what's happening is that's giving him the potential to actually access the full damage potential that's here. Because if you're trying to use the ZIS to access this right now, your cards are not discounted properly, so you can't quite get to that point right now. And again, 32 health is what Darkness is sitting at on the headquarters, so you need the capped damage.
Yeah.
How do you get there?
My worry for Viator right now is that Spitfire is never going to be the one that actually does that. So he's always going to have to unlock the ability to do this with a CIS and Howitzer. That's going to be 9 credits off the bat. You also aren't able to basically push as much damage onto the Howitzer because they don't accept the finest hour.
Shelling's going to happen here. Locks this board.
Is there there's no carpet bomb in here.
So he's trying to develop, or he's thinking about developing the Spitfire just to have access to backline clear.
Yeah.
He's going to opt to not do so. Darkness does have answer.
I think that's what he needs, though.
I mean, he needs something critical right now because time has pretty much hit the limit.
I think his best way to victory is if Darkness plays Winter Offensive right now and clears his own board.
I'm going to tell you right now, it feels like the best way to victory is if Darkness gets struck by lightning.
You keep calling for natural disasters to happen, Admirable. We are in the same building as Darkness right now, so let's not.
Well, I said strike Darkness, not strike you. This is not enough. You're going to have to use Finest Hour to dig for a way to live.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is just going to be game. I mean, he can Observer Core the ZIS if he wanted to, but this is going to be it. That's going to be game.
He just passes.
Passes. He knows that it's over. He didn't find the combo pieces. Only a few cards left in the deck for Viator, and he didn't find what he needed to win. And Darkness finding himself with a 2-0 lead, and a reverse sweep is required for Viator to keep himself in the upper bracket, to keep himself from having to face J King in another best out of 5 directly following this one.
This has been a tough couple of games. Darkness is going to take his few minutes to take a little bit of a break there, and I don't blame him in that one.
Oh, no.
These are some tense games because, quite frankly, from Darkness's angle, it's literally just worry about what your opponent can do in that situation and just hope that they can't.
Yeah. And I mean, so I want to point one thing out, though. Germany does not have as many guards. And there, he's only bringing the Bologna regiments and the Laletachimas, right? So it's not going to be 3 T60s. It's not going to be two first rifles. It's not going to be like it's not going to be 1 first rifles and 2 second rifles. It's not going to be the 272nd. It's not going to be the Naval Brigade. It's not going to be the armored train. This Soviet list was the ultimate guard compilation list that Darkness was bringing.
Yeah, let's look at some of the important factors from the Germany list right now. From the deep. Can be extremely important. The timing of From the Deep to stall that combo out a little bit. It would mean that that Viator has to play a unit as a prerequisite if that From the Deep is active. So that's already a big one right there. Number 2 is going to be the aggressive angle that Darkness did demonstrate is possible yesterday with the L60s plus the Marty Nostrums.
Yes.
Just a very consistent line of pressure that's not costing you credits to continue to use every single turn. Number 3 is going to be, can you establish a guard at the specific time, I think. And then number 4 is the amount of pressure that you can kind of throw in as an addition with something like Comet. I think those are really the angles I'm seeing from Darkness's side. And I really think the rest of it's kind of demonstrated pretty purely by the potential that the deck had loaded up last turn if Darkness did not have a line of guards that were in play. And so from Viator's angle, it's just, can you get the combo pieces soon enough? He's down to 0-2. He's going to need to win with the deck that we just saw, the U.S. mid-range deck, which I do think is, it's got somewhat of a weak point versus this Germany control deck here, and then also with Japan resistance.
I think if you're a Viator, you bring Japan resistance into this game, and you end with your U.S. mid-range deck. I think you try and get the series to a 2-2. You try and get Darkness a little bit rattled or something, get momentum on your side, because I think his best chance against this is going to be that resistance deck, and I think he feels extremely comfortable playing that as well. I think he's always going to be too dependent on drawing the combo pieces if he goes with the OTK deck, and I think I just think Darkness has enough experience playing up against US mid-range decks with this specific deck that I think he has the edge in that matchup.
Is he in the mindset of it right now, though? I mean, he just played 2 games versus combo.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe that can throw him for a little bit of a rattle. Just like, oh, right.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm playing
You
normally.
got to win with all three anyway. You're trying to find any mental
That's
edge
true.
that you can
That's true.
gain at this point. So for Viabator, though, taking a distinct look at these notes that he has.
All right, the challenge has been issued, and we're just waiting for Viabator to select a deck, and then we're going to be rocking on into the game.
Look at the attention that both of these have right now. Like, this is
so tense.
This is a critical matchup here.
And it was so much fun. So from my perspective, as an organizer, talking to the players and hearing, their experience of how it was playing in the studio and all that kind of stuff, it is so fun to hear and so fun to see. All right, we are in game number 3. If Darkness takes this one, he punches his ticket into the top 2, into the grand finale of today. Viabator, however, has to win 3 in a row. Basically, no mistakes allowed from Viabator in this one. He has to win 3 straight. He has to absolutely crush Darkness now. And Darkness, with the momentum he has, it's going to be a tough challenge for Viabator. Oh, my God. Keeping the Jagged Bomber.
Yeah, it's a Jag Bomber. That's a 5-4. You know how hard it is to take out a 5-4 with this Japan Resistance? The Japan Resistance deck does not handle 5-4s that well. If you ever played against a 5-4 with Japan Resistance, that thing just sticks.
Yeah, but it's turn 5.
This game is going to go for a very long time. The first thing that Viabator does is on turn 70.
That's true, but at the same time, so I will point out one thing. What was interesting is that Darkness mulliganed both of those erratos, and the reason he mulliganed those erratos because he was saying, I'm never going to get value out of dropping these erratos. There's not going to be another unit in here that's gonna allow me to proc the effect from there. So I think that was an interesting one. I do, however, I don't hate the Errato as just a 1-2 fighter that you deploy on turn 1. I see a lot of people not liking that, but I personally don't hate it.
I think he's kind of hunting for more of these mid-range threats, as well. I put a lot of stress on how important I thought that Jag Bomber was, just because it's a 5-4 in a matchup like this.
And you see
that particular unit. This is a new card, and frankly, I think Darkness has recognized the power level of this card. It is a 4-4 fighter that has a 0 operation cost, but it does increase the operation cost by 1 for each attack that you make with it.
Yes.
However, that's 2 attacks for 1 credit on a 4-4 fighter.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely powerful. A decision to be made here from Viabator. Do you use Defend in Depth here? Do you deploy the Key 83? Opting for the Defend in Depth, of course, Darkness would have been able to pop that Mare Nostrum onto the Surstormer and just take it out, the Key 83.
Yeah. I think that's another point of demonstration for this as well, is that stuff like 5-4, you don't want to Mare Nostrum your little units unless you have to.
Yeah.
If this 5-4 sticks for a turn, suddenly the Mare Nostrum becomes a major threat in a spot like this. It's also a plane. So the planes do not get touched by naval operations in that spot.
No. They do not. And now from the deep being drawn here from Darkness, Admirable Hipper in hand as well is able to bounce that Key 83 if he wants to, but not able to follow that up with an attack. So interesting to see what line Darkness will choose here. Deciding to just Admirable Hipper, denying a credit and denying a draw here next turn from Viabator.
This is effectively like a free turn.
Yeah, it's just delaying the game. I mean, more than likely, Viabator is just going to redeploy the Key 83.
I think it would be extremely odd if he didn't redeploy the Key 83 personally. However, it is possible it changes because Darkness is going to have an extra credit next turn.
That's true.
So is the difference between 7 credits on Darkness' side and 6 credits on Darkness' side affecting your line of play in this spot? Because for Viabator, nothing really has changed except for that.
I mean, what other options do you have, right? You don't want to shuffle the Kamikaze cards in this early because it's going to basically dilute your deck and just get you further away from what you're looking for. But the L640 being found there, and there is a deployment effect on the Jag Bomber. Unfortunately, it cannot target air units, so not going to be finding value from the L640 bounce magic that we talked about. He has an option to just trade on into that Key 83, just get both of these off the field, but is that going to be the play that he wants to go for?
Yeah. What is the factor here that Darkness is really considering? Because and actually from my perspective, does seem difficult to identify, because the Mare Nostrum, if it wants to get checked here, it means that Viabator is going to have to attack into it. So you do get 2 caches on the Mare Nostrum.
I had a little bit of a crazy
the trade.
I had a little bit of a crazy thought. What if you L640, you just run it up, you Mare Nostrum it, and you just hit face?
Just let the Key 83 just attack your 2-4. Or are you trading off the 2-4 as well?
So I mean, if the Ki-83 trades into the 2-4, then you get the Jack Bomber back into hand.
I see what you're saying.
Because you'll also have credits to push damage from the Jack Bomber. So you deal 7 damage to face, and then if he wants to trade the L640, you're going to get the retreat effect from the Jack Bomber anyway. Again, right?
Completely dead draw. However, Tiger,
that's not a dead draw.
No, that is not.
that is a big tank.
Yeah, I think that Sagat from Street Fighter put it best with this one, where this is straight up an uppercut right now.
Yeah.
Viabator has effectively no way to handle this until 10 credits with To the Last Man.
Yeah,
that's
he does have a naval operation, so he's able to pin it. He's able to heal up.
Yeah, you can stall it, but you can't stop it.
Yeah, there's quite a few hits that still have to take place. As long as he can keep that Tiger next to the HQ, he's able to deal a couple damage to it with the bombing raid. If he's able to Imperial Decree or something like that before dropping the bombing raid, that might be enough to take it out if he finds another naval operation.
From the Deep is stalling any line of potential
but that's the big
combo
thing
here from that side. Viabator now is staring at a Tiger with Mare Nostrum equipped, and Darkness going to say hand size control here. Play the Enigma, no value, but guess what? It doesn't pollute my hand anymore.
Soul of Old Japan, what's going to be found through that one?
This could be big.
I'm wondering if you're a Viabator, do you play the... No, you can't play the Kika yet.
Well, clearly the concern right now is a Tiger with a Mare Nostrum loaded up.
Oh, yeah.
So what can you do to stop this? And Soul of Old Japan is going to be access number 1 to an answer.
Let's see what he ends up choosing here.
Oh, I feel tense when I can't see him.
Yeah, I know.
I'm used to seeing both the hands at the same time. I just... You know, when I have this angle where I can't see it, I'm like, are we supposed to be whispering right now? I feel like, don't let anybody hear what he's looking at. Shh.
No, I think obviously it's a really, really tough choice. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say none of these 3 cards help him significantly in this situation, and he's choosing between a bunch of really bad cards.
That is not a good one right now. So Phony War.
Oh, he gets From the Deep.
Oh, that is pretty big though. He does get to. I'm curious if that's like a read that he had on the situation here. But right now, this is major advantage over
8 damage to the face.
Darkness' side. 8 damage to face. Swings his own health total up. The headquarters now starting to turn into a like Fort Knox at this point. This is problem for Viabator. Viabator is in trub.
That's a huge problem. That's a massive swing in HQ HP, right? That's a 16 HP swing in terms of the difference between the two.
Not good.
With Darkness gaining 8 and Viabator losing 8. And Darkness still has 4 credits to play with. If he really wants to, he can still do like an L640 play if he wants to kind of keep the pressure going.
I think as he demonstrated last turn, hand size control.
Hand size, yeah. He's just going to Rado and Sudden Strike it because he knows there's no units coming out from Viabator that he's going to want to use Sudden Strike on. Liberation.
Does by time, it just...
and it does fill his hand. He actually ended up with 6 cards in hand, so Liberation will heal for 9 and block a draw. But...
You could also, in theory, just tactical advantage to try to draw some stuff here. But really the key is just this for Viabator's side, I think, is trying to find a way to enter the fatigue state. Because Darkness right now is clearly established a sign that he is not losing from health advantage.
No, absolutely not. And, I mean, he's going to get at least 2 more attacks off with that Tiger, right? So that's at least 16 more HP.
From the current view, it does look that way. What I'm seeing from Viabator's side is if you can find a way to strike the Tiger from AoE effects and then get the Kika online and hit this unit, again, that's where the fatigue state comes in, is because Darkness has a clear advantage from just life total leverage that you're not going to lose that one.
So what I'm looking at here is the worst thing that Darkness can actually do is put a unit up next to that Tiger.
It does feel that way right now, yeah.
Right? So if he like blitzes out an L640 or whatever and pushes it up into the front line, then that Tiger all of a sudden becomes open to taking damage from bombing raid, and that plus a Kawanishi is able to kind of really, really deal a lot of damage, like we saw yesterday.
It's pretty rare that you resistance and take damage in a matchup sometimes, but this is definitely a spot where milling a card just absolutely is going to put Viabator, I think, at an angle point. So going to use the tactical...
he blocks Viabator's hand.
Excuse me. Yep, and he gets to block Viabator's hand. This could be a big deal because we're looking at To the Last Man being the major answer.
Yeah,
and that access has been denied for a turn.
Oh, okay, defended depth.
Still a pretty critical burn.
So he's able to throw another take initiative over. Does that fill up the hand for Darkness? No, it does not. There's still one, but that arming the resistance will completely fill up the hand. But every single time that we just play this game, the damage keeps adding up for Darkness, right? It keeps hitting the HQ. It keeps siphoning that HP over to the German HQ.
It's just like Tiger can't be.
That Tiger has lifesteal.
It can't be hit by orders. You have to hit this with units, and it has 2 heavy armor, by the way, or you have to clear it out with an effect that just hits everything.
Yeah.
This is so hard for Viabator to find a way to answer this. Like, it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue every single turn, and frankly, I'm extremely concerned for Viabator right now.
Didn't we see yesterday Darkness kind of losing a game due to the fact that, the bombing rate coming out in the backline and the Tora basically just taking out, I don't know, the Naship? Doesn't feel like that's what you needed to take out. You really need to get that Tiger out of there.
It's not an option. He needs to find a way to dig into the deck because he's got a limited number of turns right now. So
what he was doing, he was basically just freeing up at least 2 spots in his hand because he knows Darkness has 1 take initiative, and he didn't want to make sure to make sure that he can't make him overdraw.
It's hand dump and then phony war is what's looking like it's trying to happen right now. But if the take initiative is going to be kind of rolling both ways, eventually this costs Darkness something. But I think that Darkness's angle right now is that we don't get to that point.
With the bombing raid out, and Darkness having a full hand right now, by the way, I would deploy both L640s and just push him up and start hitting face.
Both of them does give you the ability to put the
Tiger back into hand.
Yeah, and that's the only thing you're concerned with right now is how do you make sure the Tiger cannot be hit. That's the only state of concern, I believe.
It's going to be 3 damage.
I mean, I'm looking at, like, you probably need to, like, Kavanisha here and use the Tora, so that way you can strike this down with the Kika next turn. It's like the only angle I'm seeing here from Viabator's side, or just hope that you draw to the last man. Both of these are gambles, and both of them don't look very strong.
Kika has, 6 attack?
Yeah, it's a 6/5.
So basically he needs to get it down to 4, so he has to damage amplify that Tora in some way, something that he cannot do at the moment.
This is a problem.
I mean, he's sacrificing the Kavanishi. I mean, that's pretty much your win condition out the window.
No, his win condition is fatigue state. Again, the damage leverage is not a real thing. So the buffing your kamikaze cards so that way you can strike Darkness more, that is not how you win this game. Darkness demonstrated yesterday that you win this game in the fatigue state by shuffling in the kamikazes and then not playing them. That's the advantage Viabator has from the fatigue state, as well as Darkness has been throwing back the take initiatives. So for Viabator, it's quite literally stabilize and then fatigue. That is his only option, I believe.
I wonder what the deck sizes are looking like. There's still a liberation in the deck here from Viabator in terms of healing. I'm wondering what else there is in here in terms of healing.
There's a lot of healing for Viabator.
Let me see.
I mean, he hasn't drawn any of his long-range recons.
I mean, he's not running any.
He's not. I mean, I'm
no.
Sure.
Oh, yeah,
he's
they're
mandatory 4. If you're
like,
not running long range recon,
I was like, where are they?
Extreme mistake at this point.
I was like, where are they? But yeah, you are absolutely correct. Viabator is running 4 long range recons, and he hasn't found any of them yet. There was one. There's one, and that is a full hand for Darkness. Close to full hand. It's 8 cards, I believe. So that's going to be 11 healing. It's quite a bit of healing. Defend in depth, going to take out the Bologna Regiment. Throwing over the take initiative as well, refilling his hand, finding Blade of the Samurai, finally finding another naval operation to slow down that Tiger a little bit more. But is it too little too late? Because Darkness is already up to 50 HP.
But that's where the fatigue state comes in. So here's the deal. If you are up by 1 card in the fatigue state and both of you have high life totals, that is quite literally an 11-point damage difference. Yeah. Because the way this is going to function is you take a cumulative amount of damage. Yep. So for each 5 card state in there, there's a way to calculate it. It jumps from the first 5 cards being 10 damage to the next 5 cards being 25, and it just keeps going and compiling. Like, it does not stop.
What do the current hand sizes look like? Oh, Darkness is going to what's the sudden strike?
Oh yeah, get that point of damage first.
Yeah, of course. Good job. Puts the FW back into hand, allowing him to redraw another card with it next turn. But
I'm actually
Darkness,
curious if that's a liability at this point.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Imperial Decree now coming out.
So this could be interesting because right now with the Naval Operations Imperial Decree and Tora, you don't necessarily have to use the Kika to strike this this Tiger at that point. That's been the whole setup this whole game, but it might be stronger to hold on to the Kika at this point.
It might be. It very well might be. He's looking to potentially clog up the hand of Darkness again with that take initiative. He also has Arming the Resistance. Arming the Resistance will fill up the hand as well. But he really wants to get rid of that Tiger, and that looks like what he wants to do.
Yeah, and you don't risk it by not playing the other stuff. It's you use both these at the same time. You can delay the Tiger and then try to strike multiple things with the Tora next turn. However, that gives the ability for Darkness to then play a Mare Nostrum or bounce that Tiger back to hand, which is I think exactly what Darkness was trying to look at here.
And look at that. He manages to basically get everything that he wanted to find. He puts his hand size down to 8, so that Darkness basically has to spend 10 credits to fill up his hand by throwing both of those take initiatives back over.
Down to 7. And he's going to hold on to the Viva la Resistance, so that way if Darkness has, again, that kind of spot where things can get rough, you can fill the hand back up. So Darkness at least
has
minus
12
2
cards left. Yeah, minus 2 cards. No, yeah, Viabator is minus 2. Viabator has 10. Darkness has 12.
No, I'm saying the hand size for Darkness once he minus 2. But remember, Viabator can shuffle 12 cards into the deck.
Yes.
So that is a plus 10 that that Viabator has right now.
Yes.
That wins the fatigue battle at this current state. Comet gets drawn, and that's the draw that Darkness was looking for in this spot. That now completely obliterates that fatigue idea from Viabator's side, is because that's the card that does it. And now, of course, To the Last Man gets drawn, and this was a card that Viabator was hunting for at that 10 credit line.
And is there any way for Viabator to actually deal with the Comet at all?
Not in the deck, no.
He has no guards.
The way that you deal with it is overdraw.
Yeah. So he basically just had to cross his fingers and hope that Darkness would overdraw it.
Or that it's the last card in the deck. If it's the last card in the deck, I think that you probably have the time through fatigue there.
But now this is going to start ticking for Darkness. That's going to be 4 damage every single turn.
It's a lot. It's a
and there's
you saw 11 turns left on this.
Yeah. And there's 2 long-range recons still
I'm
left.
not even kidding. At this point,
There's
Darkness,
no call to the colonies.
So the 2 long-range recons, I don't think give him enough time to fight through the Comet in terms of the entirety it would take for fatigue to lock out Darkness here. I think that for Darkness's angle, though, there is a chance that you just almost would be fine overdrawing for the rest of the game. I think, not that you're going to be interested in that, but I think there's a chance that you're getting close to that point where it's just like, don't let Phony War take place and put too many cards in your hand.
Yeah.
Because the way you're going to lose this from Darkness's angle is quite literally only fatigue state.
There's not going to be any units left on board for that To the Last Man to pretty much ever wipe out.
Oh, no. We've gotten... The Tiger has done its job. The Comet is now here to secure the win.
So Arming the Resistance, I believe, would fill up the hand for Darkness again. Feels like a play.
How much time does Viabator need also for the fatigue state to win? Like, you know, you have to... because there's 2 angles of calculation now. He knows that's his only win condition.
Yeah.
You also have to not die from the fatigue state as well. And with Darkness at 53, what that means is first 5 cards, again, that's 10 damage. The next 5 cards is 25. So that's 35 damage there. And then Darkness at that point would be taking 11, 12, and 13. So 35, 46. So you're looking at 12 turns of fatigue from Darkness's angle in order to get to 58 damage. So he's now reduced himself to 51. 46 to 58 for Darkness is about the same health total in terms of like game functionality here. So we're looking at 11 turns of fatigue draws for Darkness to lose the game.
Yeah, and there's another Liberation, more healing coming in. And I mean, now the question is just, can he out-sustain the Comet? Can he basically set it up so that the Comet won't deal enough damage over time that the combination of, you know, dealing damage with the Kamikaze cards and forcing the fatigue is able to win you the game?
Yeah, so the Kamikaze cards I don't think are getting played this game because it puts Viabator into the fatigue state. It would only get played at the critical moment
at the very
end,
last,
where you're literally winning
Yes.
the game because of it.
Yes.
So for Darkness's angle, if it takes 11 turns of fatigue, that's 44 damage Comet's delivering, plus the amount of draws that Darkness still has left, which I believe was 9.
Something like that, yeah.
So that would be 36 plus 44. We're looking at 70 damage you're going to have to live through from Comet.
That's not sounding very likely. But 9 health, 33. The Comet still keeps on ticking.
Yep. Darkness is going to check the cards in deck quickly. That's 8. And then, so that means 8 plus 11 turns of Comet attacking. Yeah. 19 times 4.
That is a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Well, I think we're looking at our first 3-0 series here.
It's very possible. Long-range recon. But how do you get the most? Because you need a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 8 plus 10 is what he's going to have here. I guess I calculated the 19 on the before the Comet attacked on the previous turn. So yeah.
I like this from Viabator, just passing the turn. Now Darkness deploying another fighter, pushing some threats on board, now forcing some response from Viabator.
Yeah. Every card draw that Viabator can force onto Darkness's side as well, that does cut into the amount of damage you're going to have to deal, as well as the amount of time that it's going to take. So, if you have Kika actually strike the headquarters, that can cut into things.
He trades it out, basically saying to Darkness, please, trade the Kika for me. Use the Comet to kill a Kika. Lose the game, please.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
But that's not going to be a trap that Darkness will fall for. I think we might even see him play the Panzer III-H.
This does cut in the amount of time.
Dig through the deck, and then throw in the L640 and bounce it back.
I am curious about the card draw options here from Darkness, because, again, that is cutting into the time. Like that, every single draw that you take is 4 less damage you're going to be able to deal over the course of this game, unless the draw establishes a tempo point. So that is something to consider here, is that the Schwalbe here, it does produce a 7-5 unit.
Yes.
And that means that you're able to just, deal 7 if it lives. It's pretty tough for Viabator to kill that right now. This is about the most you're going to get from long-range recon here.
Yeah, you want to
cashing
use
those
now
in
while you can. And I think, like, at some point, surely you have to just... I mean, he's holding the Raiding Brigade now because he's seen the Panzer III-H, and he knows that he can kill the Panzer III-H with the Raiding Brigade. But, like, there's still, both Arados left in the deck for Darkness as well?
So there's still, at this point, we're looking at 14 attacks from Comet.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 56 damage that's being dealt. So right now, Viabator's first angle is get to 47.
Darkness also needs to make sure that he does not empty his hand too much in case of a phony war. Right?
Yeah, that's again, every single draw is going to cut the Comet damage down by 1. And so with Darkness playing this, that also cuts the Comet damage down by 1 attack as well.
Yeah.
So this is almost
to the last man just has to come out here.
It almost certainly does. And I don't think Viabator is able to play Kamikaze right now and draw a card. I think that's like strictly a liability.
Right, research.
What can this produce that makes a difference in this matchup right now?
Nothing really, I think.
10 credits maybe?
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want the credits because you don't want to do too much in the turn. You don't want to play too many cards.
The thing I'm thinking about with that is that like maybe you can establish like one single tempo push.
I think like the potentially a U-boat in case like for the second Raiding Brigade that would discard some cards from Viabator's hand. That would help you, but like I don't think it's worth pushing the credits to go for the U-boat.
Yeah, it would just be strictly floated credits that you're using.
Exactly, right. And I mean, you could basically use the V1 flying bomb to deal with the Raiding Brigade as well if you wanted to. So I don't think Reich Research is something that he's really looking for at the moment. We'll just leave it be, I believe. But
this
taking another draw.
Cutting into the time. It could just be that Darkness also is looking at the angle of this as like maybe I get more time because I establish a stationary threat.
Yeah, I mean, To the Last Man has now been thrown out, right?
So Leopold has to be answered like via damage.
Yeah.
Imperial Decree, not really much functionality here.
And you remember, the Kawanishi has been burned here, right?
No, the Kawanishi got utilized.
Yeah.
Just not in its initial intent, which is damage. Or rather, damage to your opponent's headquarters. It got to be used as an answer to Tiger.
Yes.
By the way, it was a multi-turn answer to Tiger as well, so it required a lot of resources. And the Tiger also was struck 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiger was pretty much what swung this game. And, I mean, Darkness came under fire a little bit from the casters yesterday, not playing the Tiger early in one of his matches against J King, but not making that mistake here.
Death, that cuts into the Comet time.
And he pushes that up as well. Darkness can't kill that.
That's the last draw for Darkness. So Darkness now, again, at 49, it's going to take 12 turns of fatigue to wipe out Darkness, which means he has 11 attacks from Comet, if that's the way the investment chooses to be taken. But that's pretty much his only source of damage right now.
Yeah, and if he uses any of his cards, if he puts himself below 8 at any given point, Viator is able to Phony War and force some extra draws. I think the downside for Viator is that his hand size is smaller than Darkness's. So Darkness could very well choose to go into Reich Research here.
What you can do here
I think he's going to go for the U-boat.
This is interesting because now, exactly, you go for the U-boat because the rating grade is in play. Like this 2 damage, it's not making a difference in the clock that you're pushing here.
No.
And now you get to U-boat and make that hand get discarded. So Viator now has to really think about how you utilize the rest of this hand.
Viator basically has to empty his hand this time around.
I don't think he has to empty it, but I do think you need to use last rites here. Like, you cannot afford to discard that card. No. If you discard that card, the game is ended.
And I mean, you know the U-boat is coming next turn. You know
you have
it is coming, right?
I mean,
you're gonna have to Vivalar Assistance here.
No, you don't have to use that. You leave the Viva in hand so that way the U-boat can hit that. You don't care about that card anymore. You don't want to draw.
Because it draws anyway. Yeah.
The card
you have to play the last rights.
That's the only card I think he has to play.
He's only drawn 1 Kamikaze card so far, so he can Imperial Decree, just playing the last rights, basically saying 100%. I just want to. You can discard any of these cards.
You got a 40% chance to keep the Phony War here. Sounds pretty good to me.
And again, Darkness hasn't been playing the Comet every turn.
Cuts in the amount of time that he's going to be able to establish here. U-boat coming. If Phony War gets discarded, that's a bad sign.
1,
Kamikaze,
2,
Desperate Measures.
3. No, it's only 2 now.
Oh, it's 2 now. That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot they changed it even.
Yeah, Kamikaze, Desperate Measures. So that's just pretty decent.
That's a pretty big deal here. So
now Fatigue has started. 2 damage this time around.
Again, he was at a life total greater than 46. So we're looking at
the Leopold. The Leopold does so much damage.
It's going to take 12 fatigue draws to end the game on Darkness's end.
Yeah, I mean, Viator does not have 12 fatigue draws to chill. Like, he has no answer for that Leopold. 0. It's going to be 6 damage. It's going to be 7 damage.
Mari Nostrum comes out.
And healing, right?
It feels like Darkness has probably calculated this.
I'm gonna call this. This game is gonna be over with this one. Viator basically has to empty his deck in terms of all of the Kamikaze cards with the Imperial Decree. It's not going to be enough to take down Darkness. He's not going to be able to force him to draw due to fatigue.
Has he used every defend in depth?
He's used all of the defended depths, I believe.
I think one of them got burned.
Yeah, and I mean he just can't take any more draws. And Darkness just bam 7 siphons it. The big gun siphons 7 HP from the Japanese headquarters and just transfers it straight on over to El Alamein, the German HQ. 48 HP to 26, and we're at the fatigue state. Darkness is going to be ending this one slowly but surely, turn after turn. Even though he's taking damage, Viator is staring down the barrel of a loaded gun, and he knows his fate. It is not going to be to go undefeated into the grand finals. He, of course, will have a chance to get there, but that path lies through J King, and that is not some path you want to take. That's like Little Red Riding Hood going through the forest and meeting the wolf, right?
Well, the wolf kind of got defeated in that state at the end of the day when you really take a look at it. That's not really the analogy I'm trying to make here at this spot. I will say, though, that the Leopold strikes twice. It is now 13 turns of fatigue that it's going to take to get through this, while the Comet's striking down as well.
I mean, this is lethal next turn. 11 damage waiting in hand here for Darkness with 51 HP on his HQ, and Viabator just trying to do something, trying to throw out all of the kamikazes, just picking away at the HQ HP, but it's just barely denting it. It's just tickling it. He tries to prompt some additional draws, tries to prompt more fatigue, but it's only going to be 2 cards. It's only 11 damage.
Cheatin' was the way you answered it, and that's why the Darkness had played the Marty Nostrum right away.
Yes.
Unreal. Darkness navigates this
wow.
in an unbelievable
Darkness
fashion.
Qualifies himself back into the grand finals, secures himself $2,500 and at least second place and a spot in the finals. But who will he face? Will he face off against his teammate and longtime friend J King, or will Viabator be able to battle himself back into this from the lower side of the bracket?
One night of practice. One night of practice, and Darkness was able to craft these game plans to try to fight against the decks that Viabator had brought here. Because on paper, from an initial standpoint, it really looks like Viabator has a pretty strong edge in this one. But Darkness just absolutely magnificently impressive gameplay in these 3 from a macro perspective, and demonstrates exactly why he's here in the finals of the World Championship.
Oh, absolutely. What a just an astounding performance there for Darkness. Taking this 3-0, and after having 3 5-game series yesterday, it kind of feels weird that this one is just over, but it is. And Thomas is standing by with our winner of that series, Darkness, to hear how he is feeling after taking a 3-0 clean sweep to secure himself a spot in the finals.
All right, I'm here with a super excited and very happy Darkness. Congratulations, that was a very, very strong series, strong victory. What's your first thought?
Oh, thank you very much, Thomas. I'm very happy to reach the final. It was 3-0, but it was actually very, very close. For example, the first match, that was the hardest matchup, and the beginning was very rough for me. And my German deck is my weakest deck at all against resistance. And after I lost my African Corps and my Heinkel to Overdraw, I wasn't happy, but I got everything I need, 3 Mare Nostrums, the Tiger IE, and the Tiger survived a long time. Bubbles was right yesterday. I did the mistake by waiting to the last man being played, but he said it's better to play it as soon as possible. So that was my strategy today. Delay Viabator's possibility to play to the last man with Hipper by stealing 1 credit slot and playing turn 8 Tiger to get as much HP and damage done as possible. And it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was very convincing. Now you're in the finals. Fantastic. How are you going to prepare for it? Just relaxing, taking a little bit time off now and just wait, or going over your both opponents, or what's the plan now?
I need to calm down a little bit, and I need to eat something to get myself in a good mental and physical shape to prepare for the finals.
Right, and that's a big advantage you have now, because you can actually take a break, relax, calm down. Best of luck and congratulations again. And with that, we are going back to Oli and his team.
Welcome back to the jungle after that fantastic series. What a powerful performance from Darkness there, taking that series 3-0 to secure himself a spot in the very, very grandest of the finals that are going to be happening later today. So Darkness only 1 set away now from becoming the KARDS World Champion. However, he does have 2 formidable foes left in the tournament that will be fighting next to figure out who's going to be the one facing off against Darkness in the grand finals. I'm here with Bubbles and Spoos, and we'll break down this series a little bit for you guys, starting with game number 1. In game number 1, we saw Viabator bringing his US mid-range deck into the Britain ramp deck, and then Darkness taking that one through basically massive effective uses of the AoE, completely wiping the board at least twice with his AoE, and then finding some really, really powerful trades through the Rule of Britannia. What stood out to you in that game, Spoos?
Yeah, what I want to mention is that Darkness had a very slow start. It did not really look very well for him compared to Viabator. He had the 32nd infantry in hand, which is a very good opening. But you saw the strengths of that deck, right? He played the ram cards, he found the carpet bombing, and wiped Vibrator's whole deck. And Vibrator a little bit unfortunate in that follow-up turns, not finding we can do it to buff his units and to make them survive carpet bombing. And he did not find a single Sherman the whole match.
Nope,
and he
no
really needed that
Shermans.
to have more options. And that's, I think, what lost him the first match.
Yeah, I mean, I did touch upon that a little bit in the cast as well, that we saw him not finding a we can do it until like turn 14 or something, right? And then he had still not found any of the Shermans. And if he had been finding that maybe turn 5, maybe turn 6, been able to get those draws off, get those draw engines activated, possibly buff his board, it would have been a pretty entirely different game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, this deck is built around Shermans, and we can do it. So these are sort of the core bits of the deck, and to not find those is really unfortunate. We did see the California come out, and actually I really liked how this card performed. I know he lost this game, and I know in the end it felt fairly decisive, but I don't think this was the weak point that let the deck down, and I do think he has a lot going for him with this. I had originally thought with these, well, you know, we can do it on this isn't very good now because it gets to 0 attack. What's this doing for me? I'm spending credits on a unit with no attack. But actually what this opens up, and what I've realised now, is this opens up a way of proccing your Shermans. It doesn't matter if the Cali has 0 attack if it's in the front line with 8 HP. So I really liked this card sort of debut in this deck, and I do think we can all take something away from that and learn from it. But you know, when you don't find your Shermans, you don't find your we can do it, which are the core bit of the deck, and especially when you're up against a nice late game deck with a nice late game player attached to it, you're going to end up in trouble, and unfortunately that's what happened.
Yeah, and I felt like in that game as well, you know, Darkness bided his time, right? He wasn't rushing anything. He wasn't like, oh, I got a C4 out, I got a Black Witch out. Let me roll Britannia like ASAP, right? He waited until he had, you know, a nicely developed board. He knew that he had the damage potential. He dealt with the threats first, and then he secured his win. Then over into game number 2, and I mean, it's going to be a weird kind of breakdown because we don't have 5 games to go over. I mean, I've gotten used to that by now. But game number 2, we did see the Britain ODK losing to the Soviet Italy, and I think the Soviet Italy deck, specifically for that Brit OTK deck, is going to be the very, very toughest challenge, right? It's basically forcing you to have to use the howitzer because of the amount of guards it's packing. You saw the motor rifles, the naval brigades, you know, the first rifles, the T-60s. I think there's like 15 guard units or whatever in there, so you have so much stuff to just put in front of that. But what did you see in that deck, and do you think Viabatoro should have maybe stuck to his guns and brought the OTK deck again against Germany? Spoos.
Yeah, you already summarized it very well. And J. King, while we were sitting upstairs and watching the games, mentioned that they played that matchup 7 times this morning just to practice how good it is, and he thought that OTK deck has lost all of them.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw. There are just huge amount of guards. Additional to that, just an insane amount of healing possible with this deck. And yeah, I think Viabatoro needed the most lucky day ever to win that matchup. And yeah, that's it. He lost, and we kind of expected it, I guess.
Yeah, I do feel like, though, there's one aspect of it which was really, really important, which was the fact we first saw this KV come out, and obviously Viabatoro were able to get nukes to clear the KV and the rest of the units, which was very, very nice. And then I do believe the real turning point and the sort of catalyst for Viabatoro's plan here was this parade. This parade drawing 2 of these these 3/4s that do 1 damage on a card draw, providing a second KV for Darkness. And I genuinely believe if it wasn't for these, there is a 30–40% chance to Viabatoro's chances of winning that game. I think really this shut him down so much, and at this point it meant when this parade was drawn for Viabatoro, he had to find the howitzer in this. If he didn't find the howitzer from that, it was over. If it wasn't for these guys constantly pinging and hurting his HQ, he could possibly draw more, feel comfortable drawing more, and look for his deck more. I do think he was managing the damage on board really, really nicely with things like fortifications, pinning the units, and these National Fire Service. He had lots of ways of saying, you have a huge board here, I'm taking like practically no damage from it this turn. But when the damage is an end of turn effect or a beginning of turn effect, it's drawing a card that's in your turn, National Fire Service doesn't counter it. I think it really, you know, kind of hit a nerve in Viabatoro's game plan, and I do think those were a core part of why this game was, you know, maybe from 30, 70% win chance in my head to sort of 5 to 95%. I think those just took it from, oh yeah, maybe if he gets a Howie, he can win this, to he's done.
Yeah, no, I think you're correct, and I mean, I think it just feels like the downside of that deck is just the inability to deal effectively with guard units, because you just don't have a lot of specific removal, and it's not like Japan Resistance where you can dig through the deck, find that to the last man, and then completely wipe out all the guards that your opponent has established, and then, you know, set up lethal for the next turn after. So it felt like a very uphill battle, but it also just felt like, man, that Soviet Italy deck, like, it's going to be tough to punch through, right? Like, you're gonna really need another control deck to go toe-to-toe with that one, because just the HP that you're putting on board in terms of guard units is massive, right? So I think the Soviet Italy deck is an extremely powerful one.
I do want to add one thing, though, which is I think Viabator took the loss really, really well.
Yeah.
You know, the entire match, like a stone. Just
Yeah.
And then the only reaction we see, he lost a game in the World Championship, which would, you know, between getting him to the finals, none of this, oh, what am I doing? You know what he does? He goes, he's like, oh, that's funny. And I saw him walking out here, and as he walked past, he had this huge grin on his face. It's almost like, you know, that was amazing. Did you see that? That was awesome.
Yeah.
I got destroyed there. That was sick. I think this mentality he has, I don't have much exposure to it yet. This is my first time exposed to his mentality. But what little I've seen of it, he's not been annoyed. He's not been grumpy. He's not been, oh, the RNG, or this.
Yeah.
Not even making excuses, just smiling and having a good time. He's here having a good time. And I think a bit of kudos to that for sort of
Absolutely.
the mentality side of it.
Absolutely, and I mean, we did talk about that upstairs a little bit as well. You know, in all of the communications around this, he's just like, yeah, I'm here to win the World Championship, right? Like, I'm super casual about it, but I'm gonna win. I love it, right? And I think that's amazing. And then we go to game number 3. We saw Resistance losing to German control, and this is something like Viabator opting to do something we don't see often within the card scene, at least, is like bring 3 different decks to 3 different matches. I did talk about like the Resistance having a pretty decent matchup against that Germany control deck, but eventually it did lose, and once it lost, I thought, maybe he should have thought about bringing that Britain OTK deck back, because there are basically no guards in that deck apart from the ones being brought by the Italy ally. What do you think about that one, Spoos?
Yeah, it was really strange that he switched to that deck and not stick with the OTK deck, because as you mentioned, the German deck is not having that many guards. And yeah, I think the problem with Viabator was that he could you? I just lost my.
So I mean, what I saw as well was the Comet really taking over.
Oh,
the Comet just did so much work. We were sitting there and we were saying, you know, if this Comet gets overdrawn, it's game.
Yes.
And honestly, this did so much work. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
And then the other thing we saw was this Leopold. We actually worked out, if it wasn't for the Leopold damage, the Comet would have taken, I think, 9, 10 turns of winning to win the game, at which point Darkness would have actually died to fatigue. So if it wasn't for this Leopold coming out, Darkness would have lost. But then there was also the Man Nostrum on the Leopold, healing him up. And something we noticed is he didn't wait to attack with the Leopold before playing the Man Nostrum. And the reason this was, there was one card left in Viabator's deck that could deal with this Leopold, and it was this Shiden. If Viabator had drawn the Shiden and there was a 4 HP Leopold, he would have won the game. So Darkness, having the presence of mind to say, I need to use this Man Nostrum now, I think that very much won him the game. And I do think if there's one more piece of removal in Viabator's deck, he may have been able to swing that.
Yeah, and I found back in my mind what I wanted to say. It was really insane, and Darkness mentioned it in the interview. He learned from yesterday's mistake, where he kept the Tiger in
dropping
hand,
the Tiger early,
knowing your opponent is having to the last man left. But it was a fold in hindsight, and he learned from that, dropped it when there was a chance, and that won him the game additionally. He could play Man Nostrum on it, heal for an insane amount. Just imagine he would have not had that 30, 40 health that he got from that.
He tapped the HQ like 4 times with a Mare Nostrum Tiger. It's like 24 health back. No, 32 health back.
32, and he was at the end was like 25, 24 health, so he would have lost without that play.
Exactly.
So
And it forced Viapator to use a lot of resources.
Yes.
You kind of want to save this Kawanishi for when you you're popping off with all these things, sort of kamikazing, touring, all of these things at once. But Viapator was forced to use this super early.
Yep.
And even when he dropped this and used this, it wasn't, I've dropped this, your tiger is now dead. This is, I've dropped this, your tiger is a little bit closer to dying.
Yes.
And we almost saw something really nice, which would have been if Darkness just had a way of trading his second L640, he would have been able to replace the tiger back to his hand and hit it back to full HP, which would have been awesome. Honestly,
that would have been crazy.
I'm a huge fan of these L640s.
I think that's one of the kind of coolest deck tech that I've seen in a really long time. Not just because of the kind of complexity of the interaction and how fun it is, but also just because I think it's a lot of fun, right? You're like, oh, let me throw out this unit and then bounce it back by killing my unit and do this and do that. I mean, I think it's just like, it gives you just a lot of stuff to do within a turn, which I think is a fun thing to do. And whenever you can build a deck and you can have a deck that you can have fun with in a tournament, that just makes it a whole lot better as well, you know?
yeah, I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? You can use it for early aggression, but you can also use it to get a strong deployment effect back. So they're very versatile, and that all just for 1 credit. That's really insane.
Yeah. Now it's just going to be a question of when we have the updated brackets ready so we can take a look at the standings in the tournament, because we're not done yet. We still have 2 series, but only 2 series, guys. Only 2 series left until we are...
I could do this all week long, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't want to leave. We're in the sunny jungle. We're having a good time. Outside is just snow and darkness, right?
Yeah, only the mosquitoes are a little bit annoying.
Not that
the rest
darkness,
is
an actual darkness.
Both darknesses outside.
Both darknesses are outside. So I haven't gotten any word on the bracket. It would be good to get that up relatively soon, if possible. But talking about what we have coming up for us here today, the next series up is obviously going to be J King taking on Viapator, right? Now, we'll go into a little bit more detail into that one when we come back from the break. We'll go on in a few minutes. But looking at that series, we just saw how effective the preparation from Darkness was against Viapator. We know that Darkness and J King helped each other. Is that going to be an impact for this next series?
I expect this to be an impact, yeah, especially because J King and Darkness not brought the same deck, but similar deck. J King is having Breath Air and some mix-up, but J King is also having decks that have Italy as ally, and as we saw, that might be a problem for the OTK decks.
Yeah.
And
I do want to add as well, I remember we're sitting upstairs watching these games, of course, we're here, we're not going to miss out on the action. And J King saying, I really wish Viapator was more distressed from this. It's like, this is my opponent. If he was all panicking and things, that would be lovely. So
yeah.
But yes.
Well, all right, we have the bracket ready, so let's get that up on the screen. And there you can see it, Viapator versus Darkness. Darkness taking that 3-0, our first 3-0 clean sweep of the grand finals here. That means that Darkness has secured himself a spot there in the grand finals. Who will be facing off against him? Our second to last series will be Viapator taking on J King 7. The loser of that one is going to be out of the tournament. They're going to walk away in 3rd place. They're still going to walk away with a handsome $1,500 and a nice trip to Iceland, a lot of good memories and new friends, but that's not the title of world champion. That's not $5,000, and we know that's what they're gunning for. So everybody watching, don't move a muscle. We'll be right back after this with the next series between Viapator and J King 7. See you right there. See you there. One has fallen, 3 remain. Only 3 battles have to be fought for us to crown a new world champion. Equipped with intel on the enemy and afforded time to prepare their attack, today is the day we find out who is the master tactician. Today is the day we crown a new KARDS world champion. Welcome back to the grand finals of the KARDS 2021 World Championship. My name is Olikrummi, also known as Olikrummi, which is a little bit easier to pronounce. I am here in the jungle, this time with Admirable and Bubbles, and we are getting ready for the series to decide the tournament life between Viabator and JKing7. They're about to go at it in the lower bracket into a best out of 5 to figure out who will be facing off against Darkness in the grand finals and who will be heading home a little bit early. So, Viabator versus JKing. Let's talk about this series a little bit, starting with you, Admirable. What are you looking at when you're looking at this series?
Well, there's 2 things I'm looking at with this one, mainly from just the on-paper perspective in this one. JKing has been the only player to bring British Air in this one. We've seen 1 game play with it, but if you've been watching KARDS tournaments, you've been seeing a lot of games played with British Air. The fact that he was the only player to bring it already, to me, was kind of a novel mark for this one. It is a very powerful deck. I think it's also very likely to get banned in a scenario like this. That, to me, kind of defines this edge that that Darkness kind of demonstrated last game with like that knowledge perspective, with Darkness and JKing being able to practice these matches against Viabator to be a big one. But I think JKing's decks are a little bit tighter in the series this one. So I still am going to, in my head, give the edge over to Viabator's side. But I think that JKing, again, it's a much slighter edge, I think, that's being established in this one. And again, that knowledge perspective really introduces a big deal on this one too. JKing has had time to rest. Viabator just played a match. I feel like this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, and we touched upon this earlier, you know, on the analyst desk with Spoos, where you and Bubbles were mentioning that, you know, they had played 7 games of the Soviet Italy into the British OTK matchup to just know that that was going to work, right? That was the deck that they could bring to take that deck out, right? And this has also probably been multiple games in using JKing's decks against the lineups of Viabator's decks as well. So there is a lot of preparation going and has been going. How big of an edge or how big of a difference do you think that's going to make? And do you think that's going to impact the bans coming out as well?
Yeah, 100%. I think the amount of prep JKing and Darkness have been able to do, I think gives them a real advantage. And I think Viabator kind of has to adjust to prepare for this. He knows that they're confident now with this Soviet Italy deck, and they feel like this is their best deck against a lot of what he brings. So I feel like he needs to also adjust and also evolve. If your opponents are learning and improving and finding new ways of beating you, you have to be doing the same, or you're just going to lose. You simply have to do it as well. And I think his main way of doing that is going to be to get rid of this Soviet Italy deck. You know, that's not a fun matchup. We'll get rid of that. And then also, I think maybe he needs to update the way he's going to do mulligans or what he's going to prioritize in the game to properly adjust to beat these decks that maybe JKing and Darkness feel more confident on against him.
Yeah, and I mean, I was gonna ask you about that. Do you feel like, you know, for Viabator, what deck from Viabator's deck lists is going to perform best against that Soviet Italy matchup, right? Because, of course, both Darkness and JKing also are packing French resistance, and we know that French resistance and Japan resistance, sorry, is going to heal up a lot as well, and it's going to cause some other issues with some of these combo decks, specifically, you know, Baby Combo and the OTK deck. So, what are you looking at? You know, does he have a chance against the Soviet Italy matchup, or should he be focusing on getting that out? Does he have a better chance against Japan resistance? Where does that lie, or is he just kind of a little bit dead in the water against these 2 decks unless he finds the right draws, Admirable?
I don't think he's dead in the water against this one. I think that really what was demonstrated is that the angle of attack from specifically his Britain deck on Viabator's side is very limited in that regard, that there is some ways to get completely out of access to the amount of damage that deck can deal. And so that is some worrisome problem there, but I think that that's just something you're going to have to accept, that there is a variance angle in here that you do not have agency over. I don't think the Soviet Italy deck is the strongest one to ban personally, but, you know, clearly Bubbles and I are having a little bit of different view on this one, and that to me is kind of what makes these matchups very exciting and very interesting. We have very limited experience where these matchups are involved, and that's why I can't wait to see them and actually can't wait to see what happens. I still think that Viabator was spot on in the previous matchup of how he was playing the games. I just think that, again, the knowledge angle that was demonstrated from Darkness in that one, I think is clearly tightening up that matchup perspective I have, given, you know, coming into this one against JKing.
I think also, you know, when you got to that level of knowledge that Darkness demonstrated in that series, you know, Viapator's draws just have to be better, right? Like he has to be able to surprise you with good draws once you've gotten to that knowledge state of playing against those decks, right? But what do you think? I'm going to ask you one simple question. What do you think is the key to victory for Viapator, and what do you think is the key to victory for J King here, Bubbles?
I think the key for victory for Viapator, a little bit of a tongue twister there, I think is going to be a lot in his mulligan and a lot in his early game. I think when it reaches the late game, it's a little bit more in Darkness or J King control. It was Darkness previously, now it's J King. I think the late game is a little bit more in J King's control because these players are taking a lot of notes and they're going to know exactly what's in your hand and what's in your deck. So I think that gives them a slight edge. So I think Viapator needs to push his early game as much as possible, really stretch it out, get as much of a setup already. You know, if you're going for OTK, find as many combo pieces early. If you're playing this USA-Germany frontline deck, get as many units out as possible. Try and find a we can do it. You know, these sorts of things. Push your early game as much as you can, especially against some of J King's control decks. And then I think on the flip side for J King, I think it's just about how well can I sort of delay this? How well can I, or not delay the game, but delay Viapator's combos? Can I put up guards? Can I gain health? How can I play around this? And I think one card he needs to be really, really careful with is his Man Nostrums. If you Man Nostrum and then attack and find out you're only healing one because of these National Fire Services, that's a big problem because it gives your opponent an opportunity and a window to kill your Man Nostrum unit before it does anything else or to bypass it. So what I'd kind of like to see J King doing is testing the waters for that, maybe attacking with a little guy and seeing if it's there, and then once he realizes it's there, holding it back. Once he says the coast is clear, only using the Man Nostrum when he can guarantee I'm going to heal more than 1 HP. Because I think this is a really cool and sort of unique mechanic to the matchup. I don't think it's too often you have to worry about this mechanic. But in this matchup, the difference between healing, like, I don't know, 24 on the Tiger and healing with 3, that's a huge difference. And that can be the difference versus life and death versus an OTK deck.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Admirable?
Yeah, I think that really the important thing to be noticing here is finding ways to avoid plays that mean desperation. Yeah. We saw that angle take place in the matchup that Viapator had versus Darkness. He had to take plays that were desperate. If there's any way to avoid those, I don't even know if there are, but if there are ways to avoid those scenarios, even if it weakens your other plays, I really think that could be a key factor in this one, because we saw that the desperate plays meant desperate measures, and those desperate measures often meant very bad outcomes.
That's true. So I have the bans for this series ready. It is going to be Japan being banned out from Viapator and Japan being banned out from J King. So no resistance going to be left in this best out of 5. But that does mean that Viapator has access to his baby combo deck, his OTK deck, and then of course that US frontline midrange deck. Now, knowing these bans, does that change anything for you, Admirable?
It's not going to change my perspective on this one. I still think that on paper that I'm going to give Viapator the edge in this one. I think that just from like a resume perspective, obviously you have to give it to J King at this point. This has been one of the most dominant players in the game. Full stop. Yeah. You know, accounting for any amount of time that's involved in this one. But I still, you know, I'm going with what my brain's telling me, not with what my heart's telling me in this one. I think that the on-paper edge is going to be the difference in this one. Very slight edge, so it's still up to, you know, pretty much any player's game at this point.
What about you, Bubbles?
Yeah, I really have no idea what's going to happen. All I can say is, you know, both players have banned their resistance decks. Casters rejoice. This is beautiful. This is what I was looking for. You know, we've been talking about what are these players want. What about what I want?
Yeah, what about what you want here? Bubbles wants resistance banned from the game.
Well, with that, we're basically ready to head on into this series. This is the first series for someone's tournament life here today. Who is going to be knocked out and who is going to advance into the finals? Is it going to be J King 7 or is it going to be Viapator taking on Darkness for the title of world champion? It is time to find out. Let's throw it over to Thomas, who is standing by with the players before they sit down and face off in game.
That's right. I'm here with J King and Viapator. How ready are you?
I'm feeling pretty good. I did a lot of preparation this morning, and I'm just excited to get the game started.
Not so good like just moments before, but well, I feel good and we will see how it comes.
Right, that's true. So, this is it. Either you make it or you don't, right? How do you handle that kind of stress? Is it different, or are you just saying, yeah, well, doesn't matter. I just focus on the match at hand. One by one, I win, and then all is good. What's your approach here?
For me, it doesn't change anything. I was in this situation yesterday night against Bison, and I think I showed that it didn't really have an effect on my play. So I'm just looking to play cards, hoping I win.
Right, and how is it for you?
Yeah, I see it from the sportsmanship perspective, like made a better player win and I can take a loss. But I still hope like I can make it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what we all expect from you, to give the best. And absolutely, we have seen that in the past. Whenever there was a little bit of a drawback, right? You just came back, fought, maybe won, maybe not. But best of luck, of course, for both of you. And with that, without further ado, let's find out who will make it. Good luck to both of you.
Good luck.
Oh, even the handshake. Did you see that?
Yeah,
Both
professional.
being very fair opponents. We have to mention it, right? Everybody is fine with each other.
Yeah.
Dudes are just hanging out. Even if you know it's my opponent for the next round, they're just discussing each other's strategies. And wow, that is interesting in your deck. It is really cool to see that everyone is fine with everyone, and we're just a big group hanging around and having fun, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really nice, community here. I think every morning, everyone is at breakfast. We have like a long table, everyone breakfast, everyone eating, chatting, and someone's not here, they come down, they join in. It's very much like you're all, sorry, I'm out of breath and running. You're very much all together, and it's very much been a lovely community. And I think it's a lot of what we saw very much in the early days of cards, where everyone is friendly to everyone, everyone is nice to everyone, and I think it's really, really nice to see. In other news, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
A little bit out of breath, but...
Dude, I haven't run up and down stairs this much in years. I'm like getting a full body workout over here. So we have the bans, I believe.
We have the bans here. First, resistance decks are banned.
Yeah. For both players.
What?
For both players.
For both players, exactly. Yep. And we're just taking a look at the remaining decks, and then we are good to go, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So via Bator, he's got left Germany autocannon OTK. I think this deck's a bit of a threat. We do have the Britain-Soviet Britain deck 3, this auto OTK deck.
Yeah, did not work too well so far today, right?
No, not too well. And then we also have this USA-Germany one, which unfortunately didn't find the draw earlier, but maybe with a little bit of better luck. Ah, right, we have the deck list up. Beautiful. So yes, we have the Britain Soviet one. This has like spy ring, which helps it in a little bit more in these longer games. I believe we're going to have to skip the deck list, as we can see the games
over the
at
decks
beginning.
when we're during the matches, right? So we
see So can we switch to the gameplay? And then left over for J King, he has his Britain air deck, and then he also has, I believe, which other decks, please?
The USA German deck, the frontline control deck, mid-range deck, and the Soviet Italy control deck. Beautiful.
And we see Soviet Italy coming out here for J King, up against maybe the lesser matchup versus this Britain deck 3, this Britain OTK deck.
Yeah, let's call it Britain deck 3 for this match, okay? Via Bator, we saw him earlier in this matchup against Darkness, and it really, really went not too good.
No, we saw him not finding his howitzer. We saw him struggling versus the KV, and then the backup double infantry making a new KV.
Yeah, the problem is with this deck, with him playing against J King's deck, which is basically 50% guards, he's reducing his deck down to 1 win condition, right? He can only win with the Howitzer Cis combo, no longer with the Spitfire Finest Hour or Spitfire Cis combo. He's only having that 1 win condition, so he needs to find, and he's only having 1 Howitzer on his deck, right?
Correct.
So if he's not finding the Howitzer, he cannot win.
Yeah, and it is also worth noting, Via Bator's deck, very, very defensive. Actually just like no removal in the deck. So when these units come out on board, his main way of removing them is to use research to find some removal to deal with them. And as we know, that's not the most efficient way of dealing with these, having to spend lots and lots of credits. But he does promotion to find the howitzer, which is really, really crucial. This means the unit is going to get an extra buff, but also we have it ready for when we need it. And we saw earlier just how important this is for the matchup.
Yeah, this means he probably needs to spend 1 less final push on it.
Yeah. And it also means if he gets KV dropped on him by J King. Viabator doesn't have to search his deck as much. He only needs to find the Zis and the buffs. He does also have the Observer Core. We may see him drop that this turn and go for a draw engine like the Convoy. We may also see him go for the Crusader a bit earlier this game, hoping to shuffle it through his deck quickly.
Yeah, before the KV or the guards come out, right?
Exactly.
The 125th is still also in J King's deck.
We see him going for the Observer Core, reduce the howitzer cost.
No, Darkness is not playing. J King is not playing the 125th, so
No,
one
but
less threat for.
We do see the Crusader get dropped down here, so he does get some draw off this Observer Core. I imagine we'll see J King pretty quickly hammer this, right?
I think so. You have to remove this as soon as possible.
I mean, the only downside is it limits the ability to hammer your own 845th rifles, which obviously heal on damage they take, so this is a way of healing for 6. But I think it's so important to kill this Crusader as soon as you quickly can.
Absolutely. You don't want to give your opponent that is playing a combo deck looking for his options. You don't want to give him the chance to look for these options.
Especially for draw engine with such potency. It's a really potent one.
Yeah. And you know your opponent is having 1k orders, 2k orders in his deck. You don't want to have a Crusader on board. And J King going for that line here, knowing the potential of that Crusader there that can come off.
I imagine he was also thinking about, do I want to stick with this first, what I still can, to get a card cycle, or do I just want to drop the Engineers? And we see him opting for the Engineers.
Yeah, because he can just sickle his own units, right? Like the 845th in his hand, he can just sickle that one, gaining 1 damage, but also getting 1 damage, but also gaining 1 health back.
And there's very little downside to it.
Absolutely.
We do see Viabator searching for his deck. He has double fortification and a naval power, so that is 17 points of healing in his hand, just sitting there waiting for when they need to be used. And J King probably feeling fairly safe with all these guards, but unfortunately for him there is a 3k howitzer in Viabator's hand, which is quite scary, I believe.
Yeah, but the problem with Viabator's deck is nowadays he okay, what's that? Yeah, that's the problem when he's also just having 1 Zis in his deck, right? So he needs to find 2 very specific cards, and if he's not finding them, he just cannot win.
Plus side is he's found them.
He found them. So we might see the combo going off, but it's still a long way till then.
It certainly is.
He needs a few more final pushes and a few more credits, but that howitzer already reduced to 3 credit cost by the Observer Core is helping a lot.
I believe what we're very much looking for here is to find our final pushes and then proc an aerial reconnaissance to get these down to 0k. This makes the combo, from like, 11, 12 credits it can cost down to like, 7 or 8. It can be a really, really big swing.
So with the howitzer cost reduced, I think it's a 12 credit combo.
We see Aspiring, we see a promotion. I don't think the promotion doing too much right now. Maybe it can find us a Crusader or a Pioneers. And we also see a Finest Hour in Viabator's hand. A very strong card, but not what he needs. Very much not comboing with his cards. All this will offer him is the ability to check out his Spitfire, or possibly blitz something he gets from His Majesty's Chosen. But unfortunately for him, most of the British elite, bombers at least, have blitz already.
Finding another Crusader here, even with the promotion buff on it, makes him more likely to survive against that Bologna regiment.
Do you think you go for the T60 into Red Banner and try and look for a KV, or do you think you play Parade to try and maybe get double KV?
Yeah, the advantage of killing your own unit with Red Banner here is you also get 2 additional healing, right? Bringing you farther out of OTK range for your opponent.
And I believe most of the 6 drops you can get are pretty high value for J King here. So I do think it's a good move, and I think mathematically you're more likely to get some source of KV than you are through doing the Parade.
Yeah, look at this. J King just knows he needs guards next to his HQ, so your opponent cannot do the Spitfire combo, reducing his win condition to only the Howitzer Assist combo. And yeah, I think we might see at least 2 guards guarding J King's HQ the whole game, right?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to. I think if you don't, you really offer yourself open to having 1 blown out and then just the double attack from the fighter, and then you're dead, which is obviously not optimal.
Yeah, dying is usually not optimal.
Yes, but in very in a few cases it's better. Like if you're playing a resistance deck, it's a lot nicer. It's a lot quicker.
So how much? As I said, for the full combo he needs 12 credits. But how much damage output is it? This Howitzer is at the moment a 4/5, right? With Fury.
Yes, and it costs 5 credits to deploy and attack twice.
Okay, but you reduce the cost with observer cost, so it's 3 credits.
No, 3 credits to deploy, then plus 2 for the
Yeah,
operation.
okay,
so
you
5
already
credits
calculated
total, yes.
the operation cost, yeah. Yeah, it costs 12 with 3 final push. It's 5 for the howitzer to operate, then the assist, it makes it 9, plus triple final push is 12 credits. But how much damage do we have with that? This is 9 plus 4 times 2, it's 26, right?
26. Well, if
Plus,
you
can also attack with the assist, but then you need 13 credits.
Yes.
And Jaking already being at 24 health tells us it's getting a little bit close here for Viator.
So I'm not going to lie to you. The maths was fairly difficult to follow. So a simple yes or no question: is Viator going to kill Jaking?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
For the full combo, he needs 12 credits.
Yep.
Even if he's doing it on turn 11, he's missing 6 damage because he can play 1 final push less.
Okay.
And I don't think that's...
So what
damage.
you're saying is what Viator needs is not only to find his final pushes for his combo, a way of buffing up these units very quickly, but he also needs a way of reducing their credits. And obviously, Pioneers reduce all orders by 1, but they can't reduce them to 0. So he needs aerial reconnaissance to be able to, utilize and finish off this combo. But the downside of this is you have to find a lot of cards, and doing that buys a lot of time for Jaking to heal and heal and heal. And the more he heals, the further away you are from this combo. I mean, it's not like you have Great Patriotic War to set the HQ to 12, which I think really was the tipping point for this catty OTK deck we saw very recently, be very, very popular, was the fact that it didn't matter how much you healed, because they had this card which could set your health to 12.
Yeah, that's a big downside of this Brit Soviet OTK deck. Health matters, actually. If your opponent is healing to 70, 80, let's say 60, you just cannot kill him because you don't have that damage output. Even if you have the optimal combo, like every combo pieces together, you cannot deal 60 damage.
And we see the His Majesty's Chosen come out here. I'm curious to see what we're going to get out of this and how much it can be utilised for Viator. We're going to see a Churchill Arve. Now that we see this, I'm surprised this isn't in the deck anyway. This would be a very strong card in this deck.
Yeah, you should really have this in this deck.
Maybe we'll see versions of this deck with it,
Oh, there comes the National Fire
wasn't
Service.
in his collection, very limited collection. He's a very new player after all, Viator.
Talking about limited collection, Viator, when we had breakfast, because he did not play for 1.5 years basically.
Sure.
So he is not having a full collection, and maybe the reason why there's no Church on his deck might be that he's not having it in his collection.
Dude, can you imagine that? If you were to win World Championship and your decks had been suffered by the lack of your collection, or I didn't run this card because I didn't have it. That would be quite something.
I mean, it's even more impressive that he got that far with a not full collection, right? You're very limited in your deck choices, if you want to tag against special decks, but you don't have the cards, you're just lost, and it's even more impressive that he got that far.
Do you think we see the Churchill come out this turn? I mean, there is going to be some overdraw for Jaking. He is most likely to overdraw this Man. He's got a really good chance of overdrawing this Man Nostrum Fighter, which I think is a really, really important card to overdraw. I don't think you're too fussed about the guards being overdrawn, because the chances that you can kill Jaking because there's no guards on board versus Soviet Italy is really, really slim.
Yeah, there will always be a guard, no matter, even if he just retreats, there's the Bologna just moving back and guarding the HQ again, and then Jaking is having guards in hand that he will just replay, and so I think the Spitfire will not go anywhere. He's not even having it in hand, but it will not go HQ, I guess.
And here it comes.
And that 5/7 is also a threat in itself, right?
My apologies, it only retreats ground units.
Yeah,
a slight error from me there.
Yeah.
We've seen Leopold so many times that we've just grown used to this.
Yeah, we're just getting used to it, right? Retreat means retreat everything. No, but this Churchill is only retreating ground units.
Still, a very potent and powerful card.
Really, really strong card.
It also gives Viator a way of actually fighting back with units on the board. Because up until now, he's not really had a way of interacting with the board much. That he can use Shalling along conjunction with this new Churchill to properly put some pressure onto some of these units. I doubt he's going to be putting any pressure onto Jaking's HQ anytime soon with this, but it does give him an opportunity to trade away some of these infantry, or maybe even the fighter if he's very lucky.
So honestly, I at this point I don't see a way how Viabator wins.
No, I
Even if he
do,
finds
yeah.
if he's finding his third final push, he's having the full combo, right? He's only playing 3 of them, if I'm not completely mistaken. Where's the deck even?
Yes, you are correct. Only 3 of them.
So that's the maximum damage output for him here. That artillery being a 4/5, it's having 4 attack, right? You play triple final push, you're at 13 attack.
If you do manage to find a synthetic rubber, though, it does
he
bolster
needs the synthetic
damage.
rubber. That's an additional +4.
We do see Viabator having quite a powerful turn, going Observer Core, reducing the cost, I believe, of his Zis, so making it a little bit cheaper to put off the combo, having both Shalling and Monty in hand, so he really has a way of drawing a lot of cards.
So actually, with the synthetic rubber,
Yep.
he's having 34 damage.
That's a lot of damage. And you know, he can also, if he is confident that this board is going to be pinned repeatedly, he can use this Finest Hour on this enemy Fiat just to get a draw, just to cycle.
Look how much.
Oh, and
Look,
there's the
what?
research.
He's having it.
He's getting close.
He's having Monty. He's having synthetic rubber. He has the combo. He has 34 damage.
He only has 2 final push.
Oh no, you're correct. He needs 1 more final push. I mean, he has the Monty to find it.
I don't think that countermeasure is disappearing, though.
No, he should have played, I don't know, he could not play anything else, right?
Yes, yes.
Is he overdrawing? Oh yeah, he's overdrawing.
But he has lots of draw, he has lots of cycle, and only a little bit of overdraw. There's also the possibility J King plays red banner on a T60 and finds like a KV or something.
J King needs to play red banner now.
I think you don't have much choice. But are you afraid of the double guard not being there?
Can you even kill that fighter or the one in the front
thinking
line?
about it. But if you play
Not
the red
going
banner,
for it.
you heal for 2, correct?
Yeah, you go out of...
Oh no! The final push!
No!
Oh god! And Viabator.
Look at his face. He knew he needed that.
Yes.
One. But he could not play any other card.
No, there was nothing he could have done. If he had played Finest Hour on the enemy Fiat, he would have drawn 1 and he would have drawn his final push.
You should have played Monty. But you don't know, right?
You don't know. You don't know where
but
it
if
is.
he would have played Monty, he would have drawn it.
Oh, that. If I was Viabator here, that would haunt me in my dreams. The overdraw. We saw the Comet earlier not getting overdrawn, and Viabator paying the price for that Comet not being overdrawn. Now overdrawing his own final push.
That was his only chance. So with he could have gone synthetic rubber without that overdraw, giving himself a 0k synthetic rubber and then bring the full combo 34 damage.
I mean, there's a slim chance he can find a second synthetic rubber, but at this point, I feel like it's pretty much over for Viabator. That was such a huge overdraw.
And J King is having 2 units with 1 Nostrum on them, right?
Yeah, and we see instantly Viabator switching up his strategy, moving units to the front line and trying to play some more traditional cards.
He's overdrawing again, so I think he just gave up at this point.
I mean, if he can lower J King's HP pool, he still has this combo sitting in hand. I think he's also thinking, maybe I can clear through some of these guards and set up the Spitfire to do a little bit of extra work. But this is really in J King's camp right now, and J King in a really, really strong position. The only thing for J King that he could possibly want, which he doesn't have right now, I think is another Man Nostrum, just to keep bolstering his HP.
I mean, he's already sitting there. That fear is just healing itself,
Yes,
and is having Man Nostrum on it, so it's just...
Oh, but he considers trading the fear away, possibly thinking it is now redundant.
Yeah, also giving himself...
I believe,
himself
yeah,
50 health.
he also has Man Nostrum on his Bologna regiment, so it's even more healing. And the Spitfire overdraw is, wow, win condition after win condition, just melting away for Viabator.
And look at his face. He's not really happy with the situation, but he knows he's never dealing 52 damage with howitzers this combo.
No, I mean, at this point, it's just... Victory was so close, and it's getting further and further away. I think we may see him drop the combo, but not use the final pushes, and hope that he can use the combo over multiple turns, but the chances of that paying off or working are really, really small.
Oh, and J King finding another engineer battalion. This means +4 health now for every unit that is dying. This is not looking good. Oh, he was so... I think he, as you mentioned, he will this will really be in his dreams tonight.
Yes,
this
yes.
final push just disappearing.
Although,
Look at this.
Viapator possibly able to drop the combo. Oh, but the artillery. If he's to drop the combo, he has to hit the artillery first and then hit phase and save the final pushes for a future use. I think he's out of options here. I think he has to do this. Drop the combo anyway. Synthetic
Yeah,
rubber
look at
it.
J-King's hand. He's not having anything to respond to the sys if it's on board, right? Only that artillery if he kills that first.
Indeed, yeah. There's nothing he can do about it for the moment. But there are lots of things he has in his deck. He has things like hammers. He has things like T-34s. I would very much like to see him play the combo now before J-King gets the front line established. But instead, Viapator opting to pass the turn, possibly feeling he can do it anyway with something like a research.
Yeah, J-King finding the line for a day. That is a good answer now in case the howitzer comes out. And I think it's not staying there for too long with the line in J-King's hand.
I mean, is there anything left with Viapator which can swing this in his direction? He's used this magic he's chosen. The fighter is gone. He does have a couple of spy rings left. With these nukes only doing 6 damage, I don't see it being enough to swing it in Viapator's direction.
I mean, I think at this point, he's just sitting there and enjoying J-King developing a board.
Yeah, just
I
sitting
think
to watch.
in his mind he gave up. He know I'd never do 59 damage this
I
game.
would have really liked to see an attempt, though, with this artillery piece.
Yeah, sure. Let's give us some...
I mean, it's not mathematically impossible, which maybe isn't very comforting, knowing that winning isn't mathematically impossible, but it is better than it being quite literally mathematically impossible. And I think for this point, J-King is just thinking, how do I win this game as quickly as possible?
Not even attacking.
Why wouldn't you attack?
Yeah, even if he's having national... he did not attack because...
He wants him to overdraw?
He wants him to overdraw, yeah.
So...
if you attack, the National Fire Service gets triggered and lowers your opponent's hand,
however,
and then he's drawing.
So there is a bit of a rule in this World Championship, which is to play the matches out. Because, you know, if people surrender early on the World Championship, it's a little bit boring. However... if J-King's passing and Viapator's waiting for himself to die, are we just going to see both players pass turns to each other for about 20 minutes?
No, Viapator decides to set them this whole thing in hand.
Oh, here he goes.
There he goes. There we see the potential of this combo, guys. Look at this.
It's a lot of damage.
That's like 30 damage. And one more final push,
Yep.
it would have been 36. And at this point, J-King was at 36.
Oh, these overdraws for Viapator really not paying off for him. I mean, we overdrew the fighter, which is one of our win conditions for the extra late game versus this deck, but we also overdraw our final push. That was lethal. We had lethal if we got that. It was very sad. And promotion not drawing any units
Just
here.
imagine if he would have played Monty over Shelling.
And that's game 1.
He
Yeah,
would have
if
won.
he had played Monte over Shalling, that was game. That was his.
Yeah, that was game. He would have drawn the final push and he would have won. So it was just, I mean, the Shelling was the correct play there, I guess. Lowering J-King's credits, pinning all the units,
Yeah.
dealing 1 damage to them.
I mean, you don't know what's on top of your deck.
Yeah,
and
you
I
don't know
actually
this.
think in some advanced way of looking about it, it's actually slightly better percentage-wise to not draw there. Because with each card you draw, the chance of drawing your final push becomes greater. So there's actually a bigger chance, in a weird abstract way of thinking about it, that Shalling makes you less likely to overdraw the final push than the Monty does. But that's a bit of an abstract thought to think about, and I don't know if it was going through his mind or it's just sort of philosophically sort of looking at it like this.
These OTK techs not too successful today. It's a little bit sad to see, but he was very close to bringing the combo. Compared to the matches against Darkness, where I think he was far, far, far away, he had all combo pieces beside one, and that got into nowhere, and that's why he did not win this match.
I mean, it wasn't that he didn't find his combo pieces, it's that he found them a little too well.
Yeah, you found them a little too well this game, right?
I mean, it's a balance. You need to find them at a certain rate, and finding them when you have a full-up hand, not what he needed. And you know, these National Fire Services, I've praised them a lot, and I still like them a lot, but one of the downsides to these is you can opt to empty your own hand with them. If J-King had actually had a way of doing damage to Viapator's HQ, it would have been game. If J-King had a blitz artillery and a space in his support line, he would have ended up losing that game. It's just crazy to me that these tiny, minute differences can really change it. If there wasn't space and he had a T-34 to chuck out, that could have lost Jaking the game by hitting the HQ. It's just crazy to me how close these games are. And yeah, just crazy.
So what do you expect from Viabator to bring to the next match? Is he sticking with this, knowing that there is Brit Air and US-Germany mid-range left?
I think he may do. I certainly think he should do. But I think we're going to see him bring the autocannon OTK. That's my prediction. Because he switched a lot last time.
Yep. Probably because the US-German deck he's very better with the autocannon against that, right? Because he has the chance to drop early units, deal with the guys on board before they get buffed by We Can Do It.
Yeah, and here we are in our second game now.
Let's see what the players are bringing. Jaking is going with his US-German mid-range deck.
And Viabator sticking with the OTK.
Okay, that's interesting.
So,
do you know what I also realized? The PIR is also giving, or is having the potential to buff the California back to
that is
having
also
attack.
True. You know what else I noticed in this matchup? The Whirlwind. The Whirlwind can protect from the Spitfire OTK, so it kind of forces Viabator to once again use this howitzer.
Yeah.
I hadn't even considered this before.
Absolutely, absolutely correct. As long as the Whirlwind is in the front line, the Spitfire is just on deployment getting pinned, so he cannot use it this turn.
And we notice in Viabator's deck, his main source of removal is actually these spy rings, which obviously isn't particularly efficient removal. Now, if you get the Germany one, you can obviously go for the V1 flying bomb and destroy a Whirlwind. But other than that, you have to go for either U-boat or nukes to clear units on board. And as I'm sure you're aware of, that's not particularly efficient removal for a 2k tank.
Yeah. If you want to do the V-bomb, if you want to go into the V-bomb, you need to spend 5 credits, right?
That is true.
5 credits on a 2-drop is not what you want to spend.
No, and I mean, that's assuming you get the German research in the first place.
And look at this start here from Jaking. He's having the 35T and the buffed PIR in his support line. I expect both to be moved up, or is he dropping the 109?
I like moving both up.
Yeah, especially because PIR is just buffing itself again, right? If you drop the 109s, there's the risk or the chance that the PIR is buffing the 109s, and usually you want to have that 109 on the smoke screen sitting there in your support line and giving all the units that move to the front line +1 attack.
And not only that, but the damage output from putting down combat engineers is actually less than the PIR will be. So there's really not much reason to not move both up to the front line. And we see Jaking being very careful for things like National Fire Service, hitting with the 0 credit operation cost first and checking that he's not going to waste credits. With an 8-3 PIR, are we going to see a really quick game here?
I mean, Viabator is having the chance to give his HQ smokescreen with the US research, but that is only delaying the problem. He's having a shelling, okay, he can survive one more turn, then he has the fortification, but he needs to find a way to get rid of this PIR, right? It's just growing and growing and growing.
I'd have almost liked to see him save the shelling until he's able to use Crusader and then use the Observer Core on the shelling to play both shelling and Observer on the turn of the Crusader and generate a nice amount of draw. And we see a 10-2 here for Jaking. This guy hits hard. He doesn't take much, but Viabator doesn't really have any removal in this deck. That's one of the downsides of this deck. It's nice at buying time, but it's very nice at dealing with problems on the board. And we see Jaking saying, okay, I have 10 attack on this unit. I think I can afford to put down my engineers now. But having just 1 infantry on board has meant this guy's just been buffing himself repeatedly and repeatedly.
Yeah, Viabator is not even having carpet bombing in his deck, so only shelling is dealing 1 damage to them, and then he's out of orders that deal mass damage to units.
I mean, Jaking doesn't even need to We Can Do It.
No.
I imagine he will, because it feels good too, and it gives you some card draw. But
and this, and the HQ is under smoke screen anyway, so I think it's a safe play to just go We Can Do It. Buff your units if there's any chance your opponent is, I don't know, getting a card out of nowhere that deals with your board. No, you just don't give it a chance and just play the We Can Do It here and kill him next turn, right? Close to.
Yeah, the fortification prevents it. However,
he's having 19 damage.
Getting very, very close.
And Viabator, all he's having out of his combo is 1 final push.
Did you notice that Observer Core? Did that get played and target nothing just for the card draw?
Can you do that?
Well, there's nothing that it could have reduced the cost off in his hand.
That's interesting.
I was not aware of that. So Viapator using it now just to say, I need card draw, I need something like a
Yeah,
mod
he just
to.
played it on nothing. You can see it left on the tracker.
Yeah, I was
That's
not aware of that.
interesting. No,
That is
I
very interesting.
did
We
not know
learn
that.
something every day.
Cool. And I expect Viapator. So,
Ooh,
yo, that
can
Monty is
buy himself a
huge.
turn.
That
Finds himself
Monty
as
is
this.
huge. But also, Jaking sitting on 26 health already.
Oh yeah, it's still very far off anything falling in Vibrator's lap.
He's
here.
just fighting for his life here, right? It's not that it's just one or two more turns or one or two more combo pieces and then he might win. No, he's still far, far away. He needs the howitzer.
And he also needs lots of national fire services. We do see a lot of very cheap things in Viapator's hand, a lot of very cheap orders. However, the potential for a fighter OTK here, not really doable. And you know, honestly, I'd have liked to see Jaking not play the first Marines. I'd have liked to see him save them, because that way he can then give his HQ smokescreen when it's more pressing and when it's more needed. And you might say, well, there's going to be a unit dead soon. Well, no, this deck from Viapator doesn't kill units. It's not going to deal with your units. So if you don't move up those first Marines and you leave space, you guarantee yourself a way of preventing OTK on a turn, and you say, I get one turn free.
Deciding to not go for the National Fire Service here, just deciding to just pin the PIR. I have enough health. I can take 10 damage here, 12 damage.
I imagine we'll see the Crusader get slaughtered here, most likely by this 3/6 35T.
I think so too, yeah. Look at this. Jaking cannot even move another unit to the front line, just because he's having too many units there. That's a little bit a problem of Vibrator's deck. He just cannot deal with the mass amount of units. He cannot even deal with one big unit, right? You can pin it with the naval support, but other than that,
it's very much a buy time. It's sort of like you're going to tidy your room, and instead of tidying your room, you just put the mess in a drawer and you close the drawer. Have you ever done that? Where it's just like, oh, this mess goes in this drawer, I close the drawer, the mess. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is what the Viapator deck is doing.
That really describes it very well.
He finds the Spitfire, but still not able to play it yet. He needs to kill the Whirlwind. If he gets German research, he may find, oh, it's the US research. And there's only 2 Spirings in his deck. He can't deal with that Whirlwind now. If he had a way of dealing with that Whirlwind, he could have dropped the Spitfire next turn.
What if he's finding?
It.
Yeah, what if he's finding the howitzer with the promotion? He can put a combo off.
Do you think there's enough damage?
It's a 4/5 artillery, right? And he's having 2 National Fire Service. This means it's at
1 National Fire Service.
10
right.
attack.
He finds the howitzer. He can buff it twice, give it 10 attack once with resist. He's getting close. If he gets a final push...
Yeah, he's at 22 then.
If he gets the final push
he needs
again...
another final push and can win here.
He certainly does. And, you know, this is very, very sad for Viapator here, because this Whirlwind, if this wasn't here, I think he could take this game. Convoy, he does have National Fire Service, so he's not done yet.
Oh, no.
He does realize it, right? I think he's just...
No, he's not real.
Don't final push it. Why is he... No! The Whirlwind!
He did not see the Whirlwind. He was...
Viapator! No! What have you done?
No, he did not...
All hopes and dreams disappear with the misplay. The Whirlwind.
Oh,
MVP.
he did not realize.
And Jaking takes the series 2-0 for Jaking with the 12-8
Oh,
PIR.
did you see how fast
Oh,
he slammed
no.
these cards? And he did not see the Whirlwind.
Oh,
Look
the
at Jaking's
misplay.
Face. Look at Jaking.
He's so confused. The misplay of the century.
He's so cool. He's just sitting there. Okay.
Oh, no. It's because he lost the sunglasses. He couldn't see.
Where did the sunglasses
Not
go?
if he had the sunglasses, he'd have seen it.
Oh, he's really not too happy about himself here. Not
Oh,
thinking about
no.
the Whirlwind. I mean, it happens to all of us, right?
It does, but not in the World Championships.
There has been 5 units in the front line, all of them 2-7, 3-6. You can oversee a Whirlwind.
Oh my lord, that was horrible. Ah, although
You know what would have been even more horrible if he would have found the final push and do the Spitfire.
Oh, if he found the final push. Worth noting, it's not the series. It's only 2-0 to J-King. That wasn't the series. He can still, Viapator can still take this back. And I think it's safe to say we're going to see Viapator be very, very careful around whirlwinds for a while.
But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he will never forget that moment.
Oh, honestly, that was... I wasn't ready for that.
It is already very, very bad if you do it in ladder, right? You
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
very
you
bad. Just imagine
feel-
how bad Viapator feels right now.
Oh, I don't want to imagine. That sounds horrible.
Poor guy. I know how he feels. Oh no, I can
You know,
maybe think how he feels, but we can never feel the pain of him now.
I ate fermented fish this morning, and I guarantee you, Viapator's feeling in his stomach is worse than that made me feel. I would rather eat fermented fish over and over again than go through what Viapator went through then. That was,
But he did not lose his smile, right? This guy
No, it's Viapator.
you know, I messed up. I'm fully responsible for what happened, and I'm fine with it.
I mean, I guarantee his stomach, you know, this may be all over the place, but this face, always happy.
He's a cool guy. I like him a lot.
No, yeah, we've gotten to know him a little bit over the last few days, and I'm a big fan. I'm a Viapator fan now.
Yeah,
We've got a little fan club.
The Spooce Bubbles Viapator fan club.
And it looks like we're just about to get straight into the next game, I believe.
I hope so. So, do you
Oh, you
expect
see
him to bring it
J-King.
the third time?
You see J-King looking around. You see the Wurble just then? He just said something to Viapator, but he's like, I had Whirlwind.
And Viapator, yeah.
Yeah.
I realized after it was too late. I was thinking maybe there was a secret interaction. I did not know that when you play the finest hour on a unit that is pinned, that it's still getting blitz. But no.
No, I honestly thought he was just clearing hand space to convoy.
But did you see how much damage output he would have had if the
Oh, that would have been insane.
So the MVPs for J-King was the PIR plus the Whirlwind.
Yeah, without the Whirlwind there, that's a completely different game. Like, Whirlwind was the reason J-King won that game. We can do it. They didn't do anything there. The rest of his board, nothing. You could just have Whirlwind. You could have had Whirlwind and an empty board and you'd have won that game.
Yeah.
It's just insane. This card, it's strong on its own, but when it goes against the matchup where it wants to be, like Britair or Blitz Fighters, it's super, super powerful. And the players are just having some issues at the moment getting the game started, so we'll be with you in a moment with that. But in the meantime, we're just going to ramble on.
has to fight the final match with Britair.
Yes.
What do you expect Viapator to bring here?
Oh, I think we'll see Viapator bring his Germany-USA deck. Oh, no, either his Germany-USA autocannon deck, or most likely, I think we see him bring his USA-Germany deck. I think this deck is pretty nice in this matchup. You have the second California, which is nice against things like air superiority, but you also have...
Most likely you have the Flammpanzer and Sunstrike against.
And you also have the half-tracks to 99th, and Skytrain now also blocks bombers, because Skytrain recently updated and is actually now a fighter. So you can drop this not as a survivability, not to keep the thing alive, but just as a survivability item. You drop this, it buys a little bit of time.
But Viapator deciding to stick to this Brit Soviet OTK deck.
Third time lucky.
But...
no Whirlwinds in J-King's deck, no guards in J-King's deck. This is a guareed
a
Viapator.
lot of Snower potential on J-King's
Yes.
side, and as we mentioned in the matches before, Viapator is not having good removals, right?
No. However, one upside is J-King isn't going to be wanting to push as many units into the front line. W hour is here, Spoos. So according to J-King, is that win hour for J-King?
We will see.
Yes. But yes, because J-King doesn't want to push as many units into the front line, it does create a little bit more of an awkward situation. You can do it, and you're comfortable doing it on Britair, but it's not what you'd want to be doing. You know, you only do it when opportunities like this present themselves. For the most time, you plan on putting 4 units in the support line and just using those.
What is going for Viapator here in this matchup is that J-King is having no healing in the deck.
No healing.
So he will stick at 20 HP the whole game.
And nothing he can do to prevent Viapator's combos.
Yeah, no guards, right? So the Spitfire is suddenly a thing again for Viapator. In the past 2 games, he could not play it because there was weather guards or the Whirlwind. And in this matchup, there's none of these. So this-wise, it should be a good matchup for him. But if J-King can manage to get a board full of fighters and play the close air support on him, Viabator can do nothing but pin them.
And we do see 2 close air supports taking his hand, but unfortunately for him, 1 air unit, and we may even see him drop a buff on this just to try and get a bit more value out of it. We may see the close air support, we may also see the finest hour. I wouldn't be surprised if we also see him play the Monty soon. I'm a little bit surprised he's holding on to that Monty, because I don't think you're ever going to get the draw out of this. I think you're better off just dropping the Monty now, and then that way you can use some of your bigger draw pieces, because he does have 1 Lend-Lease in the deck. If you draw your Lend-Lease and you have this Monty in hand, you then have to discard of it later. Also, these air superiorities, very useless and a very dead card in this matchup. The only real use for these is going to be taking out Crusaders or taking out Pioneers. But I've seen Viabator, the way he uses the Crusaders, he doesn't worry about them dying. He uses them as one-time draw bursts. I drop Crusader, I play 3 or 4 orders, I draw some cards, you kill it, that's okay. He doesn't rely on it staying a long time on the board, like we've seen in some of these commando decks, where it's like I drop Crusader and I want this to survive multiple turns, and I kill you across these multiple turns. We see J-King going for the close air support.
So can you imagine playing an air deck and not have any air unit in your hand?
You know, funnily enough, this happens to me more than I'd like to see.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem with this Brit deck, right? It has like, I don't know, out of 39 cards, it has 15 orders or even more.
Oh, it's a very order-heavy aggro deck, which isn't something you see quite so often. Generally, aggro decks like to lean more towards the units, and then having some more high, powerful orders. We see Fast Hinds having things like We Can Do It or Calm Before the Storm, along with Fast Hinds, the order itself. And then we see Jagro using things like Feigned Retreat, and this US one only really using We Can Do It and like a Strat Bomb. These very high-value orders, but sticking to units. This Brit air deck differs in that regard.
Oh, look. J-King finally getting value out of the air superiority, if he wants to.
I think you have to, right? You're not worried about this unit doing things, as in the sake of running about killing things. You're worried about this unit doing things in the sense of giving a draw engine to your opponent. We do see the aerial reconnaissance drop for Viabator. He does also have a promotion in hand. I'm wondering if he's going to wait until he has more units in hand so he can guarantee what sort of thing he can do with that, or if he's just going to drop it now and see what he finds. I wonder if he's waiting for the Pioneers to come in hand, as hitting Pioneers with these, very unfortunate.
Oh, another promotion.
I think you should play a promotion now.
But he's already at 9 cards again.
Yes.
Is he just dropping a Monty without the draw?
You could
or
also
just play Observer Core, right?
Play an Observer Core. If you're going to play,
he did not find his combo piece.
He did not find it.
Going
However,
shelling maybe.
Other than another Pioneers, he's guaranteed this, Fighter, or his Howitzer, which are all mediocre cards to hit from it. Other than the Spitfire, I think if you hit the Spitfire, you have the potential just to explode very quickly. Especially when you have this Finest Hour with a cost reduction. We see J-King finally finding his second air unit. I imagine we'll see him drop the Calm Before the Storm relatively soon, as this gives his units a lot of aggressive stats. Goes for the close air support. Hits face, drops the Calm. A lot of stats here. We do see the Shelling and the Monty though, and the Monty now offering draw for Viabator. He does have to be a little bit careful not to overdraw, especially using this Crusader. He can drop Crusader and Monty and go down to sort of 7 and then up to 9, but then at that point you have to sort of use cards to try and lower your hand size, and that's not really possible, especially even this promotion. You're
Ooh. This means, look, the Finest Hour is already just costing 1.
So you need...
J-King is having air units on the board.
Yep, so it's a 5 attack thing. It's a 5 attack fighter, right? Then
usually it's a 4/4.
Usually
right?
it's a 4. Then you buff it to 7. Then you final push it, which you have. You can make this Spitfire cost 2. I believe Viabator has lethal next turn. He just needs to Shelling on Monty and then reduce the cost of the Spitfire. Next turn you drop Spitfire, you drop Finest Hour, you put the final push on it.
I think he's having it. Is he having enough credits? That's
yes.
You should play, with the Observer Core,
with the Observer Core. We're finally going to see it work again.
And
after
it was a good decision to go
failure.
with this, because as we mentioned, there's no Whirlwind. Do you know what he's checking before he's doing the combo? Is there a Whirlwind in the front line? I'm pretty sure he's taking a closer look.
Does J-King want Ultra? I don't believe he does, because that's the only thing you can actually worry about. Other than that and the Ghost Whirlwind coming back to haunt him.
He's not having it, so... He's actually having the combo, right?
Yes, full combo, ready to go.
Enough credits to do it.
And Viabator, holding back, not going, 3-0. We saw a lot of games of 5 yesterday. Are we going to see a lot of games of 3? Viator says no. I'm going to stand my ground and I'm going to fight back. He does also not have bad matchups after this. He does have his frontline USA-Germany deck, and I do think this Germany-USA autocannon deck does stand a slight chance against this, but I do think this is the weaker of the two.
Just enjoy it.
And
just
here we go.
Enjoy it. Look at this, 24 damage to the face. Finally, the combo is paying out.
We've seen him so close, so many times,
Yeah.
and here we go. Finally.
Giving us a 4th game, at least.
At least the best, at least a game 4 at least.
Catching up with J King, making it a 2-1 score now. And we are in the lucky position that we finally saw that combo going on. And he's so happy. I'm pretty sure, even if the front line was empty, he was taking a very, very close look.
That's a very happy looking Viator. He may not show it, but he is very happy.
He may look like he's usually looking, right?
Yes,
but
yes.
He's very happy. You could see it, although you could not see it.
That man is a rock. He does not move. He moves
does
for
not
nothing.
show any emotions, but we are in the lucky position to know how he's feeling and know how he's thinking inside, and he was very happy in that position.
I mean, you've got to read between the lines, it's very subtle. But yeah, and I believe we're just going to give our players like 30 seconds or so just to get up, use the loo, get a drink of water. But then we're very quickly going to go into the next round. And I do think Viator should bring this USA-Germany deck, this frontline one. I do believe the mid-range deck...
He's having good options now,
yes,
right?
this gives you very good options. And I do think the Germany-USA one is the most difficult. And this is the autocannon deck, OTK, of course, baby combo. This is... It's doable, but I feel like the favour isn't towards you. I feel like you're looking 30% chance to win just using like percentages. Obviously, those chances are out the window pretty much as quickly as the game starts. But I do think this deck suffers a little bit more. You do have one half-track in here, and you do have some nice things that can reach the back line. You've got some nice blitz tanks and this sort of thing. But I think for the most part, that one is just a standard, can I find my combo before Jakin kills me? And I think a lot of that depends on, basically, does Jakin find a good start or does Viator find a good start? If Jakin finds a good start, I think Viator's doomed. I think what he needs is Jakin to have a slow start and himself to have a nice start. So I think it's going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, Jakin definitely leads a better start than he had last match, right? With only one air unit in the first, 5-6 turns. That's not what you want to have when you play with air and with all these buff orders in your hand, but only one airplane to get value out of it. That's not really worth it.
I mean, this autocannon deck can pop off on like turn 4, turn 5. Just it's very, very unlikely. And there we go. Our players are ready, and I believe we're just going to get straight into the next match.
Man, I cannot wait to see the next one. I really hope he's bringing that German-US baby combo deck, just because I like the nature of... I like to watch OTK decks play. It's annoying to play against.
He's bringing it.
But I'm also surprised that you did not mention that J King is having the cup of tea and the London HQ here.
Oh, of course.
Isn't that beautiful? I think he did it just for you.
I'm so used to having a cup of tea next to me that it's sort of second nature. I notice more when it's not here. When Darkness was playing the other day and he didn't have the cup of tea, I was like, where is it? So he switched it overnight. He's gone to the cup of tea because he wasn't happy with his cosmetics.
I'm pretty sure you hacked into his account and just changed it by yourself.
Oh, no. He said this morning, we were having breakfast, Darkness said, I've switched to the cup of tea because I wasn't happy with my cosmetics from yesterday. It is, when you're playing in the World Championship, one of the most important things is to pay attention to your cosmetics and make sure you're emoting at the right times, not sending them out at the wrong times, just annoying your opponent a little bit and roping a soft amount, but not too much roping. These things are very important to a high-skilled player such as myself.
Speaking about cosmetics, just look at this beautiful card pack that J King is using here. This card pack is exclusive for players that win official tournaments, right?
Yes.
Like the Officers Club Championship, KARDS Open, or World Championship.
Or the Nations Cup.
Or the Nations Cup. Yeah, we've been in the lucky position that the winner of the Nations Cup also received this one. So there are like, 6, 7 players in the game that have this card pack.
I think there's a total of 8 or 9 in total because we've had quite a few opens now. But still 8 or 9 players compared to, say, the World Championship Qualifiers card pack where a couple hundred, I believe 128 players might have that. Yeah. It's a very, very rare card back. And, the players that have it should show it off. I mean, it's not only rare, but I think it's also very sleek looking. I do like this card deck. We also see, talking of nice looking things, we have a Hurricane in Jaking's hand. Now this unit is going to be able to pressure Viapator a good amount. There's not really too much he can do to counter this. He can increase its operation cost to make this Fury less useful, and he can protect his HQ from it. I think it's a pretty difficult unit for him to deal with. And Jaking's saying, knowing, I know you don't have any way of dealing with this, I'm just going to drop it now, and that's going to be a problem for you.
Beautiful new art.
It is
like
beautiful
it more
as
than the
well.
old one. So you get this with the cosmetics package when you buy the new expansion, right? Or is it an extra package?
You have to buy the premium. So there is the regular one, which can be bought with gold, and then you have to buy the premium to get the lovely cup of tea, the background of the London HQ, and the cosmetics. And for those of you that have a nice amount of gold sitting in your collection, what you can actually do, I believe, is you can spend gold for the base, and then you get a cheaper upgrade to then get these cosmetics.
Ooh,
so
little, cool. I did not know by now.
Little
that
shop
sounds cool.
tip for you guys there. Unless they've changed it, but last I checked it worked that way.
Let's hope they did not change it, so a lot of people have the chance to get these cool cosmetics.
Yes, for a little bit of a discount as well. We see a pretty strong start here for...
Yeah, Viapator decided to drop 32nd turn 1.
Yeah.
And as soon as he realized, oh, Jaking is having answer to this and is having a bomber now on board, he stopped with deploying them and keeping them to bring his OTK combo. So he tried to have an aggressive start, out-aggress Jaking, maybe get some units to the front line, deal with the units that come out, and switch his game plan as soon as he saw, oh no, this is not working out. I'm not spending any more units into this. Keeping my 32nd until I get my autocannon, so this generates additional draw, and completely change his game plan.
We do see Viapator going for the turn 5 Leopold by the looks of things. I also wonder if he drops one of them to change the chances of what he draws off the top of his deck, maybe to lower the chances that he finds a second 32nd, as we know that can be very depressing. And we see the potential for a turn 5 Leopold.
That's not what you see every day, right?
And here we go. What answers is Jaking having?
You can only pin them,
he does have the Albacores. He does have the Wrath Lightning off the top of the deck.
And as we saw earlier, as we saw yesterday, you can just pin it with the lightning, right? Your opponent cannot replay it because he's only at 6 credits next turn.
You bounce it back to the hand whenever you want, and it's not able to be redeployed. Although Viapator, he is able to get some nice things down if he wants. He can put down this fighter, this 5/4 fighter, and what this does is it does allow him a way of blocking these bombers, but also aggressively killing this Hurricane. And it is worth noting, Jaking yet to find any draw. Last game, let's find any buff, sorry. Last game, lots of buff, no units. This game, lots of units, no buff. And for me, this is a tale as old as time when it comes to Brit-Air. I'm like, well, I have all these close air supports, but nothing to use it on. I have all these units, but nothing to buff.
Yeah.
But when you do hit that perfect storm of both of them, God, is it just really terrifying. And even when you lack one or the other, the deck is still a solid deck. It's still a very scary deck. I do imagine we'll see Viapator take out the Hurricane here, right?
Absolutely, and Viapator is just one autocannon away from doing a big combo here.
He does need Industrial Might as well, though. No Industrial Might, so after...
Yeah, but he can find them after he played the 32nd, right? So there is a chance to... Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's the Industrial Might. If he finds Autocannon, this could be it. Now, the question is, do you take out the Hurricane or do you go face to try and lower the amount for the combo? I personally would like to play it safe, take out the Hurricane. It prevents Jaking from buffing it and killing you. If you take this out, there's very little left that Jaking can do to kill you because you also have this Arado to block bombers. Jaking, he can go for HMS Illustrious into... Oh, no, he doesn't have Empire Strikes. My apologies. I don't know. I've been seeing things lately.
Yeah,
finding the close air support. Finding close air support. If it wasn't for the kill there, that would have been game with the close air support on the Hurricane. I wonder if the Shannon credit reduction is going to be enough to stop a potential combo. No fighters left for Viapator. Africa Corps.
Africa Corps can give him the autocannon. Unfortunately, we do not see the options, but we see how fast he is picking there.
Oh, he's not picking quickly. The Heinkel.
Heinkel Schmeinkel will
possibly
give him a
able
Spoils
to buy
of War.
some time.
And you can also play that Spoils of War just this turn.
But Jaking does have HMS Illustrious plus Cass.
Oh, still not having the autocannon. Just another Spoils of War.
Does Jaking have lethal? Can Jaking find lethal?
HMS Illustrious is giving him 3 units on board.
And the free buff.
He's having 6 damage,
That's
right?
6 damage.
Plus
He can put down enough units, though, to make that close air support lethal. If he had some more credits, he could put down the Wrath Lightning as well and make this close air support +4/+4 instead of +3/+3, which would just tip him over to the point of lethal. So unfortunately for Jaking, not quite having the credits for lethal, so he may have to play this a little bit more conservatory. But,
he's missing 1 credit, right?
5,
6?
I believe
credits.
so.
Yeah.
Missing a couple credits at least. This gives Viapator not only a top deck, but a Spoils of War to find the potential auto-cannon.
Just imagine. There's a gladiator. Just imagine, man. Oh, detention. If he finds the autocannon with the Spoils of War, it's getting really close. You need some really good draws then.
He does also need to be able to move a unit out of his support line, though. So if he attacks with the Heinkel to try and find another Spoils of War, to try and find an autocannon, he can end up making it so he's unable to move a unit out of his support line to combo off, because you need 2 spots, 1 for the autocannon, 1 for the combo.
You're actually right.
Second Heinkel. I think you hit your... If you're going to hit with your first Heinkel, you hit it into the Wrath
I think
Buffalo.
you go for Spoils of War.
Spoils of War first. Yep.
Then kill your Heinkel with the Buffalo.
If
Into
you
the
need
Buffalo.
to. If you need to. But preferably, you just find the autocannon and that's it.
You can also look for... Oh no. Sudden Strike is not really helping him.
I think there's very little question that...
I think it is helping him. If he's finding the Sudden Strike with the Spoils of War, he can kill the fighter and...
I think he's also considering using the Leopold as well as the Flampanzer to clear these 2 bigger air units. However, without a fighter, HMS Illustrious putting on a lot of threat. He does need to combo if he wants to take this. I don't think he can... He can Flampanzer as well, actually.
Isn't it way too late for the combo now?
Well,
even if you find... Yeah, the timer. You don't... Even if you find the autocannon with the Spoils of War.
So he has to play very quickly. Goes Leopold. And that's game, I believe.
I think so.
Yes, if he had a few more credits, maybe he can go for the Flampanzer. But we see J King put out the HMS Illustrious, go for the triple, and take the series in a 3-1. So I believe, just to very quickly go over, that is J King versus Darkness in the finals, and Viapator as our first set person going to 3rd place. And I believe we're very quickly going to go over to a winner's interview with Thomas and J King when they are ready for us.
Yeah.
What a match, though. Some really crazy, not only overdraws, but all of that, the slight mistake with the Werble end, slight mistake. But anyway, I believe they're ready for us. So to Thomas and J King.
All right, I have here J King, happy and well-deserved winner, right? What's your first impression?
Just wow. It's very surreal to have now entered the final of the KARDS World Championship. I still can't really believe it's happening.
Right, I mean, that's just fantastic. A really strong comeback. And now you have made it, as you said, into the finals of the KARDS World Championship. It's amazing. Would you have thought it in the beginning?
Honestly, no. Going into top 4, I think I had a good shot at making the finals, but after that first loss to Darkness, I knew the likelihood of beating 2 of the best players in the world 2 matches in a row was unlikely, but here I am.
Right, that's a really, really outstanding story so far. Well, yesterday you had already 2 series as well. You won. Now you have played 1 series and you need to play another one. Again, as yesterday, how much a role plays your experience as a really strong tournament player?
I think it's going to come into a lot of effect going into this because I know Darkness will have been upstairs waiting, seeing who he has to fight against, and I know having to wait and wait and wait really plays on your nerves. And here, the sets were a lot shorter than yesterday, so I'm not quite as worn out, so I think I'm ready to just get right into it.
All right, that sounds really exciting. I mean, we are all ready for that. It's a fantastic final. A rematch maybe from the start. You're playing against, I can even say, a friend, a teammate, a friend. Super exciting to see. What's your thought?
Well, To be honest, there's no one else I would have rather be fighting in the finals than Darkness. I think arguably there's no one else who really has done as well as us, or there's only a handful of people who have done as well as us through this year of competitive cards. And going into the World Championship, even from top 128, we both practiced together the whole way, and we said to ourselves, we want to meet each other in the finals. And 128 players, we have had to play each other twice already through the various formats, and now here we are today in the finals.
Here we are indeed. Now let's give you a little bit of a break, right? Just a refresher, and with that we are going back to Oli and his team.
Welcome back to the jungle, and with that series we have our two finalists for the KARDS 2021 Grand Finals of the World Championship. It's going to be Jay King facing off against his teammate Darkness. With that, we also say goodbye to Viabator. What a champion he has been throughout this tournament, bringing unique flares, unique decks, an awesome series. Sad to see him drop out of the tournament, but alas, we have to crown a world champion, so we have to get rid of everybody but one. And now only two remain. Let's break down this series a little bit. Admirable and Bubbles here with me, starting with game number one. Britain OTK being brought basically 3 times in a row there from Viabator, really confident in that deck, really wanting to make it work, but coming up short versus Soviet Italy in the first match. Admirable, what happened there?
Yeah, there's a couple things I want to do before I get right into the game of this one, and it's number one, I just want to get my hats off here to Viabator for this one. He has introduced new strategies. He's constantly played decks that feel quite risky to play, I think, at this element, given what we see in the competitive card game realm. So I think this is kind of a milestone achievement to get to the top 3 at this point. With combo decks pretty much exclusively throughout the range of that. Absolutely. So I'm really excited to see this. In terms of the matchup here from Viabator's side, I just do feel like he kept finding himself in these very difficult spots. It was like incredibly difficult to solve the puzzles that he was in, to figure out what the lines of play were in these spots. And then on top of that, the pressure of being in the top 3 of the World Championship. It's not easy to sit there and be able to calculate this stuff in 60 seconds or what have you. So in that first game, it just felt like Jay King had a pretty strong control element throughout the entirety of the game. A lot of surprise factors could have come up, but he was never able to really capitalize on any of those. I think there were a couple spots in there where maybe he had a chance to set up something for 2 turns by taking a risk of Jay King having Lion for a day. But outside of that, there really wasn't much I think he could have done to really secure that game any stronger than he was. His draws, frankly, were just kind of medium in the early mid stage.
Anything to add to that, Bubbles?
Was that the game with the big overdraw? Or was that later game?
No, that was later games.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Not too much to add to that then. Yeah, I think Admirable pretty much hit the nail on the head. Only thing I would like to add with credit to Viabator is, as far as I'm aware, he doesn't actually quite even have a full collection yet. So he's made it this far, not only with these very interesting and unique decks, but he's managed to make more out of less, which I think is very, very cool to see.
That's amazing to see.
Yes, excellent point.
Turning our attention over to game number 2 here, Britain OTK again for Viabator, this time up against US mid-range, not able to deal with the pressure being put out from that deck and eventually crumbling. Was there anything that stood out to you in that game, Bubbles?
This was the overdraw deck, the game.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, so as we saw, really, really unfortunate. A lethal with just one more final push, and then off the top of his deck, final push, went away. And I do believe that Viabator actually did the right decision there, because it's a little bit of a weird thing to think about, because this card is set already in your deck, it's going to be where it is. But the way I see it is, with each card you've gone through, the smaller your deck gets, the bigger chance of drawing final push. So there's actually a bigger chance that final push is somewhere else in the deck than not on top of it. So by not playing the Monty, by playing the Shalling, he draws less of his deck, meaning there's going to be a smaller chance of overdrawing the final push. And that, it's a little bit of a weird thing to think about, but I do believe he made the right move, and he just got really, really unfortunate. What I would have liked to see is after the final push went, he drops down the combo anyway, because Jay King had a very, very sort of slow situation at the time. Drop down the combo anyway and start slowly ticking away at Jay King and try and find a way of winning the game without the full combo. Instead of dropping the final pushes on turn 1 when you drop it, where it destroys your unit at the end, use the combo with the rubber, don't drop the final push, and just try to play the long game. Turn your OTK into a many-turn K, So I'd have liked to see him do that, but unfortunately for him, that was just a really, really unfortunate overdraw and cost him the game.
Then if we look at game number 3, we saw this OTK deck take out Brit Air, which I thought, on paper would be the hardest one for him to take out, given the fact that Brit Air pushes a lot of tempo, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it kills you before you get your combo pieces. But proving me wrong there, Viabator taking that one. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you why he was able to take that one, Admiral?
Yeah, I think that really just the combo deck from Viabator kind of demonstrated why it isn't necessarily afraid of certain aggro matchups. And from the Brit Air's perspective, buffing a unit early on has become like a very common play. I think that when this deck kind of first started, I was noticing there was sometimes there was one close air support, there were 2 of them. Yeah. Some players would play Finest Hour, some players wouldn't. And these buffs have become very standard. And players have learned that playing these early on is like, hey, wait a second, if I don't have a removal card for this is going to be a very problematic unit that I'm facing there. It's become very common to use the buffs as tempo plays. Viabator's deck does pretty well once a unit is buffed of kind of counteracting it, because you've now invested 2 cards into being 1 threat. And there's a lot of ways to pin that down for a bit and just buy time against it. And that kind of was really demonstrated by, how the naval power was working, the fact that Monty's in the deck, those sorts of units. And then, of course, the Spitfire getting a bit of a natural buff because your opponent has an air unit. He was able to demonstrate that 1-turn kill strike in a much different position than you normally do, just because everything kind of fell into place. He got to use the Observer Core, buff all of his units, and then on turn 8, just had the goods. Easily took it away.
Yeah. Anything to add, Bulls?
No, well, I do just want to go back into one of the games we covered previously and just point out the very unfortunate Whirlwind not quite being seen. Yeah. I did say to Spoos, maybe if Viabator had his older glasses instead of his newer ones, he would have noticed the Whirlwind and then been able to play around it. But it happens. We've all done it. It just sucks for Viabator when it's here and not on ladder.
I think it just shows as well the pressure of the tournament setting, right? You're calculating everything. You have to think about so many things, and then you have the combo, and you're just so excited. Like this is like the second time that I'm bringing this deck. I'm gonna win with it this time around. Yes, and then you're just like pa 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 pa, and like he didn't even notice until after he had put all the buffs on it, right? And that's when he tried to attack and went, oh, wait, whoops.
we actually saw him drop the Spitfire and we thought, is he clearing hand space to draw? Oh, he's putting in the buffs, so he's clearing more hand space. He's putting the final pushes. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And then the final game, Baby Combo being brought out after Brit OTK having found that win. Baby Combo not successful, however, this time around. Bubbles, what did you think of that one?
Yeah, I think we saw as well, like you say, not having enough time to think about things can be an issue with these OTK decks. And we saw it get to a point where me and Spoos had thought about it and thought if he plays his draw here, he has a way of potentially finishing the game right now. And we see him thinking and thinking and thinking and trying to figure out what to do. And he eventually works out that going for the Leopold route with trading into the board and then unfortunately getting blown out by the HMS Illustrious was the preferable way to do it. But even if that wasn't the preferable way to do it, he was choiceless. He had 20 seconds and a full autocannon OTK is fairly unique in the sense that it takes more than 20 seconds to play all the cards. So he got to the point where he had no choice but to do what I believe was actually the better option, and hope there's not a HMS Illustrious. I do believe that was the correct route. But even if that wasn't the correct route, he had to do that route because he didn't have enough time on the clock. He didn't have enough time on the timer to do the other route. There literally not enough time to play the cards.
It's a detriment to Baby Combo.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly why I was it was tough for me to play the deck, because I always sit down for a second and I always slow myself down. Historically I've just played strategy games way too quickly, and I make some very quick plays and I go, oh, I overlooked that one little thing. I could have had an extra damage, or I could have an extra resource, or what have you. With the Baby Combo deck, if you have to take the gamble of the industrial draw without having the autocannon, you have to start right away. And I mean immediately. If you don't start immediately, you are not going to have time to finish the game at that point. So that's kind of like that small decision paralysis. If he takes 10 seconds to start his turn, it's going to be difficult. Let alone when that timer of 20 seconds starts at that point, you have no option but to take a defensive line.
There is also another thing, which is the animation on playing Spoils of War. It's not a crazy long animation. It takes like 1-2 seconds, but because he also had a Spoils of War, like you say, he can do the Industrial Might, he can also do the Spoils of War to try and find the autocannon, but you have to do that straight away. Much like with the Industrial Might, you have to play lots of units, you have to do that straight away. So no matter what draw engine he went for, it was I'm doing this now, we're going now. So no matter what he chose there, like you say, Industrial Might as well is a really good option for that, he had to do it straight away because there wasn't just time to do it.
Yeah. Well, fantastic series. from start to finish, all the games pretty much have been extremely exciting this World Championship. But now it's time for us to look forward to the final series of this World Championship. Let's take a look at the bracket, and there you can see it. This is how it's all played out. Viabator making it there into the second game in the upper bracket before falling 3-0 against Darkness, and then falling 3-1 against J-King. And that means that Darkness versus J-King, the two members of Team Ammo, are going to be facing off in the finals, having practiced together the entire tournament, played together the entire tournament. This one is going to be a banger. So for anybody watching, don't move a muscle. The finals of the KARDS 2021 World Championship will be right after this. Welcome back to the KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals. It is time for the final series of this tournament. It is time to crown a new world champion, and I could not be more excited. With me in the jungle, we have Bubbles and Spoos for this final analyst desk team composition. Guys, Darkness versus J King, what a story! Ending up in the finals, facing off against each other. Team Ammo representing in number 1, number 2, arguably among the most successful players in the game's competitive history. They've both had an amazing year, having both secured titles across different tournaments. Obviously, J King having won 10 out of 11 seasons so far this year. And on top of that, secured himself, I believe, 5 OCC victories, the most OCC victories out of any player. Could we ask for something better for the grand finals here in this World Championship? What can we expect, Spoos?
We can expect high-quality KARDS gameplay. Both players, as you mentioned, one of the two of the best players in the game, and as mentioned, as J King mentioned in his interview, both just practice for this exact moment the whole year. I think I'm not leaning too far outside the window, right? When I say that both players combined might have the most time spent training for KARDS and bringing up deck ideas and training together. Like, as I said, they have time before breakfast to just play 10, 20 training matches just to see how good the matchups are and which decks to ban probably. And that just shows how much time and how much effort these players are bringing into the game. And it paid out both in the finals, and I think they're both happy about it and both think it would be not too sad to see the other one win, but although both might be the winner and want to be the winner here.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think we've talked about this slightly before. I think we're seeing the power of having your teammate with you in the top 4, right? Being able to get in those practice games, being able to strat against what the other players are bringing. Bubbles, I want your thoughts on this series. Just no questions. Just tell me your thoughts.
I think we've seen the caliber of players go up a lot recently. And I think the highest caliber in this is J King and Darkness. And just an example of what I mean by this is I've played competitively, Spoos, you played competitively, and I think it's safe to say at most events I've casted or played in, most of the things the players do, I completely understand, and sometimes I even think I could do better. But yesterday, here watching these, I feel like it's a caliber above me now. I feel like there's things going on that I don't understand, and that I couldn't be in their shoes doing the same thing. So I think the caliber of players has gone up, and like I said, I think they are the highest caliber. So to see them go against each other in the finals, I think is going to be really, really fun, and we get to see who becomes the CEO of Ammo. So
is that on the line here?
That is on the line.
That is on the line. Well, guys, I want to have this segment relatively short because I just can't wait to get into these games. Sorry for being selfish. You know, I know we like being in the jungle, but I want to get this started. I have the bans right now. Darkness. Bans Brit, same thing he banned yesterday. J King bans Soviet Italy, same thing he banned yesterday, right? So these guys will have access to the same set of decks as they faced off in the second match of yesterday. And in that one, Darkness took that 3-2 in an extremely close and long and hard-fought series. So are we going to see a repeat of that? And can I get your predictions, please, starting with you, Spoos?
So yeah, we're seeing a repetition of yesterday. We might see Resistance at least twice again. Not looking too much forward to that, but because the matches are very long and very thought intensive, right? So it might take even the viewers a lot of brain power to understand what are the players doing and what would be the best to do for them. And yeah, I think Darkness won yesterday, 3-2. He's having the mental advantage maybe a little bit, but as we also saw, J King, I think it was against Bison yesterday where he was 2-1 behind, but he did not even care. He just played his game and in the end won against Bison 3-2. So I think it will be very, very close. I think I go with Darkness because he won yesterday. Maybe he found a solution how to beat J King's decks, and maybe he can repeat it and be the new world champion.
What about you, Bubbles?
I think it comes down to one thing and one thing only, which is who got more sleep last night. So I think it very much depends on that. However, in a more serious manner, I kind of think it might be Jaking that takes the series. I know Darkness took the series yesterday, but that was such an extremely close series. And Darkness, an extremely talented and great player who plays a lot, but when it comes to raw sort of energy put into it, I think Jaking takes it on that front. I think Jaking's put a lot more of that just straight into it. And I think when it comes to everything is on the line, it's all in. I think there's going to be so much energy coming from Jaking that no matter how much Darkness can muster and how much commitment and brain power, Jaking is going to be doubling it. Jaking's going to be putting twice as much in. And that's not a fault of Darkness. That's just the absurd amount of power Jaking's going to be putting into this. So I think on that front, Jaking's going to take it. And I'm super excited to see who is our new world champion.
Well, guys, that's going to be it for this segment in the jungle. It's just time. It's time to get on into the final series of this World Championship. It is time to figure out who will become the next world champion. It is time to figure out who will leave here with $5,000 and the pride of being the best player in the world. Thomas is standing by with both players to talk to them shortly before they sit down for the match of their lives.
The finals of the KARDS World Championship 2021. Darkness, Jaking, are you ready?
Most certainly.
Since months.
That's the spirit. That's really the spirit. Absolutely. Any final words before the big match between friends, team colleagues?
I would like to thank everyone who I've practiced with on ammo or outside of ammo, and I would love to wish good luck to Darkness.
Thank you, Jaking. Good luck too. Let's put up a good fight, and I want to thank our girlfriends. They are very supportive and with us here. It's what I dreamed of the whole year, standing here in front of all of you guys with Jaking fighting for the title.
Fantastic. That's just an incredible story. Now, let's get ready. Go to the desks, play. We all will watch. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hey, Ollie, guess what?
What?
It's the World Championship Finals!
Yes!
JK versus Darkness. I mean, you talk about a legendary setup for a match. I mean, if you had to, like, handpick the players from the world, this might have been this might have been the one you picked. I mean, we're talking there's maybe like 4 or 5 total possibilities, and we're talking if you hand picked them from the world. Yep. In terms of crafting a story, it's much more difficult to get more exciting than this one. Holy smokes, what a finals match we got coming up.
You know, like we talked about this yesterday, I'm not normally at a loss for words, but, you know, I'm having a hard time finding the right words to describe the level of excitement I have for this match. We just saw these guys fight yesterday. What a series. Jesus
grueling
Christ.
battle that took place.
I think we should get into the decks. We should get through them as fast as possible because we want as much time as possible for this series because it might just take 4 days, right?
Yeah.
Let's start by bringing up some decks from Darkness, and then we'll go through them one by one real quick, just as a quick reminder for everybody watching what these guys are actually bringing to the table. And here we go. First deck, Germany, Italy. This one has not been banned, so this will be played. And we've seen him find a lot of success with this deck.
Yeah, the German-Italy deck yesterday, it demonstrated an alternate angle of play against Jaking, which actually I think is the reason the Darkness is in this final right now.
Agreed.
Able to get those L640s online early, able to get 2 Mari Nostrums in play as well, and just actually took down the headquarters from Jaking instead of fighting for the board on this one. Now, typically, the role of that L640 is to redeploy one of your deployment effects. So that was a very unique line that Darkness was able to take in that game. However, this deck is much more based around its control element of that one. So expect that as we get into the next one. So we can just run through Darkness's next.
We can get the next one
as we go on to this one. Soviet control on this one, the Soviet Italy control. This is a deck that that has been banned away from Darkness. So we're not going to go too deep into this one. Basically, it's a pretty standard control deck. You blow up your opponent's stuff, you set up a bunch of guard units, you get a lot of health, and then you wear them down with some big units.
Jaking is basically bringing a similar deck to this, and we'll talk about it a little bit there. So we can just go to the next one. And there we go. This one is going to be one of the long games, right?
Oh, yeah.
Japan Resistance.
Well, that's what you expect from it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a ton of aggression that's going across these lineups here, and this deck does a very, very unique job of just being resilient.
Oh, yeah.
It just does not stop in terms of its ability to keep fighting for board. However, it does have a limited number of options when it comes to handling units. If your opponent is able to force all of your removal prior to when you ideally get to use it, that can be a big problem. But the thing for this one is that it's always a puzzle. Yeah. And it's a puzzle for both players as well. This is an extremely lengthy matchup that we expect from this one. Yeah. And against both of these players' lineups, this is one of the ideal decks that you could have. So we can go to the final deck from Darkness, which is going to be the Brit Ramp deck. And he has demonstrated a pretty strong understanding of this. And frankly, this is kind of like the bread and butter for Darkness. This is like the kind of deck he's known
Darkness
for.
in a nutshell.
It's extremely powerful. And Ollie, I mean, how many cards did he draw last match with this deck?
40. Pretty much.
Yeah, just
pretty much his entire
whole
deck. It's has a lot of draw, has a lot of ways to refill your hand, and it's basically able to effectively keep pace through those draws. And you know, the ramp allows you to use those expensive draw cards, the Lend-Lease, the mobilizations, and not suffer too much on the tempo side.
Yeah, it's exactly right on that one. So now we can hop over to J King's side of things and take a look at what's going on. This is the British Air deck, which this has been banned away from J King.
No more Brit Air. We saw Brit Air twice. No, three times in the total of the World Championship. So, yeah,
hey, I'll take it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. This is the USA mid-range. Really wants to fight for the front line. Ton of pressure.
Oh, yeah. That's really the ideal portion of this deck is the ability to continue to fight for the front line and do so very aggressively. You'll notice that in the 5-credit slot, we can do it. That's the primary card that really establishes, once you have the front line, that you keep the front line as well. So that's a very important card for J King.
You have to draw that card.
The timing on it also is an impeccable portion of this. It's not too tough for this deck to actually find its options because it's got 4 copies of Sherman. That's going to draw 2 cards if you have a U.S. unit in the front line, the primary concern of this deck. Yeah. And then once you start the chain of those Shermans, a lot of times it just keeps rolling. So for Darkness, however, I do think that this is one of the stronger matchups that he has across the board, but this is still not an easy deck to get through. So then the last couple of decks here for J King, we're looking at Japan Resistance. There's one minor difference across the board on these two, and it's that Darkness actually brought copies of 61st Infantry Regiment.
Yeah.
It's a 4/4 guard unit that draws a card when it dies. Sometimes that can be a liability in this match, but it has been demonstrated that this deck has an extremely strong way of not taking fatigue. It's something that has been introduced to me in this event because I just frankly have not gotten to that state when I practice this deck. Shuffling those kamikaze cards into your deck, you don't have to play them. And so what that means is if your opponent is kind of locked out of dealing you pressure, you just don't take fatigue. So that's a play line that I think has to be in the back of your mind when you're playing in a mirror match of a situation like this, or pretty frankly any match that can take you to the fatigue state.
There's also one other difference is the fact that there's no sneak attack for J King. There is, however, a sneak attack for Darkness.
I do think that the sneak attack not being there is an advantage in the mirror match of this deck, but in some of the other matchups, it can be a unique difference. So that last deck now that we have for J King here, this is the Soviet Italy control, and some slight differences that are taking place across this one. This one has kind of that J King flair to it, where it's like every single card seems to have a very deliberate purpose, however, a bit flexible as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what J King is known for. This is his bread and butter, is building Soviet decks that control things, right? I mean, we talked about it yesterday. He used to just go infinite on ladder all the time. He used to basically fatigue people constantly. He has kind of moved away from Soviets in recent months and over the past year or something. We haven't seen quite as much of it from him. But there is one player in the game that knows the most about Soviets, and that is J King. And he has access to his Soviet list, and that makes me afraid. That's just it. So, I mean, I'm ready. The players can go ahead from my perspective. I just cannot wait to get into these games because you can see them there in the bunker. They're focused. They're ready. They're starting to issue the challenges, starting to select their decks. And when it comes down to deck selection, this is going to be interesting to see what matchups we get. It looks like we're going to be having, at least from J King, the U.S. frontline deck.
Yeah, I think that like if you are going to approach this from a standpoint of I don't want my opponent to be able to exploit my deck selection angle, there's 2 different ways of doing that, which is number 1, finding what you would think is the Nash equilibrium play, and number 2 would be random.org.
And we are live with the first match of this final series of the KARDS 2021 World Championship. Whoever wins this series will become world champion. Will it be Darkness? Will it be J-King? It's time to find out. And immediately off the bat, finding a 109th Combat Engineers in the mulligan here for J-King, that can always be huge. It can really help you to push power on the board early, especially if you're able to follow it up with a nice 35T. Not finding that, but did, however, find a 32nd Infantry Regiment, which is also what you want to see with those 109th Combat Engineers.
Yeah, there's two big highlights I want to point out in this matchup, and number one is the excellent point that you made. It's the 109th in the opening hand. That's an extremely powerful card against a matchup that has very limited removal. However, we are seeing that Darkness has Desperate Measures, but that does cost you a lot if you have to play it desperately in the early start of the game. Looking at 109th, that might be the case. Number two is J-King's also found 32nd Infantry Regiment, and this is like the reason I think that US is going to be a staple in terms of fighting for the front line, is that card is just sick.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just being able to flood the board over your first 3 turns with 4 units and push 2 of them into the front line, it's just incredible pressure.
Yeah, it's also just like a disruptive play in a tempo matchup where you're going to have stuff for the front line for a while.
I think we might see Darkness wait a turn before popping the Desperate Measures.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the earlier you have to use this card, the worse it is. And frankly, he might just be taking damage for a little bit here. So, like, just to kind of put it in perspective, let's say that you use that Desperate Measure on, let's just say turn 3.
Yep.
You cost yourself a credit. What that means is for the next 10 turns that you have, you're playing with 1 less credit. So that Desperate Measure doesn't just cost you 2. Sometimes it costs you like 12.
Yeah. I want to point one thing out here already. To the Last Man being drawn by Darkness, now sitting in his hand, right? One of the key things Darkness talked about as him learning from the day before was deploying the Tiger in his Germany-France matchup, Germany-Japan matchup earlier, right? He held it. He was waiting for the Last Man when he did it the first time around. Against Viabator, he just dropped it, right? And he went straight for it.
Yeah.
And here, now the To the Last Man is basically sitting in hand, and these guys being teammates, I wonder if J-King is going to be like, oh, I'm not going to wait to deploy my big threats or any of my big stuff. I'm just going to bank on him not having it.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular matchup, that To the Last Man that's kind of a follow-up play, I think, all things considered. For J-King here, that pressure is getting applied early on. And so for Darkness, I think finding that Tora was a huge play. He's already got an Imperial in hand as well, so this is a complete board sweep on the Tora side of things. So now, you notice that Desperate Measures, we were talking about maybe having to use that early on. That is no longer the case, and that's a huge moment for Darkness here.
Yeah. And especially playing that Imperial Decree Tora is both going to hit the HQ for 2. It's going to clear the board, and it's going to block the Sherman coming out next turn.
Yeah, this is really like a critical point here, too. You notice Darkness reach for the Imperial. He doesn't necessarily have to use it right away. So, like, when he uses it here right away, what that means is his next follow-up lines, they're not necessarily going to be as strong. It prevents the 109th, which is why I would use it in this situation. But preventing the Sherman, I think, is really the first big point of this. J-King is not going to care how quickly he gets through the deck. What he's going to care about is if he has continuous pressure rolling. Because as we saw yesterday, he didn't get locked out of the game because he ran out of cards. He got locked out of the game because his threats were conditional. He had to get to spots where it took a turn to set up that threat. And because that was the case, he just simply didn't have time because he was in a fatigue state. That wasn't because he got through his deck too quickly. It's because his threats are conditional. So when you're in a situation like this for J-King, he just needs to make sure that he's cashing in damage on his units when they get played.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm looking at the honorable death there, being able to take out those first Marines, again, denying the front line for a single credit. Even though it draws your opponent a card, I think for Darkness, that is massively worth it.
Yeah. I mean, effectively 4 credits in this spot because he's not doing anything else, but that's not the point. The point is always to deny J-King the cash-in of a unit, which, again, kind of demonstrates the importance of a card like Hellcat here. It's able to get to the front line and strike for 4 before Darkness has a chance to respond. It's cards like this that Darkness are truly worried about.
Absolutely. But let's also remember, in Japan Resistance, there is a lot of healing, right? So
you do have to draw it, but...
You do have to draw it, but even though, Darkness currently sitting at 13, looks like he might be under a lot of pressure with a 4-2 in the front line, he does have probably about 60 points of healing for his HQ built into his deck. So
part of that is conditional healing, though, as well. You look at I can never remember the naval...
you're talking about...
Well, now I never remember the name of this card.
Naval Operations.
I'd look at it.
No,
yeah,
Naval Operations.
No,
is
not
the
Naval
pin.
Operations.
You're talking about Long Range Recon.
Long Range Recon.
Yes.
I always want to call it Naval something. It's always. I was trying to avoid looking at the paper. That's what I was trying to avoid doing. But there you go. I'm looking at the paper. Long range recon. It is conditional healing, and so J King, you know, if he's not able to actually use Sherman, the
second Imperial
it could certainly be a lot less that you end up getting from a situation like that. 101st Airborne gets drawn here as well. My gosh, J King's draws have just been pretty spot on, to be quite honest with you here. So now the question is it the 101st? I believe it is. The second option here would be to, instead of using the 99th to try to return anything, you know, Darkness is pretty threat-like, I would say, in terms of unit count. It'd just be to get multiple units in the back line so that you can push one forward and also cash in on the Sherman. I think the 4-3 here is a good enough threat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Darkness is just going to bombing rate this. He just does not want it on the field. I think it wouldn't make sense to pop like a Torah and Desperate Measures or something, but I think you need to start relieving pressure immediately.
It's the bombing for sure. Yeah. Now, something that is big to note that you and I talked about quite a bit yesterday, we probably talked about it a little bit too much, was actually sneak attack versus Sherman.
Yeah.
You know, J King has not been able to use a Sherman yet in this game. He actually has not really had an opportunity to do so. So as that time is approaching right now, we're getting close to the 8 credit slot for Darkness. If J King has multiple threats in play, the sneak attack becomes much less appealing. However, if he doesn't have multiple units in play, that sneak attack on a Sherman can suddenly completely change the way that the game is you know, pretty generally going to work.
Yeah, and we see him there taking the front line with a Whirlwind, setting the 32nd up in the support line so he can move that up and either bounce something or pop the Sherman.
His turn from Darkness is not looking appealing either.
No, not at all. He's quickly going to run out of answers to the board, and he hasn't drawn any of his healing, and that's pretty dangerous, right? Right now, there's 5 damage pretty much ready for J King, right? The Strap Bombing can do 3. The Whirlwind can do 2. So even though it doesn't feel great to Tora and to Tora here, I think he has to. He just can't allow J King to get any more damage out in the front line.
Just stopping the Sherman. And 109th, second 109th being drawn here as well. For J King, you know, this is another opportunity to get some cash in on the Verbal Vind. Instead, he's going to deny a credit line. Interesting. So why not rinse repeat the same turn previously, except to actually deal 3 more damage as well? Because now Darkness is still on 7 credits.
Yeah.
And guess what? You still have the same setup as last turn. I think this is a brilliant line of play from J King. It's very simple and elegant, but it makes a ton of sense when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Darkness finds himself at 4 HP. And when you're at 4 HP, knowing that there's at least one more Hellcat left in the deck for J King, you understand that you can die at any moment. Forcing out the Desperate Measures, not being used on a pretty wide board. In fact, only 2 units being taken out. But again, it denies that Sherman, and now the Sherman has come out, and he has to be played dry. And what's going to happen is going to get sneak attacked, probably by Darkness right off the bat, and that's going to take all of them out.
Yeah, this is the first spot of the game where I think that J King maybe was a bit quick on the play. He doesn't have credits. You're absolutely right.
Because of the Desperate Measures.
Oh, genius!
Bonsai! Wow, that wasn't even rehearsed, Admirable. That was a great bonsai.
Oh no, this is terrible for J King.
Top deck.
For Darkness, this is fantastic, but for J King, this is terrible. And because I'm looking at it from J King's perspective, I have that tiny bit of cognitive bias right now because it feels like I'm in that seat.
But yeah, I mean, if you think about it as well, right? So let's say Darkness wanted to do some fancy footwork and not play Bonsai here. That would be lethal because of the 109th.
Well, the Bonsai was the card. Red Devils gets drawn. That has Blitz.
Yep, at Blitz and allows the Sherman. What can he find?
Cards. 2 of them. You get a 4/4 tank and you get 2 cards. Your opponent's at 8 right now. This is an awesome spot to be in. What if he draws like another Sherman?
And he's 3 turns away from To the Last Man. He can't answer this immediately, right?
No, and sneak
attack. He can Red Devils. He can Sherman. He can find some more. If he finds a Hellcat.
If he finds anything to play, it's pretty strong. I mean, this is J King. I think is thinking about the difference of just simply deploying everything and using "we can do it," or rather drawing the cards from Sherman. I think that's genuinely the line he's thinking about in terms of how this is going to get done.
Half track and Panzer 35T. Wow. That's 2 damage to face. That's closer and closer to lethal. And Darkness only with enough credits to use that sneak attack unless he finds some sort of draw, some sort of answer, some sort of heal, and Liberation. That's going to heal him for 6. But
I mean, you're sneak attacking.
That's so dangerous, though.
Yeah, it is dangerous, but that's the spot you're in right now. Like, what other option do you have?
Hellcat off the top, and the game's over. No, it's Stars and Stripes.
Not good.
He can still do it if we can do it. If he uses we can do it, he finds a Hellcat, he'll still have credits to end this.
Yeah, the question here is, do you want to deploy a unit first? And I think that this is a resilient enough board to end the game. Another we can do it gets found, but this is like, it's
Just
probably getting played here to cycle, and then you strike for 3. So now 2 half-tracks. Remember, every tank is going to be a threat as well because Darkness has to pay attention to those.
Darkness can heal for 7 with the Liberation.
Phony War.
Oh, he can heal for more. No, he doesn't have the credits. The credits.
I'm curious. Measures. So there's 2 different things you could do here, which number 1, you could Phony War and hope to draw a long-range recon. Or number 2 is you could just use the Liberation and call it a day.
You have to, I think.
Well, so you don't have. You never have to. I mean, that's really the whole point of the game is that you have decision points. But the Phony War could, in theory, utilize more. However, Darkness is staring at To the Last Man. So why take the risk? Is
He's
going
just
to be
waiting.
the question.
He's waiting. And now we got to see what J-King does. Is he going to go wide here? Is he going to pour a bunch of threats on the floor? I don't know.
I think
but no, he's just going to manipulate hand size. He's going to go, if you have another Liberation, you're not going to heal as much that time, buddy.
Step 1 is going to be hand size to both cut into Liberation and long-range recon. Step number 2 is, do you need more threats in order to actually end the game? You would have to deploy 2, so that's too big of a commitment. And then number 3 is, should I deploy anything? Nope.
Okay, so can Darkness afford to play the Key 83? I mean, he's taking basically the same gamble.
Whoa. This is an interesting line here. Darkness, he's going to go with the Kika.
What is he going to hit?
Probably face.
Yeah, it has to be face. Has to be face. He's just gambling.
Whoa.
He's just gambling. He's saying, I don't think you have it, but there's a Hellcat! The Hellcat gets drawn! Damage from hand, 4 damage to the HQ, and that's exactly enough. J-King has found off the top the card he needed to clutch victory in game number 1 of the finals of the World Championship. J-King with an early lead. Exactly what he needed and when he needed it, and the chance from Darkness didn't pay off. If he doesn't find that Hellcat, Darkness gets another turn. Wow, that was so close.
I mean, that is a pretty tough spot.
He had to the last man, a 35T, and a Red Devils, or he loses. That is like, you feel like that is so low value, and you think about all the threats that have yet to come and all the board that is yet to be developed.
He's pretty deep into the deck at that point, though. I mean, we're talking, he's played 2 We Can Do It's. He's used all his 30 seconds. He cashed in on a Sherman. He got the rest of the Shermans peeled.
Yeah.
That's a lot of the deck that you've cut through at that point in order to draw those cards. Like, it's a pretty high potential you draw a valuable card there. The thing that really is kind of in my head is the kickoff from Darkness. I do think that when I put it in perspective, I think that trying to cash in on the damage there is a big deal. The other option that Darkness had, both of these are risky options, by the way, is to use a Phony War and hope that you start peeling long-range recons.
Yeah.
Because he still had 2 of those loaded in the deck.
Yeah.
He still had naval operations there as well.
Yeah.
And at every single point, the Blitz units are going to be a threat. So that's the problem with the Phony War aspect, is that you're providing your opponent more access to Blitz. But at the same time, if you use a Phony War there and you peel a long-range recon, suddenly your turn is looking very valuable. You restored 10 health at that point, and if your opponent can't kill you, you have To the Last Man loaded and ready. So there's a lot of different angles that are there. Darkness chose to take the pressure option, which I think in hindsight is stronger because it is taking away the options from J-King in that spot. And at the same time, it's putting him on a spot where he's like, whoa, I need to end this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with the Kika, right? Of course, you cannot know or even just plan around J-King finding a Hellcat off the top.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the Hellcat's just
like
dead.
You would have seen the Hellcat come out way sooner if he had it. So he probably knew that he didn't have it.
Well, he knows he doesn't have it. He just would have killed him with it instead.
I mean, he just wanted to go, okay, you know what? I have to gamble that he's not going to find a Hellcat here. Otherwise, I'm pretty much dead, right? The only way that I can avoid that gamble is if I To the Last Man here, and it's only 2 units, and it doesn't feel great, right?
Yeah, you need like a full stability option with To the Last Man. When you have low health in that spot, like To the Last Man is just looking like ugh. Like, you're setting up a race potential instead. And honestly, I think it might have been even a favorable race potential. Pretty tough to say. You'd have to go sit down and do a bunch of math.
Yeah, I mean, that was an intense one. But, I mean, that also just shows you the lines that these guys are kind of willing to take, right? You know, they're now at a point where they recognize, you know what, I'm in trouble here, right?
The second desperate measures from
second desperate measures that game. And I mean, think about how impactful those first desperate measures were, right?
Oh yeah,
like
the fact that he was able to hold it.
Whew, and Jaking throwing out the strap bombing, that's -2 credits. Like, that's what delayed to the last man. That's what delayed sneak attack. That's what pretty much won the game. But we are into game number 2 here, and Darkness has brought the Brit ramp deck, and that is being brought into the Soviet Italy deck here from Jaking. So now we brace yourselves. Everybody get comfortable. Go get yourself a drink, some water, because we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, likely we are. You know, Darkness, he demonstrated yesterday kind of I'd say like a fairly unique line that this deck can take, which is sometimes like a bit of a curve out, and then just, you know, you ramp afterwards, and then you build a heavy credit line, you draw a ton of cards, and then just keep launching different assault fronts. J-King had answers at every point of the game. The difference was his hand eventually got taxed so hard by Blackwatch that he couldn't respond in tempo time. The players have much different hands in this game than they did in the previous time they played this tournament. The difference is that Darkness has a War Machine on turn 2, which War Machine on turn 2 is not a card that you ever want to see your opponent play unless you're about to kill him.
Yeah, that's pretty much true. And I mean, getting that War Machine off, starting that ramp, if you can find an hour of need or something off the top here for turn 4, that's going to be putting Darkness in a really good spot.
I mean, you're just calling for the nuts at this point, Ollie.
Yeah, but I mean, he also has C4 Highlanders to protect his HQ. That's going to go and trade on into the Fiat if the Fiat wants to go and deal some damage. So I don't think he's struggling at all.
The Spitfire's looking extremely appealing here. Like, remember, Spitfire gets a natural buff if your opponent's got an air unit.
That's true.
And
that'll make it, what, 5/6?
Yeah, just a 5/6.
Just a 5/6 that can attack for 10 next turn?
Just a 5/6 fighter
can't
with
deal
Fury.
with it?
That's it.
I agree with you. The Spitfire, a lot of tempo. And he recognizes it. And there we go, a 5/6 Fury fighter being deployed, and Burning Sky coming in. That deals 4, and the Fiat can end it.
Well,
J-King finding it off the top.
There's a couple different options for J-King here as well. You don't necessarily have to take that line. You know, you do have 2 guards in hand that are setting up, you know, value plays on their destruction as well. So if you choose to play a T60 here, your opponent only has 1 attack line, which they're probably not going to take, but they could. And if they do, what that means is you actually get a tempo option on the following turn with Burning Skies as well. I think that J-King he's continuously recognized the understanding of why this T60 is so good. And frankly, I had a huge underestimation of this card when I first saw it. And even when it's been played against me and I have used it, I've just been like, this card is not spectacular. J-King is showing, I think, both with the macro and meta builds, why it's such a strong card.
Look at this, Darkness hovering the Blackwatch, recognizing that he might be walking into a trap, attacking into that T60. He, of course, knows that there is a Burning Sky in the hand there. Not in the hand, but in the deck there for J-King.
I was the hand. I was like, just got X-ray vision.
Yes,
just Superman.
They can read each other's minds. They've practiced so much
J-King's
together.
got kryptonite in his pocket.
But, I mean, I think, like, dropping the Blackwatch there would be a huge brain play.
Yeah, tempo is kind of like the ideal thing that you're looking for here. You know, Darkness has clearly in the past he's demonstrated, you know, the idea that value is pretty primary. But I think that in terms of player development, he's really started to understand like weighing the difference of tempo and value plays, because you kind of have both sometimes. And this particular tempo play, again, we saw how strong it was against J-King in the previous one. It's just very taxing to the options. Not super big here, but it's still pretty strong. But at the same time, it's also protecting the air unit that you have from getting struck by something, and it's developing board. Developing board is always an important measure in these kinds of matchups.
And I think Darkness is looking ahead a little bit as well, and he's looking at, you know, he has Rule Britannia in hand, right? And having Rule Britannia in hand means that you can kind of afford to develop your board a little bit and put the onus on your opponent to come and trade into you, right?
Yeah, not only that, but he's got like the ideal setups with that as well, with Monty, with carpet bombing, with the C4th Highlanders. Like, he's got so many ways to punish J-King if J-King's only option to keep up is by developing his own side of the board.
And I think as soon as that T60 drops on the board, the other T60 might move up, take a front line, kind of limit the space that Darkness has to develop the board. We're going to see a Monty come out, right? We might see something like a Honey and a Monty come out next turn. We might see like C4th and a honey come out.
I mean, he's still got a draw to take as well. Like, just your options are likely gonna widen in this spot. J King's option to keep up is by development. And so for Darkness, this is exactly what he wants to see in this spot. Not removal from J King's side, but rather a development to have to keep up.
And he finds the 85th Pioneer Company
pretty
as well.
big.
That means he has Rule Britannia next turn if he wants it.
And honestly, in this matchup, a lot of times the sooner you play Rule Britannia, kind of the more powerful it is, even if you can't strike right away.
Yeah.
Because right now, if he chooses to go with Pioneer Monty, that means the Seaforth Highlanders can also come down, and then you can just Rule Britannia and make an insane board.
So the Blackwatch being played as well, putting that Bloody Sickle to 3, means that it costs 9 credits instead of 7 credits to use the Naval Brigade Bloody Sickle combo.
I mean, it would be a 2-turn setup on J King's perspective.
Yeah.
But that's like a really heavy
But I mean, those 2 turns could be the difference between life and death, right? If you get a Rule Britannia off, that's going to be what, an 8/8 Fury fighter and an 8/8 Fury infantry unit.
Oh yeah,
that is pretty big.
These are going to be tough spots here, I think, for J King in terms of what he chooses to do. Most of this is going to be like a hand balance situation.
Going for it next turn. I have a feeling.
It's like for J King's perspective here, it's almost all. Well, I'll tell you what, Darkness did open up a line for J King now. He can't just play the 83rd. But from J King's perspective, is he worried about the tempo that much? That's pretty tough to say. Like, we can see Darkness's hand. We see Rule Britannia. We know this is a big issue.
Now the Spitfire is in Burning Sky range. I think that's the big thing that happened there.
Well, either way, this lets Darkness Rule Britannia next turn if he wants to. Which to me, that's really the lethality of this situation, is that you're just going to have a bunch of, like, you can have an 8/8, a 6/6, and a 5/5 versus this board.
Yeah.
In this economy.
In this economy, 2021.
But still, options for Darkness's side. So, is Rule Britannia enough? Like, are you getting enough from it, or do you even have further setup where you can have a bigger Rule Britannia turn? Can you perhaps ignore that line and get a stronger development somewhere? Like, these are always options in his perspective.
He can carpet bomb and attack into the T-16. That's going to clear the board completely. He can also develop further, drop the Mosquito, take out, like, the Fiat.
Mosquito's just a big play on its own. Like,
yeah, that's a 4/4 fighter.
You got 8 credits, you drop a Mosquito and say go. That's usually a big play.
It looks like he's just going to go for the carpet bomb and the ramp, not even bothering with the attack on the Blackwatch, saying, I'm going to have you pay for attacking my Blackwatch if you want, because I'm not going to sacrifice, I'm not going to pay to sacrifice the HP for Rule Britannia.
Yeah, why would you? Night Witches here. Pretty strong draw on J King's side. This is... Night Witches never feels like a card to write home about, but my gosh, is it just a lot of stuff.
It is a lot of stuff. I mean, it's 6 cards.
That's
effectively, right? I mean, not
just 6 cards.
6 cards, and look at that, J King taking the bait, attacking HQ, not attacking.
Oh, that's not a bait.
Blackwatch.
That's not a bait. That's you hit the HQ. If you attack the Blackwatch, you just give up the front line.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that.
But I'm saying, like, Darkness, I think, set this up in a way that, like, he could have taken out the T60 and saved himself, 2 damage to the HQ. But he set it up in a way that he wanted the Blackwatch not to take damage.
I feel like Darkness is kind of playing it from a different angle as well. Like, I don't think he's looking for like how quickly can I Rule Britannia anymore. Like, he demonstrated that last turn. He wasn't looking at that. So the question for Darkness is just, when is he going to Rule Britannia? It's not going to be here.
I mean, so if you Kitty Hawk, you're able to.
I mean, Kitty Hawk's looking really strong right now. You get to Kitty Hawk, you get to strike down one of these 1/2s if you want, but I don't even know if you want to do that. Like, all of Darkness's angles have some sort of liability to them because of this Night Witches from J King.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not going to Rule Britannia now, you basically have to assume.
Yeah, you're playing for tempo still.
Yeah. And there we go, popping the mobilization, just refilling his hand, deploying more guards.
Ooh, Churchill. That can always be a big card, even if it's just a 5/7 with heavy armor.
Look at that. He attacked into the T60 with the honey.
Yeah, these 3 bombers, they're going to be able to getting some work done here. The question for J King now is, do you start working on the board? Do you start using your development? But he has got a lot of strong lines to respond with here. Also could just be push this to the front line. I mean, that's a very reasonable option.
Push this to the front line and then kill the honey with one of the bombers?
You just got a lot you can do.
Or do you play the engineering battalion? I think getting rid of the honey makes sense.
It's a lot of damage you're effectively dealing.
Yeah, and I mean, you just also want to stop the healing, right? But there's another carpet bomb.
Oh, that's actually a huge draw on Darkness's side, I think. Like, you talk about like a tempo and value option. This is kind of both.
Yeah.
Like you get to use this, plus you get to use the kitty, plus you get to push a unit forward. That's bad news for J King.
Absolutely. You get to clear the full board with that combo. And he's got the Churchill as backup to throw anything back into hand that might come and block the front line, right?
In my head, this is the momentum shift that Darkness's deck is really looking for. And I think this is why this Rule Britannia got held onto instead, is if you continue to battle for tempo, can you just make more powerful plays? Sure, he could have had an extremely powerful play with Rule Britannia, but almost any time you got units in play, Rule Britannia is a good card. Like, why waste that now when you can, just keep that threat at J King's mind the entire game? The threat of the power is kind of the power.
Yeah. I mean,
you can Churchill now too, but
why? So I don't completely understand why.
Oh, I see exactly why. You're Churchilling now to push that to the back line to move forward, and now J King's back line is blocked.
Wow, that's actually that's a big brain play. And there's no fighters on field, so he can't even trade out any of those bombers, and he can't even trade out his T-34 either, unless he bloody sickles his own unit to kill it.
That's 5 of your credits used to be able to develop backline. I'm not writing home about that one.
Wow, that's such a big brain line there from Darkness. Oh, he's able to trade it out with the bombers, but that's still, you're basically using your entire turn just to take out the Seaforth.
There was a lot of ways to answer back, but again, the plays don't feel strong. It feels like it's occupying so much of your turn.
There's the engineering battalion, and that could actually be a pretty big deal. It's going to be interesting to see if Darkness decides to even potentially, commit the Mosquito and the Kitty Hawk into taking that out before he starts giving J King a chance to start healing up massively.
J King's next choice here is going to be, are you heroesing now or are you chipping a board? Oh, or moving forward. Oh, I like this. Oh, that's really big brain right there. So now if your opponent wants to move forward, that's 2 strikes that they have to take first. Yeah. Ooh. That's not easy to do. But Darkness, though, a plethora of options. This is like an embarrassment of riches on Darkness's side.
Oh, yeah. He has so much. And he even has the research now at level 2, right? So that means he could pop synthetic rubber if he wanted to on, the Blackwatch, right? That's a 10-10 Fury unit.
Yeah. If you're going to be doing that, you do need to be having a follow-up play, though, because J King's primary source of the deck is going to be removal.
Yes.
Which means an overcommitment from your side can cost you way too much. So how do you find that line?
Have we seen any Italy cards come out from J King so far?
No.
We haven't seen any of the Bologna regiments. We haven't seen any of the Mare Nostrums. We haven't seen any of those. We've seen one Fiat, right?
Well,
I think that's it.
J King's not exactly digging through the deck.
No.
He's kind of just playing cards that are very, card net positive.
This for me is a massive throwback to yesterday, when the same matchup, we were just back and forth, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the nature of this matchup. So
now
with J King, I'm sorry, when Darkness makes this strike here, this is a huge indicator of how he's viewing the game right now, which is these units I have in play right now mean nothing, and it's going to take a long time for this game to resolve.
There's the Lion for a Day being found there by Darkness, and I think he might just be going for Bletchley Park.
I think it's a very real possibility. If you can put 3 of these bombers on top, that is not good news for J King. And J King really doesn't have a strong way to pressure the board either. So this line of play from Darkness, I think, is really strong recognition of what his strongest line is going to be.
Yeah. This to me is such an interesting line of play to be taking, because I think I'll go out on a limb here and I'll say 99% of players would have already popped that Rule Britannia on their board, right?
I know that I would have. The thing that I'm very interested in is what inspired the Bletchley Park.
Bletchley.
Because I certainly wasn't considering this.
Oh, he's going to Observer Core it as well, so he can do it. No, he's going to Observer Core the Lend-Lease.
Yeah. You want the Lend-Lease to be discounted in this spot because the Bletchley Park pretty much solidifies your turn. The Lend-Lease, though, you don't want it to solidify your turn. And right now, at a 6 credit cost, it's half of it.
Yeah.
So when it costs 4 instead, you can play a 4, and then you have 8 credits left after you just drew 4 cards. That's a huge difference.
Now J King is just thinking, how can I get the most damage done to the HQ given the cards that I have? Because I know they're all going to be on the top of my deck after next turn.
Well, it's just how you create the lowest liability from Bletchley Park as well. It's just going to hurt. Oh, you protect your 5 from the Bletchley Park. Oh, this is a sick tempo play on J King's side. It's very rare you use Red Banner like this.
Oh, and there he gets it, the 8-8.
That is a huge play. That is some big brain stuff.
There we go. Bletchley Park being played out there by Darkness. And there we go. that costs 5 or less. That still means there's 8 damage sitting in the front line, staring at the London HQ there.
It's not only that, but like you also have an ISU to follow up with.
You have a Naval Brigade. You have so many options in Darkness.
Yeah.
His HP.
You know what? 8 sounds great as well. 8 go.
HP HQ starting to get pretty low. Now we gotta wonder, what does he want to do? Of course, he's got that B-17 Flying Fortress. He doesn't have any fortifications or any type of healing like that, but he does have a Honey and a Lend-Lease that he can play for 6 credits.
Yeah, I was thinking that J King maybe wanted to deploy this just because it's a tank in the back line that hits for 6.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm very glad he's done this because I was kind of surprised he wasn't just going to do anything else. But this also protects from the idea of like B-17. It also protects from the idea of like your opponent just being able to, do something to this unit alone, and then you having no damage to follow this turn up. Like it could have just been disastrous. And considering J King knows what his next 3 draws are, it's probably better to just keep the threat rolling.
Yeah, now Darkness is finding himself in all sorts of trouble. What is he going to reduce further? He's going to reduce the Lend-Lease. He's going to play out the Honey, do the Lend-Lease, allowing him to maximize the amount of credits he has left.
Potential disaster, though.
Ooh, finds the guard. Finds 2 guards. That's actually huge. And, however, there is...
still not a kind position.
No, there's the Naval Brigade, right? The Naval Brigade is able to take out that guard unit pretty easily. If off the top, J King finds something like Bloody Sickle, this game is over.
Well, we know it. We saw the order of units go back, correct?
That's true. That's true. Oh, yeah. So we know that there's nothing like that.
We know it's this one.
Now he's going to be drawing a little bit through his deck. He's still not going to be like at the end of the units that got put on his deck.
Oh, this does get him to the Bloody Sickle, though, and the Bloody Sickle gets discounted because it got placed back.
Yeah.
So that's a Bloody Sickle. And then you get to strike to clear.
Yeah, he does not care.
You get to push forward, or you get to develop 2 units. And I think he's going to choose 2 units here.
Yes. Now, if you are Darkness, what are you looking for here next turn?
Good things to do.
So, 6.
It kind of depends on J King's line here, honestly. The fact that J King's deploying one of these, it's so that he has access to 83rd next turn.
So, do you deploy... Oh, Wellington is huge in this. He can deploy the Wellington, carpet bomb, and basically have everything done.
That's a huge security of your game plan.
Wow, that is a massive top deck there for Darkness. Carpet bomb will take care of the 8-3 in the front line, and it's going to take care of one of the Polycarpov as well. It's going to put the ISU down to 3 HP.
I mean, you did have like you can still play like the Kitty Hawk in this spot. You can still play the C4 Highlanders.
You can take the Kitty Hawk and basically get rid of that ISU.
You can also war bonds in a situation like this as well because you have the Wellington able to secure the kill on.
Kitty Hawk the engineers and then Wellington the ISU if you want to. And with that you've basically cleared the board and you've denied 2 health.
It just you got to be a little bit worried about potential of a blitz connection or something. Like how do you retake the front line to prevent J King from just continuing to overwhelm that spot?
It's not that much of a concern with the Soviets, however, right? The only blitz units that he's running are the T-34s that are spawned from the T-60s. So Darkness is just going to leave the engineers up, saying, I don't care about those right now.
You're not really too concerned about health total, to be quite honest with you. Like, you pledge lead already. Like, you have a novel advantage when it comes to card advantage in this spot. And the card advantage in this matchup means that you are deploying massive threats for the entirety of the game. So this occupies quite a bit of resources from J King's side. And it's kind of like a get back on pace for J King here. He's quickly, running out of, I'd say, super relevant things to be doing.
Sure.
It's a bit of a concern. And Darkness now looks like he has this board stabilized
fairly well. And he's going to draw 2 here in the next turn because he did pop the war bonds on his last turn. That's going to be interesting draws. They can open up a lot for him. He has the Mosquito, so he's able to deal with some of the stuff on board with the deployment effects. Mosquito, Kitty Hawk, and with the B-17 Flying Fortress.
Honestly,
he's got more guards, so he feels pretty good, I think.
More ramp here feels like a very real option as well. Stars and Stripes gets drawn too.
Wow, that is a great top deck there for Darkness. The Stars and Stripes are going to wipe the back line with 4 units there. And he can even drop the Blackwatch or other guards if he wants to. He's got 14 credits, mind you, so he's going to still have 10 left after he Stars and Stripes.
Everything here looks good. And I said it yesterday. When all of your lines look good, you know what that's called? Massive advantage.
Yeah.
Stars
and Stripes, Blackwatch, Seaforth.
He could tax any potential plays that J King might have in hand. Which at this point you know what one of them is. It's the Bloody Sickle. If you watch the order of the Bletchley Park and you've been tracking, which these players have been taking a plethora of notes. They probably know this by now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're now doing that second line of play for the British air deck. I'm sorry, for the British ramp deck, which is going to be building a bigger credit line at the end of the game. And right now, J King has to feel like he's under a massive amount of pressure, despite the fact that he's got 39 health in the headquarters. This is an attrition battle that's taking place right now, and Darkness is thoroughly winning.
I mean, as soon as Darkness establishes what he has in hand on board and gets those long-range threats in play, the HQ total of that Moscow HQ is going to quickly deteriorate.
Oh, yeah. J King does not deploy the T-34 here. He says,
shelling
no,
as
thank
well.
you, not willing to risk it.
So more
an hour of need. My gosh, all of this
it's going to take him up to
so good.
18 credits.
That's it?
It's just 18 credits. He can only deploy 2 B-17s in the same turn if he wants to. I think why he's hesitant on dropping the Mosquito is the fact that the deployment effect for the Mosquito can only hit units, right? So he's effectively forfeiting 3 damage on a unit if he deploys it without it procking,
yeah,
right?
I think the Kitty Hawk is the deployment effect if you want to. Oh, it's a double.
He's just going to go for both, and he's going to pop.
Yeah, he does have a Rule Britannia to strike with immediately with these, so the threat is very relevant here.
That's so true. I hadn't thought about that, and that's why he's guarding both of those fighters.
Partisans feels very large right now because you're able to run that Mosquito into the Seaforth Highlander, and then you get to utilize from the people here.
Wow, that shuts down that Rule Britannia turn so hard.
That is
and he's
so
even going
big.
to take out the ranged threat, right? Because he recognizes, or is he?
I think you just take out the threat that is most relevant against your total game plan, which right now is going to involve J King considering what his draws look like.
Yeah.
This is going to result in damage, but J King's not worried about taking damage right now. He's worried about the long game pressure.
Sexton not having any good target to pin. However, you do want to get it out there because it is a target for Rule Britannia.
It's also a 3-4 artillery.
It's a 3-4 artillery, right? And what, 5-12? He can basically deploy it. He can Rule Britannia within this turn and attack HQ.
You can also move the 0-4 forward, which is going to be a 6-6.
Yes.
Yeah. Darkness's plan here, it's really going to involve, again, going back to the macro state, but this is pretty clear that this is the strongest Rule Britannia turn he's had.
He has 6 credits. That's enough to attack with the Kitty Hawk and take the front line. There's now a 6-6 85th Pioneer Company in the front line. It doesn't care about your 0-4. It just cares about being a 6-6.
Frankly, this is an almost identical state to last match that these two played, where this game came up. Was J King, he has answers to all of this. It just takes too much time to utilize them. Ultra gets drawn as well.
No orders for J King, though.
But it shuts down a lot of potential stuff that J King can do sometimes.
Absolutely. And I mean, so I'm wondering, Darkness looks like he's going to roll the dice on the B-17 here, hoping that it hits the Naval Brigade. And it does. That opens up the HQ for 11 damage if he so chooses. And he can even Ultra, and even, I believe, no, he's 1 credit short of being able to shelling as well. But he goes for the trade and then attacks with the 85th Pioneer Company. I wonder if we're going to see a lethal coming out of the 85th Pioneer Company. No. Oh, the Ultra blocks it, so he doesn't have the ability to kill it with a T-34.
Lend-Lease is drawn off of that. You have a 5-5 bomber in the back line. This game is looking Darkness.
It's looking Darkness, that's for sure. This
Wrath
is going to be quite a bit. The Wrath Lightning can bounce, and that's what, 11? That's 16 damage to the HQ being delivered that turn if Darkness wants to. He can also choose to bide his time a little bit, draw a little bit more, because there is not a lot of draw options for J King in his deck.
No, sir.
Now that he has gotten to this state, clawing himself back is going to be extremely, extremely difficult because he does not have the ability to draw, what is that, 8-6, like, 14 cards or something in his deck.
It's the end game tempo. Darkness was able to just build out this credit line, draw a bunch of cards, and demonstrate exactly why this British ramp deck is good. If you don't kill it, it's probably going to kill you.
Yeah, the 845th Rifle's not going to be enough here. I mean, J King can deploy it, can deploy the guard, can cross his fingers and hope that there is something that can save him here, but it is unlikely.
Lancaster.
Lancaster's going to bypass everything, and just Lancaster
So 1 damage short is the key here. So Stelling is going to come out. It's going to push through this guard, and then damage.
And there we go.
Oh, that's
going to be
excuse me.
lethal. Darkness takes game number 2 of the Grand Finals of the World Championship, tying up the series 1-1. Darkness versus J-King. It is living up to its expectations. This is going to be a back-and-forth battle, Admirable.
That's just some power plays that took place in the last one there. Darkness, I think, demonstrating like some pretty strong patience across the board there, too. He had so many Rule Britannia turns that looked good, and frankly, they all were good.
Yeah.
The difference was J-King did not have a follow-up on the turn that Darkness chose to play Rule Britannia, and I think demonstrated exactly where that card is at its primary power, is when your opponent just doesn't have an immediate answer to anything, because you are spending 7 credits in that spot to get that turn developed. So you get a ton of stats in play from it, but if your opponent can respond to something, perhaps that stunts the growth.
Yeah.
Perhaps that stunts your play line, which is exactly what Darkness did in that game. You get to 12, you start ramping, you draw more cards, second assault.
What I felt this game is that I felt like that game was, it started off being this back and forth thing that we saw yesterday, right? It's like, it felt like J-King kind of was eking it out, then Darkness was eking it out. But then, for me, Darkness just took over the game. I mean,
it was the Bletchley.
He took over in such a dominant fashion, right? And I think you're correct. It was the Bletchley Park that allowed him to do that. It did slow down J-King significantly. It put 3 Polycarpovs on the top of his deck, basically forcing him to expend resources to draw those. Now, even though those generate more cards for you, just the amount of HP that was on the field for Darkness meant that all those from the Peoples had to be just burned immediately, and the card advantage just wasn't there.
Yeah, it's just the growth gets stunted, right? Like when you know your opponent's next 4 draws, you're a lot more confident in setting up these plays. Like, J-King has like 1 card in hand, and you're like, oh, look at all these giant plays I have. Well, I know the 4 cards are going to be drawn, so let's slam them and play Rule Britannia. Like, how do you come back from that spot? Like, that demonstrates like the importance of having pressure available in your deck sometimes, is that the British ramp deck just shows so much strength across the board on what J-King has, because again, if you're not pressuring that deck, it has a lot of time to build the most powerful board it can.
There is a reason why Brit USA Ramp has been a deck in the game from Alpha, right? I mean, this has always been a really kind of strong combo if you're able to build the deck correctly. Now, with the Observer cores being added in there, with the Spitfire Mark IIA, with all of these new additions, with the Churchill Avra,
the Wellington buff.
The Wellington buff, it's just gotten that much stronger, and that's what we're seeing now. And I think we're going to be seeing more of Brit USA Ramp hit the ladder very soon. I mean, I think we're going to see a big shift in the ladder in general following this World Championship, because it's been so control heavy. We haven't been seeing any aggressive decks. Now, traditionally, we do see the aggressive decks coming in a lot on ladder, but that's when you're kind of you're grinding elo, right? You want to be able to play and win as many games as possible during an hour, right? And if it has 60% win rate and you can play 10 times the amount of games, it's going to be worthwhile in the long run.
Yeah.
But now we're in the World Championship, right?
It's tournament meta.
Exactly. These are the decks that have the 80% win rates, or more if they were being played on ladder.
It's like a situation you get into where like also you're having to bring 4 different decks to this event.
Yep.
You can't just
From
be like,
four main
I'll just
nations,
keep 4
right?
aggro decks. Yeah, you have to choose 4 different main nations, and so that's a big difference in how you're going to build your deck, because that changes the meta, that changes your lineup, it changes the tech options you have. Everything changes.
We are live with game number 3 here between Darkness and J-King. The score for Darkness will be updated momentarily, I guarantee it. But this is going to be Germany control versus Soviet Italy control. So Italy being represented on both sides here. And in reality, only worked with one of these sides in the war, but history.
But this is a game we're playing here. We make up a lot of fiction stuff, despite the fact that we are based in a reality.
So, Lion for a Day being held in the mulligan there by J-King, but that mulligan there from Darkness does not look great.
Oh gosh. Oh, well, yeah, Figure Course is a pretty good draw.
Finding that off the top.
I'll tell you what.
A nice turn too.
When this is my opening hand, I can't think of a better draw on your deck than that one right now.
I agree. Finding the Hornisse from there. I wonder,
strong card.
we're going to see. J-King's always going to develop here. I mean, I'm expecting him to drop the 845th. That's going to be answered with an errata, so he's going to be able to proc that more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, J-King's line in the opening here is pretty standard, right? It's like, use your credits efficiently. So it's 845th, you get to push it forward for 1 next turn, develop the Fiat, and then you start having options on how you want to take the game at that point. Is it going to be get the engineers in play and try to build a very safe health total? Is it going to be parade and try to duplicate things for super advantage? His line is straightforward on the play. Darkness is really who I have my eye on this game because the line that he has been given with this opening hand means that he is the responder right now. You know, J King clearly has the initiative role, and I think his initiative role is while it's not like it's nothing to write home about, it is pretty much what you want for this deck.
Just one thing that I just realized: these root out the enemies have the ability to make the 845th a 0/2, which means that they'll get 0 healing done. Because they won't do any damage.
Yeah, it's a -1, -2. And root out the
Oh,
enemies
is it a -1, -2?
Yeah, it's a
I thought it
permanent
was a
-1, -2.
So it's going to make it 1 damage.
It used to be a temporary until your next turn. All the units got -2, -2.
It's going to be 1/1 then. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got the numbers.
So it definitely is not as bad as I think it used to be. But you know, this is not like, I don't even think this is like a bad spot to use root out the enemy too. It kind of just stunts your opponent. I do think that the 4/4 is looking a little bit stronger here because if J King is going to use Lion for a day on this, which I don't think he's going to, but if he chooses to, it takes his whole turn in that regard. You know, this is a unit that you do have to, you know, pull some attention to, though. It gets to attack for 0, and then it gets to attack for 1. That's a very low credit line for a 4/4.
It's definitely not going to go unanswered this turn, I think we can say, right? I mean, you don't want to give your opponent just 4 free damage that they don't have to pay for, especially when they have 2 value trades on the board and can go 2 for 1.
The attention that you're giving it doesn't necessarily have to be immediate. It just has to be ready. And so you have 2 Bloody Sickles in hand. You don't have to kill it right away. You just have to be prepared.
Yeah.
And I think that J King is looking pretty prepared here. You know, you can let the attack happen.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. You know, you have a Fiat in the back line. So, you know, who's having to pay more attention to units right now? Is it Darkness or is it J King? And it's definitely Darkness. But Darkness does have some strong ways to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness has the sudden strike.
Tiger's drawn as well. Tiger is like such a good draw. That's just a strong. That's like one of the strongest individual cards in your deck.
Yeah.
So like, I'm looking at J King's hand and I'm thinking about it. Like the way that J King's going to use removal here is a super important aspect of this game. You cannot just play La Decimas because you have 8 credits. It's what you're using the La Decima on that is typically the important part of that card.
Yeah, and I mean, as with any game between these two, I think this is going to go to the late game, and we're going to be seeing those big brain late game decision making. That's going to be the decider. But look at that, Darkness just says, "I'm going to go face."
Yeah, and honestly, this is what I've loved seeing this idea from Darkness's side, where he's realizing that, you know, sometimes pressure is your best defensive option. You know, if J King cannot necessarily answer this back very well, then that means that your attack to the headquarters is a major play.
Yeah.
The one thing that has me a little bit concerned is that J King, I don't think, is worried about like these trade attrition battles with damage. I think that is a slight advantage to J King in that spot. But for Darkness, I think attacking was just frankly not a very strong option in terms of striking the units in that spot. You know, it's costing J King a lot of credits in order to actually use these. Admiral Hipper gets drawn.
Admirable Hipper?
Yeah, that's not what it was. Please don't relate me to that individual.
Easter egg being put into the game.
No,
now?
do not do that. That is I do not consent that. But however, Admiral Hipper here, it's one of these things again that just kind of stunts the growth, and I think this is part of what Darkness is thinking about is that, you know, the draw potentials that can highlight this as well. When you choose to strike headquarters here, what that means is Admiral Hipper is repeating the previous turn, and guess who made the least influence in the last 2 turns? It's definitely J King.
That's true. I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm also looking at the Flampanzer line to get rid of the engineering battalion, because you can also sudden strike that 2/2 in the front line, and that takes a lot of healing out of the hands of J King. Opting to sudden strike the Fiat, that also makes sense. Trading the Panzer 3H, basically clearing the board and only leaving that single guard.
Yeah.
That means that, you know, in later stages, Admiral Hipper. Well, now I'm making that mistake.
I'm sorry.
Is going to be able to basically remove that guard. 2 ISUs?
Okay, so that's a big deal. That for J King now, though, I want to point out that J King feels comfortable with the situation that's been set up here, and this is where Hipper really gets the job done.
Yeah.
J King is losing the 3/7 guard, and Darkness is just having like a rinse repeat of the turn, and this is not an ignorable amount of damage that starts coming in.
No, and J King is going to be overdrawing next turn as well. He hasn't used the Mare Nostrum, but he has lost his engineering battalion, and he has lost an 845th, and he has lost the Fiat. So he has lost some components of his healing. So even though we know, his HQ HP is not going to be under a lot of pressure immediately, we do know that this adds up, and this is going to cause an overdraw as well. And this could be a big overdraw.
No, it doesn't overdraw. Admiral denies the draw. It also denies a credit, though, and that to me is like really one of the most important features of that particular turn, is that the credit denial here suddenly puts Darkness he's in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah. And I mean, look at that fighter. It's still attacking for 2. That's just how you would normally attack with a fighter.
Also, you could develop the Hornisse here as well. Now, I think that this is a quick play, and this is a strong play. The Tiger, though, cannot be answered immediately by what J King has, because he does not have 8 credits. He doesn't have access to La Decima.
Yeah.
What that means is if you get that Tiger in play, it is extremely difficult for J King to deny that getting to the front line.
That's true. Going for the Lion for a day now.
It's the only option.
That, finally, it's either that or stack a few bloody sickles onto something. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Using a Bloody Sickle first, I think, is a very important decision here, actually. I think that you do need to Bloody Sickle this first because you can draw the brigade off the top.
Yeah.
And then number 2 is that you could just draw a stronger
rifles.
play.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way stronger play.
I definitely think so.
Getting the first rifles and second rifles, now effectively 3 guards standing in Darkness's way from him getting to the Moscow HQ represented by J King here.
I don't mind the push forward. I see why you hold it back. Again, it's just your opponent has a lot of airlines in play. But this is where the Hornisse starts getting very powerful. And look at that damage.
6 damage.
Holy smokes.
I've once pulled a Leopold from the Hornisse, and that is one of the most satisfying things that can happen to you in cards.
Just honestly, just getting anything from the Hornisse is one of the most satisfying things you can do in cards. This is a stationary threat that with no further investment is drawing you extra cards, and it's attacking your opponent's headquarters and bypassing defensive lines. This card is the reason it costs 7 is because of exactly what you just saw. This is a massive threat, and J King right now does not have a strong immediate answer to it. It's already been cashed in on, so now if you try to defend against this, you're seizing you're yielding initiative over to Darkness, and you've still taken a big cost from this. Everything went wrong this turn effectively.
I'm wondering if we're going to see the Winter Offensive come out here. That's going to clear the board here for Darkness. It's going to take everything out, but it is also going to take those first rifles down to a single health point and deal 4 damage to the HQ of J King that now sits at 8.
Yeah. Again, I don't think that the health total is really like a super big concern for J King. He does have... Oh, boy.
There's an L640. It could be Mare Nostrum, which means it can trade effectively.
Well, I think that you're going to be holding on the Mare Nostrum. I think really the concern here is that you're able to connect a little bit differently here.
This is going to get La Decimat.
Yeah, I think that like the Tiger is a pretty risky play here. Like I'm looking at so many different options of how you actually take this into account. And Darkness is saying that I guess if your opponent La Decima is here, like it's just really not that huge of a deal. Like, he does still have 2 Rig Out the Enemy in hand. He does still have an Enigma in hand, which it's looking like he might be able to access fairly soon.
There he starts getting his own guard units as well.
So big shift now.
If you root out now, then you can trade with the Comet.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
No, you can trade with the Comet and not die, right? Because of the lowered attack on the La Decima, you wouldn't take 2 damage.
Oh,
right?
I see what you're saying.
So he would bypass the ambush, and the Comet would go back and reset its health and all that kind of stuff, right? You're not trading it out, but if you have a 1 attack unit on the board, you're able to blitz out the Comet, trade with it, and then get it returned and heal back up.
Wow, that's a big heroes right there.
Yeah,
when you're able to heroes into a card that you naturally put in your deck, big thumbs up.
Yes. Definitely, and it looks like he just wants to deploy it dry.
Just tempoing!
Right? Because, I mean, he needs to. He knows there's a Comet in Darkness's hand. If he's able to deal with that 2/2 guard, he's at 4 HP. So, J King really with his back up against the wall in this one.
Darkness got some strong pushes here. Lion for a day as removal. You got the Bologna. And guess what?
He's developing because he knows he can blitz out the L640 next turn. He can Mare Nostrum it. He can kill it. And then with
Big line here for
Yeah,
J King.
This might be, if J King does not find another guard unit, and he did find the T60, if he does not deploy that one this turn, this game might be over. Dealing with the threats, taking out the 4-4, that's good.
I even thought this was going to be different, but
alive.
I think this is really wise of J King here, which was taking into account that his health total is actually pretty important right now.
Yeah.
So for J King, he did have the option to double Bloody Sickle and then play ISU there to get a big threat in play. And the reason that I was looking at that play was quite literally because he'd just drawn Mare Nostrum for the Bloody Sickle.
6, 12. Darkness is able to deal 5 damage this turn. Bounce the first rifles back into hand if he wants to. He's also able to take out the L640, throw that out there, buff it with a Mare Nostrum, trade with the second rifles, and then blitz the Comet into the HQ.
To me, it's like what's the important line here from Darkness? Like, do you have the ability to push? And I'm starting to think I quite am thinking that you do not, because as long as that Fiat is in play, your option to push is not quite as strong. It is still pretty good because your option to push involves getting the Jack Bomber in play, but it still feels like this could be pretty rough.
Yeah, now the Bloody Sickle ISU combo looks to be coming out. Mare Nostrum, double healing. Oh no, he's not going to use the ISU. He's going to trade the Fiat into it, get the double healing with the Mare Nostrum, getting 6 HP back, putting himself at 10. He also has 2 T60s now, and he's able to deploy 2 guards, which is definitely going to help him. And this also considerably lowers his hand size, right? His hand size is down to 5, which means that Darkness getting full value from that Enigma is going to be difficult. He's going to have to spend these cards. But he does, however, find a great top deck there, the Falkenwolf 190A, allowing him to draw a card if he wants to.
It's a big flex.
Yes.
The full name.
Yeah. Oh, the Heinkel.
Huge.
Attack with that. Get Spoils of War. Keep cycling through that deck. And he can even blitz out the L640 if he wants to and retreat both of these units. If he wants to reuse that 5-5 draw.
You do have that option. I think the tempo is very real in terms of keeping these right now.
Yeah, I think you want to be able to attack with that 5-5
L6 is looking to me right now that it's kind of primarily reserved for like Leopold or something, or like a Ladechima. Tactical Strike, not bad.
I'm just so excited about these L640s. I just want to see them used. That's pretty much it. But another Mare Nostrum of the top might help J King claw himself back into this.
Golly.
He's, of course, able to basically blitz up the T60 tank with Mare Nostrum, trade out the Heinkel, and not lose any HP.
You have the red banner on the T60 as well. So, like, you have about 16 different play lines just from, like, 4 cards.
Yeah. And, you know, because you get the T34.
I'm curious if, like, do you go for, like...
He can just red banner.
Yeah, also, like, do you just ever, like, go for, like, a trade into ISU here? Like, if you just... sorry, you just push into the 2, into the 5-5, and then just ISU?
That's what he's doing.
You get a 6-4 heavy armor 2 and a 5-5 blitz in your hand.
That's what he's doing. There is, however, a Tactical Strike in the hand there for Darkness.
Yeah, you can never know that.
No. That's going to be...
with Lion for a day, too. This is a full clear on board.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive turn here for Darkness. And it's going to cost him 7, which puts him 1 credit away from being able to use the Comet this turn, though.
Well, you get to Tactical, you'd get to Lion, and then you have the option of Enigma.
Tactical, like I am in favor of emptying your hand before Enigma, right? So that's 7.
You're getting 3
8.
cards out of the way. This is a 3-card Enigma draw. Like, that's probably the strongest it's going to get this game. So he's not going to be opting for the Enigma line if this is the line he takes. So I'm curious to see what this follow-up is. Spoils. And again, I feel like I got to whisper. I can't see the options.
Oh, he finds the Leopold.
Yeah, this is a strike turn if that's the case. But I'll tell you what, at 12 health, you have to know the deck list in order to be taking a spot like this. Is this a lethal spot here? 6? No, it's not a lethal spot. It's too much credit for the ISU to be spending in this spot.
Yeah, but he can Mare Nostrum and he can heal for 7.
Big deal. I guess the real question here is actually, are you striking the Heinkel or are you striking the headquarters? Because the Heinkel is providing such a real advantage.
Yeah, I mean, and the Heinkel being buffed with Mare Nostrum, it can deal 2 damage, right?
It's just drawing a card every turn. I'm sick of seeing him look at his top 3 and draw a card.
What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? It's gonna be the
Look, we know this part's coming out.
Yeah, yeah. And is it gonna go face or is it gonna go to the Heinkel?
7 is so hard to pass up. Your opponent's sitting at 12. 7 looks massively appealing.
There's a Leopold and from the deep, but he's now at 5 HP. Darkness is at 5 HP. That is T34 range, right? And he knows there's a T34 waiting in the hand as well.
Oh, that's actually a super important point.
He cannot bounce it back and then, just sit back and relax. And even if he plays from the deep, J-King is a player that is smart enough to check for that before he deploys his blitz unit. So you do not want to put yourself in a situation to rely on J-King making a mistake to win this game.
This honestly, this could have been something that was overlooked by Darkness, was just like the fact that J-King is able to just attack for 6. And, you put the Marty Nostrum in play on that as well. It's attacking for even more. So Darkness is having to pay attention to not only T34 in this spot, but also to what J-King can offer in terms of his pressure at the end of the game, just from hand. And it's just every single one of these options has to be taken into account. It's not a very fun spot, I think, for Darkness to be in.
Panzer 3H being found. Don't you just block the front line or something with the? No, you can't. It doesn't work that way because
I think that the front line can be slightly ignored in a spot like this. However, this is really the thing that's highlighted to here is the second ISU.
And he has enough credits.
It checks as well.
Checking from the deep. J-King playing around every single thing being dropped by Darkness, and he's just going to push damage.
Well, it could be. This could just be striking the bomber as well. Your opponent doesn't get the Marty Nostrum effect because you're attacking a bomber.
Just doesn't want to deploy the ISU would have also killed the bomber, but he just wants something in the front line immediately.
I think the difference on this one is that the ISU can kill something larger.
It's true.
That clearly has to be a bit of a concern for Darkness's angle.
Now,
and, now Darkness is having to really consider everything that's in J-King's deck at this point. Yeah. So looking at from the hand style of threats, very few of those on J-King's side. It's all comes from the T60s, really. Everything else is going to be a conditional play.
Yep. I was thinking, now we're seeing for the first time with Darkness playing this deck, I believe, an L640 and a Leopold in hand at the same time. Which I think is pretty interesting. So if he Leopolds and then that gets answered with something.
I think it would just get answered by the tank that's sitting there.
It would. He can't do it now. He has to first develop with the Bologna Regiment, but the turn after, he could potentially Leopold.
Gosh, I wish I could see these.
The level of play that these guys are putting on here is just absolutely phenomenal. I feel just privileged to be able to witness this. And La Decima is going to come out, take out the Bologna Regiment.
Risky.
It is a bit risky.
Looks like J-King is going to draw 2. And if he can't draw something to hit this La Decima, he doesn't have a big cash in on this tank. So it's not there. However, his follow-up plays to this are still just very strong.
Do you...
Pretty easy. I think it's
do you
just
drop two T60s, or do you drop the A45th, trade the La Decima, and then drop one?
You need to be attacking with the tank this turn. Yeah. That is a mandatory play from the way that J-King has set this up. If you didn't attack with his tank this turn, my first question would be, what on earth did you push this to the front line for?
All right, looks like the La Decima won't live to see another day. J-King targeting that at the moment. Still a little bit hesitant on what he wants to do with the remaining credits.
I think a bit of it is the follow-up idea here. Like you have an aggression angle with the Night Witches. You have a tempo option with the Red Banner, or you just have your standard option with the 845th and the T60. So these are all 3 viable options. It's pretty rare at this stage of the game that you have that. So pretty tough. Yeah. Like you probably haven't had this exact experience before.
And there's the T60 coming out, along with the 845th.
A little bit healthier against the idea that Comet exists.
Yeah. Another Enigma. That's not really what Darkness wanted to see. Not being able to properly utilize these Enigmas at all. I think what's interesting now is he could Leopold and move the Panzer 3H to the front line.
Yeah, that's really, I'd say, one of the most important parts of the Leopold turn is that you have to have a way to stunt this 5-5 from attacking. He has that now.
So I wonder if that's probably what's going through his head right now. He's thinking, okay, how do I get this Leopold out, and how am I able to capitalize on that on the following turn?
Your opponent's also demonstrated a lot of what their hand is by having these last couple of turns. If Darkness has paid attention, I'd say very closely to this game, I think there's a very good chance that he thinks that the ISU was duplicated.
Yes. Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure he knows. I mean, he saw that he drew with Parade, and then you can see from where you play the cards. So the card that, you know, is next to the one drawn, the other one drawn by Parade is going to be the same.
It's definitely a lot harder to pay attention to that than you think is all. And so he's going to opt for the clear the 5/5 and then use the Leopold as strictly a tempo option here. However, there is no 12 on the Soviet side. Is that correct?
No, but he can steal it and he can deal 6 damage.
Yeah, that's a big play. There's no doubt. But can you perhaps wait?
That's
and
9.
Steal it and do something. I don't know. There's a lot of things that are happening right now. I don't want to get too excited because it makes me miss everything.
But I mean, he has to figure something out because otherwise it's going to be lethal on Darkness's side, right? Darkness is only one Leopold attack and Comet away from finishing this game.
God, giving your opponent a Leopold back, though, it just always feels like such a rough thing to be doing. You are connecting for a lot of damage, though.
You're leaving him on 1. With 10 cards left in the deck.
You don't have like a 1 damage thing in your deck.
How Darkness has only played 1 Mare Nostrum, right?
I'm just saying that, like, from J King's perspective, that last damage feels like a mountain. Like, he does not have a direct damage effect that's in this deck. It's the Blitz units, and then he's already used the Winter Offensive. So when you take this,
he didn't even attack with it. He just
exactly.
stole it.
I think it was a tempo option. That's kind of the point I'm trying to demonstrate here. Is like attacking with that Leopold means that your opponent might not have to use the Leopold next turn because you don't have enough damage in play.
Yeah.
It's just a very bizarre looking turn is all.
I'm confused. But in a very good way.
I'm not confused. I think that J King had to develop Lion for a Day.
There's
and this was the idea behind forcing Darkness to use this, was that you're going to need to draw removal pretty much anyway. And so now you've done it. You've drawn your removal.
Yep, and now there's 2 T60s, right? 2 tanks. They're able to move across the battlefield and hit the HQ. They're not limited with just being able to move 1 step within a turn like the infantry is able to. So he's setting himself up. He also gets 2 Blitz tanks from these 2 units, right? That's what he's looking for. He wants to find the damage from hand. Now, for Darkness, what can he do? He has to play the Bologna Regiment. And then I guess he can draw 1 with one of his Enigmas. And that's an Arado. Unfortunate, though, that he had already deployed a unit, so not able to pull an order with that Arado, which likely means that we might just see him pass.
It could just be draw another card.
It could be.
I mean, Enigmas have been in hand the whole game. These are so hard to cash in.
Envelop! He can't use it now, but that's huge. That's huge for him.
My concern is that J King's plays are just so powerful from Darkness's angle. You know, Darkness, I think, has done a pretty solid job of fighting this game. He put on a lot of pressure. J King had answers to kind of stabilize that pressure. It counteracted with Darkness taking damage, but, you know, Darkness, he's looking at this game and he's like, where are my Mare Nostrums at right now?
Yeah.
You know, where's my ability to actually use these Enigmas? Why are they showing up right now, like early in the game and then at this critical stage? He just hasn't been able to cash in on a lot of things here. And so J King, you know, without still like a powerful answer to what's happening, he still does have an answer to what's happening here. And it's the second ISU, and this could be massive for J King. It's protected right now as well.
Oh, and there's another Blitz tank.
He has a way to evade the envelop. He's drawn a T-34, or I mean, he gets a T-34 from the T-60. Mare Nostrum gets drawn, but there's not a way to activate it right now, aside from Comet.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
Darkness feels like he's in a heap of trouble.
This might be a Comet Mare Nostrum turn, something that we've seen way too often from Darkness here. And finding the Reich research, he doesn't need any of the Reich research right now. I think this is a Comet Mare Nostrum turn. That's going to make it a 5-3, allow you to trade into the T60. But at that point, you now know that there's more than 11 damage waiting. So you have to proc the envelop, and you have to be able to catch one of these tanks.
It's the thing about it is if you choose to use the Comet Mare Nostrum, you like the envelop catches something big unless J King waits.
Yeah.
So I think that has to be the option this turn given the situation. But this is not a strong turn.
No, not at all. I mean, it does get rid of that T60, so it's only the ISU that is likely to be
Oh,
blitzing into the
boy.
front line. But the KV, could that be the difference maker?
This is another huge draw, too, because J-King now can still deviate from the play line and have something happen. However, with J-King sitting at 8, the Comet is now threatening to push through. With the Comet threatening to push through, J-King does have to take an action. It's just what kind of action is it? And it's looking like right now he's thinking about the Night Witches to try to get around and envelop. That's what it feels like. I just don't know if he has the time to do that. Let's say that you Night Witches, you play 2 of the bombers you get, and you drop a T-34 in play. What does that turn look like? Let's say you Night Witches, you play, I don't know, 1 of them, and you drop the KV-1. Is the KV-1 going to be stronger?
I don't think so. I think you want damage on the field. I think just like
KV-1 is immediate damage on the field.
If we see J-King,
ooh, Red Banner for tempo.
Ooh. I mean, if we see J-King avoid going into the front line here and instead setting up, you know... Oh my god, he got the Blitz tank! He ran out of time! He ran out of time on his turn. He couldn't push into the front line. He couldn't activate the envelop.
That's not necessarily like a bad thing.
No, it is because... Well, he would have procced the envelop and he would have been able to push the ISU and everything and the Blitz tanks into the front line next turn.
Well, it costs 6 to hit with the ISU from the back line, which means that you do not get another Blitz tank option.
But with the envelope gone, I feel like the protective barrier for Darkness is pretty much non-existent, right?
Sure, but it's also locking up 3 more credits. Like, we're probably going to see another Comet style of play. Oh, wait a second. Could you get U-Boat? I don't think the Darkness has a way to get around this.
V1 flying bomb.
I'm sorry, V1 flying bomb. Excuse me.
He's taking that out.
He's
taking out the chance for healing, right? And he's going to be pushing for the Comet, and it looks like he's just going to be banking on the fact that he's going to be able to deal the damage through the guards before J-King is able to. And with this,
actually, you straight up have a race line here because J-King cannot deal the damage.
Yeah, but he didn't even use the envelop.
Because he knows that's going to happen. He knows he's not going to lose this turn because J-King just doesn't have that damage access. So if J-King doesn't have that damage access, step number 1 of how to live this game is quite literally J-King has to restore health.
Yep. And J-King not finding anything that allows him to restore health, and I think this is going to be game 3 going over to Darkness.
Well, he's got 845th plus from the people.
Oh, able to find 3 health.
And
look at Darkness's reaction. He's like, oh no, my best laid plans.
Well, now...
No, he is lethal. Comet plus Mare Nostrum plus Arado. That's 6.
That is 6 damage.
It's game over. Darkness will take game number 3 here in the finals against J-King, and he stands up in celebration, having just found the final point of damage he needed to get over this hump, to find this victory. And Darkness takes a lead 2-1. And my God, are we getting great series and great matches during this World Championship, Admirable.
It's like the way that the games are being played, too. Like, the players are showing steps of aggression that they have really not necessarily shown before and really demonstrating why it's important to have access to damage. And for Darkness this game, this was unlike pretty much any game I have ever seen Darkness play. And you see exactly why it happened. Like, Darkness's hand in the middle of that game was pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
He had 2 Enigmas in hand. He had an L60. He's playing Leopold to return 2 3s and to return a 2-3 and a 2-4 that are sitting in the back line.
Yeah.
Like, so much weird stuff is happening in this game. But because of the aggression line and the display of Comet, J-King is now also having to return that factor. So J-King is using Partisans to put a Leopold back into hand.
Yep.
He's trying to play for ways to play around a Comet striking you to 4. Like, there's so many weird things that are getting set up here, and J-King's having to burn through tools just as Darkness is burning through tools.
Yep.
But guess who had a from-hand damage access that wasn't costing their entire turn? It was Darkness.
It was Darkness. And I mean, this is, I think I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd match of this World Championship that is decided by the Comet. Right?
Comets, when you get to mid-range battles, that's an insane card.
I mean, it's pretty much, in my mind, one of the MVP cards of this tournament in terms of how it's performed in these matches.
It's very strong. It's a closer is the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, closers, a lot of times they're going to be costing you a lot. But
it was in that fatigue game yesterday, right? Between
Yeah.
Darkness and J-King, that was exactly the same thing, right? The Comet was the the thing that pushed it over the edge, right? Just the ability of being able to do that over and over and over and over again, especially when you get into the late game stages and there aren't any answers and ways to deal with it from your opponent.
Yeah.
Already really difficult to deal with, but when you've burned through 90% of your deck, it is especially difficult to deal with.
We need like a 1-cost countermeasure that says if your opponent plays Comet,
Yes.
Destroy it and draw 3 cards.
Destroy it and draw 3 cards. Yes. That's perfect. That's basically just like the Comet Hate Club created that fan-made card.
That's the perfect name for it.
The Comet Hate Club. Introducing in the next World at War release, the Comet Hate Club.
Seriously, though, it's like the games that the players have been playing, because they're showing these very strict lines of play that have so many flexible ways to access their damage at the end of the game, it's just forcing unusual play lines.
Yeah.
And when you have that spot, what happens is both players now end up in situations that they haven't been in before. When you're not playing against players who are accessing this same level of knowledge, you get to crazy weird end games where tiny little things decide the game. And I can't wait for this game 4 right now. Darkness has the edge. He's on match point. J King needs a 2-0.
We're about to head on into this game number 4 of the finals of the World Championship. Will Darkness be able to win it all in this game right here, right now, playing Japan Resistance against the powerful Soviet Italy deck here from J King? Not being able to find the success in the past couple of games with this Soviet Italy deck, will Darkness be able to take it out for the 3rd time and secure himself the World Championship, or will J King take us to game number 5? We're about to find out right here, right now. Let's get into the game. Let's get these mulligans over with, and let's get some units on the field, guys, because I am ready. I am more than ready.
And J King keeps Lion for a Day in hand. And I am very interested in why exactly this was here. Like maybe, could it be because like 61st Infantry is in Darkness's deck? It seems like a strange keep in a matchup like this where your opponent really isn't playing anything for a very long time typically.
Yeah, I've seen just Lion from a Day basically go through most mulligans without being dropped, right? It feels like that is just a very, very powerful and highly valued removal card.
Yeah, but what's it doing in this matchup?
I don't know. I've asked I asked myself that question every time I've seen it gone through, because normally I feel like, don't you just rather want to draw into that and get something else in your early starting hand, right?
I kind of just want to get stuff in play.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's in play. Curious to see. Fiat, though, it's a very valuable card early on in this matchup. It starts to create that bit of a canyon in the life total if it goes unchecked for a long time. And frankly, there's not a ton of ways to check it. And when I'm seeing this now, this is exactly why J King kept Lion for a Day, and I think it was specifically the 61st.
Could be.
Because that stops the Fiat from being able to attack.
But
it also now challenges the Fiat if it gets to move to the front line. And so if you have Lion for a Day in hand, you're getting rid of that process immediately.
But considering the fact that he hasn't immediately played it to answer that 61st, I question if that was his thought process. Looks like he's fine with just dropping the first rifles and biding his time a little bit. He does have multiple ways to answer that 61st. He's got the hammer, and of course he's got 2 Lions for a Day, so maybe he's just not that worried about, you know, Darkness moving up now. But
well, you don't get to cash in on the attack from the Fiat, and that would be the whole point of delaying the removal, is that maybe you can grab 2 credits out of Darkness's line of play as well.
Yeah.
Like maybe he pushes it forward to threaten this.
I'm thinking, I'm looking at this. I'm like long range recon and Viva Resistance. Like Viva Resistance caps out the hand for J King, and then this is going to heal him for 11.
Oh, and an Honorable gets drawn. That the Honorable maybe changes my view on what to do this turn, because now you have 2 potential overdraws that are taking place here.
Yeah, if you can Honorable Death the first rifles as well, and the Fiat, you can stop the healing.
Yeah, the Fiat's the most important unit.
Oh, he gets another one. 2 for 1. Special sale on Fiats right here, right now. 50% off, 2 for 1. Darkness takes out 2 of them with one order.
Yeah, that's a very fortunate outcome from Darkness's angle. That's so many less like kind of arbitrary threats that he has to deal with.
Oh yeah,
because Fiat's not going to end the game, right?
No,
it's just going to create an advantage line if it's able to keep attacking.
And it's just the Fiat is probably the thing. If it gets to attack uncontested a few times, it's gonna get J King to a health level where he might be able to challenge for the fatigue.
Exactly. So it's just like Fiat is not like a big threat. It's just something that has to be answered because of the matchup. And so now Darkness staring down at first rifles. That's made it to the front line.
J King already hovering the deck sizes, right? There's still 27 cards left in Darkness' deck.
The
They're
first factor.
They're just thinking, okay, how much is left in this deck? How much is left in this deck?
I mean,
there we go.
almost every single time. When your opponent can add health to their can add defense to their headquarters, you have to start thinking about the fatigue line right away.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what J King has gone into. It's exactly what Darkness is anticipating from the start of this match. They understood this coming into this situation. So for Darkness, it's about making sure that you're getting the maximum potential from your removal cards. And for J King, it's about making sure that you can force that removal onto threats that, frankly, you just don't really care about.
Yeah, and I mean, any removal that gets applied to a T60, I think makes J King happy, right? Because it gives him another tank to deal with on the next turn.
Yep, damage to the headquarters. That's the step to take in this matchup. A lot of this is going to be questions about when J King actually uses some of these cards, because with your hand being at this size, it is a little bit difficult to really do, pretty much like any of his dig through the deck kind of plays. Like Parade's going to cap your hand.
Yeah.
Is playing a T60, is that putting too much to the board? I don't really think so, but does this say anything over to Darkness's angle? Is Darkness look at this turning differently because of this?
I don't know.
There's no countermeasures in the deck for J King, so he thinks that single threat at a time is going to be the way to do this. My guess would be Bonsai is exactly what he's trying to play around.
Potentially. Looks like Darkness is just going to feel comfortable using defended depth on the first rifles, not following it up with another one. He wants to conserve his cards and play this one slow. J King, however, just continuing to put on light pressure and hoping to draw out some more removal.
Yeah. Any amount of pressure is something that Darkness does have to pay attention to generally. It's just how he pays attention to it. That's always going to change the factor here. The other side of this, too, from J King's perspective, not only is Bonsai, it could be the fact that the T60 doesn't want to get played until sneak attack has been shown. And if you play the T60, what that means is your opponent ignores the fact that it's in play for a couple turns and then sneaks it.
Yeah, and I mean,
that's exactly that was a big factor we saw in the last time these two played.
Yeah. And that sneak attack is sitting in Darkness's hand right now. It's just waiting for that first T60 to come out. And it's not going to be used on a Naval Brigade. It's not going to be used on a second rifles. It's going to be used on a T60, if possible.
Yeah.
Now, the Sheeden could come out here and trade in the front line, but Darkness just passes. He says, you know what? I'm just going to pass. And I don't know if I completely agree with that. I mean, he's probably wanting to keep the Sheeden for, full value, but I think getting a trade in on the Sheeden there wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, and would basically not allow J King to Mare Nostrum and heal for 4, make that a 4-5 in the front line, move up and pour on some additional pressure.
I feel like making this a 4-5 is actually kind of a bait, because Bonsai exists.
It does.
I feel like on the Naval Brigade it's a better option here, and I think that taking it slow, it's kind of an option you have, although you do need to play something this turn unless you're just okay with burning stuff. Honestly, you could just be okay with burning stuff. That's very possible.
I think it's a great consideration to be worried about the Bonsai and to be cognizant about that. And we did see J King play extremely well around it earlier, right?
Could you ever play La Decima in this spot? This is a weird turn for J King. This is one of those spots where now my head's starting to really go back into these games where you can actually just burn cards. We're talking, it's 6-7 years ago at this point, and I'm starting to think about these style of matchups. And I think J King here is making the right play. It looks so weird to be intentionally burning a card, but why waste the cards you have now when they're as strong as they are?
Exactly.
Just go ahead and
but
light
now,
push.
The Imperial Decree will allow Darkness to take out that Naval Brigade using that bombing raid if he so chooses.
You can also do it with the Kavanishi. You could play that plus the Imperial plus the Tora.
Yeah.
We've seen that the Kavanishi doesn't actually play a critical role in this matchup, simply because you're not killing your opponent with Bonsai, you're killing them with fatigue. So I do think that the Bonsai is the stronger of the two options. But I do think that the Kavanishi can be used in a very different state.
It's not a great overdraw there for J King,
Really
especially when you are in the fatigue matchup, when you're in the matchup that aims to draw out the game all the way to the end. And now you've lost your engineering battalion. And look at how intently he is holding those T60s back. And he might deploy 2 here, which means that, only 1 will get discarded from the hand,
Exactly.
Right?
So this was the other play line option for J King, is that if you're going to play 1, you need to play 2, or otherwise one of them gets sneaked.
Yeah. Now, I wonder To the Last Man found this well. So many answers here for Darkness if he so chooses.
Yeah, we're not seeing the same game that we saw last time between these two, where Darkness was very restricted in his options, and he was having to kind of just burn through his options because that's he's using powerful options on weak cards because that's all he had.
I mean, don't you just? Oh, he's one credit short. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, you sneak one still, right? I mean, you still pull a T60 from the deck.
He will. To
the Last Man, I think, is pretty much reserved specifically for Tiger.
Well, no Tiger in this matchup since it's going to be Soviets.
Oh,
but,
true story. Excuse me. I apologize.
The ISU is definitely kind of in the realm of what you would save the To the Last Man for. That 2 heavy armor just makes it so difficult to deal with any type of unit, right? Looks like he's going to go for the sneak attack, and he's going to remove those units. Goodbye, 1 T60. Hello, 1 T34. But now what is J King wanting to do? The sneak attack is out of the way, so that might open up some additional lines of play for him. Does he want to blitz out that T34 and just deliver 5 damage to face, or anything else that he might be looking at?
So there's 2 different options with the Marty Nostrum, which is number 1, create a pretty dynamic threat that Darkness has to deal with, or number 2, it's to wait and just deal the most powerful hit you can with it, which would be wait on the this tank here.
Yeah.
So T34, if it stayed back, would be to use one of the Marty Nostrums. If J King's not using it here, what that means is he has bigger plans for it. So that's exactly what he's demonstrating right now.
Oh, he moves it into the front line. So Darkness has the ability to Kavanishi bombing raid now if he so chooses, and that would eliminate everything from the front line. He could also Kavanishi Tor and Desperate Measures if he wants to as well.
The bombing raid turn is looking very strong to me.
I think so as well.
You're getting like pretty much maximum potential out of both of these cards.
Yeah.
Kavanishi's job is to enhance a removal spell in the matchup.
And you're forcing an overdraw.
And you're using a bombing raid to kill 2 things.
Yeah.
And you're forcing an overdraw, and you're using as few cards as possible, and you're not burning a credit from a Desperate Measure. Now the Desperate Measure is actually going to cost 2 instead of costing you 3.
Yeah.
Over time.
And it's also in a situation where he could also just go for this. He has 2 attacks here, so he can push 8 damage to face.
So
or
he
can
take
trade.
out that, and
He's going to go face here, I think. Going to ask J King politely, will you pay 2 credits to kill this?
I think he's going to take a very different option here, which is Lion for a day, and then he's going to start stacking on some Marty Nostrum.
Yeah. Starting that healing.
12-point health swing. Big deal.
But now what do you do if you're Darkness? Do you wait for the board to develop more for more things to get into the front line?
Oh, so you're kind of burning a card away when you use this take initiative from Darkness' side. So if there's a card that is critical to their game plan that's still in the deck, chance to burn it.
Yeah.
1 in 21.
Defend in depth. That's not really what you were looking for, but I mean,
You're
it's
happy to
still
see that gone.
it's still a good
Yeah.
removal. I mean, that would have been used to take out this T34 immediately this turn, but without it, it's going to be a more difficult challenge because now it's at 6 HP.
I mean, we got 2 of these T34 with Marty Nostrum turns coming up here. Like, Darkness has got to start being concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Darkness basically now has to use an Imperial Decree on top of the Kavanishi if he wants to kill it with the bombing raid, or he has to just go all out and use something like To the Last Man.
He's got to defend on the far left.
He's got to defend it.
It's got a little tiny corner of an image there, but I've been tracking that card the entire game to see where it's going to be
operation. He's multiple lines to keep this from hitting his face next turn.
Yeah, but that's really kind of the idea here, is that he's got multiple lines of play in order to handle this, but he knows that more blitz damage is coming up.
Yeah. He knows there is another T-34 waiting. It looks like he's going to go for the Kavanishi and the naval operation, dealing 3 damage and a Tor to take it out.
So now the idea behind playing the Kavanishi here is that it's going to require attention from J King usually, and so what that means is a slow turn of threat is now coming from J King. Darkness wants a bit more of an option before he gets to a certain spot, and you'll notice this by the swords played afterwards. J King is not interested in peeling more cards from the deck.
No. And that's such a funny dynamic, to basically be in a situation where you just, no, I don't want more cards for my deck. Yeah. Keep them in my deck.
I love the fatigue matchups because it breaks the rules of the game.
Yeah.
Don't draw cards. What kind of card game is this?
18 cards left in the deck for J King, 19 for Darkness. Darkness, however, drawing 3 here and bouncing the take initiative back.
Gets drawn.
He does get the Kika. He also gets the Viva La Resistance, so he can block the draw next turn. He can even use the Honorable Death to force an overdraw, plus develop a guard. A lot of options found through that card draw there from Darkness.
Strong turn.
And burning more heal from the deck from J-King, having now burnt an 845th and a Fiat earlier in the game. Darkness is finding himself in a more and more favorable situation, and J-King is just being forced to play it so slow that it's becoming more and more difficult for him.
Well, J-King, I will admit, I don't think he's forced to.
Another 845th.
Bad one. I don't think he's forced to be playing it slow. I think that he is wisely choosing to do so. Partitioning your resources here and pacing your threats keeps Darkness on the back foot. It keeps him in a spot where he has to use some of these options inefficiently. And so it's been quite a strong spot here. But right now, the KV1 plus the take initiative here, that's looking like, a pretty reasonable turn. Just the KV1 plus Lion Verde looks like a reasonable turn. KV1 has to be answered. That's really the thing here. You get to force 2 damage because you're taking out the 61st.
But now we're seeing more and more healing being found there from Darkness, finding a long-range recon, finding a liberation, finding a call to the colonies. Right there.
It is very rare you have this turn.
Wow. You have 9. He can heal for 18 this turn if he wants to.
Yeah. I mean, it's rare that you get this turn.
And he still has To the Last Man. He still has Bombing Raid. He still has Desperate Measures. And he's got an Imperial Decree to basically buff any one of those. The Kawanishi is out, but as we've learned, it's less important, but Darkness is now 3 cards behind.
Yeah, which reminds you, though, he still has 12 shuffle-ins.
Yes.
So he's actually 9 cards ahead. Yeah. The difference is those last 9 that you do, they don't really do anything. So that's really the key in this matchup, is that if you're playing those kamikazes, you're offsetting the entire purpose of those shufflebacks in this particular matchup because it's an open deck list, because they practice together, because they fully understand the matchup right now.
Yeah. Defended Depth coming out, removing the KV1, followed by a Liberation and a pass turn. Healing for 9, filling up the hand of J-King, and forcing an overdraw next turn. And what's going to get overdrawn? A Hammer. Not the worst card to get discarded since, there's not a ton of ground units to use it on.
You're pretty happy to see that one. It's like Bloody Sickle, very conditional removal cards. Those are the ones you want to see burned. From J-King's side, anytime something with stats gets burned, bad news.
Something with stats or something with healing. Something that helps you fight that fatigue battle. Whenever that gets burned, it's always bad news. But now, J-King looking to blitz out this T-34, possibly delivering 5 to face, 6 to face with the Mare Nostrum, putting himself up to 24, and then starting to empty out some of these resistance cards.
Canyon of damage. And again, once you know the Kavanishi's gone, it does still play a role of like the threat of power is power sort of thing, where once that's gone, you do know that you don't have to play around the bonsai. I'm sorry, the kamikaze turn nearly as much.
Kika coming out, finding great value in trading this. It does heal J-King for another 6 though, but again, Darkness isn't very, very worried about this. And he leaves no threat on the board, so there's basically nothing that J-King can do here. I mean, he can parade, try and find something, but there's nothing on the board for him to partisans or steal. I guess getting a couple of guards is pretty good, but To the Last Man still remains.
Yeah. My question in my head is like, when is this Night Witch is getting used? And I think what J-King is trying to do is find a way to get rid of the AoE effect from Darkness' side, and then try to cash in on the fact that you have 3 extremely annoying threats, and that the threats are not threatening your hand size at that point. So for J-King now, the reason you wouldn't get rid of the resistances and use more is you're starting to think about Phony War and how it's accelerating the fatigue spot.
Yeah. And there we go. We see J-King is now down to 13 cards. And 2 Phony Wars in hand there for Darkness, as well as a long-range recon. We can heal for, 8 with the long-range recon, another 8 with the Call to the Colony. So that's 16 health that he has in hand, putting him to 25 if he so chooses.
Curious when you can get to these Phony Wars being relevant. It does feel like a different spot. Oh, that's another thing that the Night Witches can do too as well. Is like it lets you dump some threats on the board, and then Night Witches to go back to like 7-ish cards. So that way you're not getting Phony Ward again. Like there's so many strong uses of each of these cards. They have very unique uses in this matchup, and the players just keep demonstrating the understanding of that. It's just frankly quite impressive. Like I'm getting to see both hands, and I've been learning about this matchup, and I've been discussing this matchup kind of stuff with Darkness and J-King the entire weekend. So like I've just gotten so much information up on it.
My god, he went for drawing 2 cards, found the Liberation.
Wow.
Instead of taking 8 health from Call to the Colonies while sitting at 9, I mean, yes, he knows that there there isn't a ton of damage going to be coming across the field at him, but still, that decision forcing another overdraw from J-King just keeps him on the back foot continuously. And now J-King having to start to remove some of these resistance cards. And every single time he does so, he takes a tick of damage because he does not want to cycle through his deck due to that fatigue.
That was a very unique turn from Darkness' side. But again, the idea is you don't need access to every single one of the bonsai shuffles. You're just trying to stop the... You're just trying to stop the fatigue damage you would take and let that, have its leverage effect against J-King. You don't even really need that many cards ahead. You need like maybe 2 or 3 in a lot of situations.
You can see J-King, he was hovering the HQ there, and he was taking notes about how much he had healed and with what cards.
This could be a big Heroes. Oh, boy.
A Joseph Stalin or a KV-1.
I was kind of curious, like the armored train is not like an insignificant threat here.
I think whatever you choose here is just going to get killed by To the Last Man or a bombing raid.
You know what? I'll take that. We used a singular card that doesn't play a critical role in the deck. It's just a very strong card.
Yeah.
To get like one of the key cards from our opponent's lineup. And so J-King here is now thinking about that. With the Joseph Stalin in hand, this turn right here probably forces To the Last Man. This is just a lot of health that's in play. That's like one of the primary factors of To the Last Man is like how much health are you actually snagging from this? With no Kavanishi, with 1 Imperial Decree, with these units not being on a parallel line right now, bombing raids like muted. There's so much stuff that's going on. So how much more damage can Darkness really afford to take? We're going to find out this turn, and it looks like he's going with Colonies, which says, you know what? I don't need to worry about your board at the moment. I think I can have a stronger turn for this.
You only need 1 HP left on your HQ to win. So sometimes you can play around with your HQ HP like that. And it looks like he's inviting J-King. Go ahead, develop your board more. And J-King making sure that he doesn't pull his hand size far below 8.
All right, we have reached a very unique spot where Darkness is going to have to pay attention to board. But how much attention? It doesn't have to be everything. He has drawn a 61st Infantry Regiment, so if this is coming down, I think he does need to at least expend 2 cards here.
Yep.
He knows that J-King has got Take Initiative as well, so if there's an event where J-King is able to answer back and fill the hand back up for Darkness, what cards are left that could be burned that are too critical to burn?
I think J-King is never playing Take Initiative here because that's going to draw him 4 cards.
It would be purely tempo related. That's the only situation.
Yeah. It's the only situation.
It's just you're digging deep at this point because A, you have the time,
and
then B, this is the finals of the World Championship here. You're taking into account everything.
And you are on the back foot. And if your opponent wins, they are the world champion, right? You have lost out. If J-King doesn't claw himself back into this one and find a way to finish the game before it goes down to fatigue, and I think drawing out the To the Last Man is an excellent step in that direction for J-King.
Yeah.
Now he can deploy the Joseph Stalin, and that's going to draw a reaction from Darkness for sure. He sees it coming out, and you can already see he's thinking, how do I deal with this? What do I do? Remember, only 1 naval operation has been used, and there's only 9 cards left in Darkness's deck. So, and at least, 3 more of those are kamikaze cards. And there he goes. He finds the naval operation with a Take Initiative. It puts J-King to 8 cards, and now he can guard up. He can stall. He can do so many things.
Big play. How can J-King answer this in an effective manner?
The Partisans is not going to be enough.
Are not the draws
There's
you want to see
red
right
banner.
now. These are not the droids you're looking for.
I mean, maybe if he Bloody Sickles a couple of times and he's able to find a red banner, he's able to steal that, get the card draw for himself, but he has to cycle through his deck, and he doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to do that.
He doesn't want to. That's such a difficult spot.
It's a brick when he draws a Bloody Sickle right now.
You have the resources that your hand allows and nothing else to work with.
My gosh, this is just such a tense spot to be in because it doesn't feel like the turn is that important, but frankly, it just is.
He ended up having to end his turn because even playing the Night Witches, he would only be able to get a couple of them.
Oh, boy.
And now a long-range recon further accelerating the health difference between the 2 HQs. And while there is still a Josef Stalin on field, it is now blocked by a 61st Regiment in the front line. And Darkness just says, I'm chilling.
This is a big turn here.
Mare
Marty
Nostrum.
Nostrum gets drawn.
That could be a game changer in terms of this Josef Stalin.
We're seeing partisans this turn.
Yeah.
Now's the time. This is huge.
And he delivers, what is that, 13 damage to face within that turn and heals himself for 9. That is absolutely massive.
And now, Darkness has to be concerned with this because the Josef Stalin has 2 heavy armor on it, which means if you're going to kill this thing, you need a lot of order damage.
He has 2, he has 3.
He only has 7 order damage right now.
Yeah. He's 8 with the Imperial Decree, right?
No, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the Imperial Decree.
Yeah.
So this tank is not handleable this turn unless you drew something to enhance. This is bad news.
There's another Partisans as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So
like
he's able to dodge that one more time if he wants.
He's found the momentum line, and Darkness having to do the early investment point on this, where you're going, you know what? I have to start working on this because I don't have the credits to handle it in one turn.
Yeah. And now, what can J. King find? He found a red banner, and he has the Partisan, so he can Partisans red banner the 61st.
And attacks.
And he can attack. Is he finding a way back into this game at the very last moment?
I mean, this is huge.
J. King
is huge. So he doesn't get to attack with it this turn because it was in the back line, not the front.
But he can move it up to the front line, and he can red banner it, develop another threat in the front line, and now both naval operations have been used on Darkness' side.
And mind you, this is also after Darkness has expended some of the AoE damage in order to start working on the Josef Stalin, which, by the way, he still cannot
and he gets
answer.
the Tony with Blitz from the back line. I don't know if that's a Tony, but I'm not
Imperial
sure.
Decree!
Imperial Decree, double Imperial Decree, that's 4. That's killing both with the desperate measures. Imperial Decree off the top for Darkness allows him to deal with the threats on board, but is it going to be enough? Is he going to be able to win through the fatigue damage? Because that's where we're heading right now. The Fiat, however, it's going to be taken out by the Raiding Brigade, so that's not going to stick on the board for a long time. But J. King, is he able to do anything to capitalize on this? Is there still a liberation to be played? I don't think so. I think there's one. I think there's one long-range recon, but that's about it.
I mean, for Darkness, being able to answer those 2 threats this turn, that's the critical draw of the game. J. King is getting very thin on relevant threats at this point, and what that means is that Darkness has the advantage. Like I'm not even kidding you when I say this. Last Rites is still in the deck, right? If J. King is not applying pressure, what that means is Darkness wins the fatigue battle in this 38-10 because he has the shuffle back.
Yes.
If J. King has to be finding threats, if he cannot find threats, he cannot find a win. And so a Fiat, literally any unit, feels like a miracle draw from J. King's perspective right now. It's just how do you partition those? If you waste one, that could be the end of the game.
Night Witches, could Night Witches be the difference maker? These bombers, you know, there is no AoE, I believe, left, really. And timer running out for the second time this game for J. King. If the timer running out is going to cost him a world championship, man, that's going to be a very, very, very sad J. King. However, only being able to deploy one of the Polikarpov means that Darkness is able to blitz out that second raiding brigade, kill the Fiat, and then get that into the front line, threatening the second Polikarpov. So in order to deal with that, J. King will have to use at least one of his Bloody Sickles, if not both. And a Key 83 as well. Now there's the threat on board here for Darkness, and I mean, there is a Burning Sky on the other side that could potentially just take care of that threat, but I believe it has 5 HP, and that only does 1 damage. So again, another reason he has to use his Bloody Sickles, and that cycles through his decks. That accelerates the fatigue.
Well, hang on, he doesn't have to. So this is like a step number 1, right? He does not have to worry about this 2 damage connecting to face. He just wants to get it out of the way so that way his 1/2s don't die. Like, I'm curious how J. King has the time to deal the damage here, and I'm looking at the list from Darkness. He's running out of ways to actually answer units by a very large margin.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at the list from J. King. He is running out of ways to deal damage.
Darkness passing his turn. The ISU is still in the deck.
It needed to be drawn pretty much this turn. He's thinking about it. All right, well, Darkness, we're having to go into a draw some cards state for Darkness here.
Kamikaze. But there's
wait, is he
only
completely
Kamikaze
out?
left.
Oh, gosh.
This is it. J King, he's evening up the series. He's taking it to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a win from Darkness's perspective.
This is it. It's done. This lethal. Over 2 turns, Darkness has nothing to answer this.
There's no cards left to answer.
Game number 5, and just what is going on? The 272nd, it doesn't even need to be played.
I think he's just trying to show that, like, hey, these 2 giant threats were the bottom cards. I needed these a lot earlier, but thankfully they weren't burned.
That's it. J King ties us up 2-2. We're going to game number 5 in the grand finals of the World Championship. And I thought today was going to be shorter than yesterday, but no. Darkness and J King, they say no.
Wow, this is just nuts. Like, the fact that J King had these at the bottom of the deck, and just at every stage of the game that there was a burn taking place on a draw, a potential to burn these 2 massive threats. And you'll see once again that J King was able to just force enough pressure from Darkness's side that there was just no removal at the end of the game.
No, just nothing left. Just nothing left. And now we have J King having won with what, his U.S. deck?
He's won with U.S. mid-range. He's won with Soviet Italy.
So he has Brit Air left. No, Brit Air got banned. So he has Japan Resistance versus Japan Resistance is going to be our finals.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be the game to decide it all. Who is the better Japan Resistance player?
I mean, I have no idea what the advantage in this matchup is.
We talked about it. So sneak attack being included here for Darkness would be a detriment in the mirror matchup, right?
I mean, yes and no. It's like not in this particular matchup. It was not. In this particular matchup, it's just 8 credit kill a thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I mean, it did peel
the detriment
one other
that I'm
T60.
seeing is that Darkness has the 61st.
Yeah,
like
he has 3 units.
It is a 4/4. You do like that, but your opponent really could just completely waste their removal and not worry about it. Like, there's not a ton of threats they have to handle in the matchup. So I think, honestly, whoever has the edge is quite literally just who goes first. Because you draw 1 less card.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
I'm looking at these lists side by side. And
this is going to be a weird game.
It's going to be a weird game because also both of these players will know what they're playing for and what they're playing around. So
what a weird way to end this final match.
It's insane.
It's like, get ready to sit down.
And wait. And wait. This is going to be a really, really short wrap here because we have some dinner reservations to make, right?
Ollie, I'm going to let you take the reins here for this first one because I'm about to go into a deep analysis state here and try to figure out if somebody has the edge based on paper.
All right. I mean, I'm slowly but surely getting acquainted with both of these decks. I look on the TV and I can see both players are sitting down. They know what's on the line. And for you at home that don't, whoever wins this game is the world champion. Whoever wins this game walks away with $5,000. Whoever loses walks away with $2,500. So there's a $2,500 difference between these two places. And, of course, the title of world champion. And here we go. It all comes down to this. 2,000 people played in the open qualifiers. 128 played through the knockout stages. And then we went down to 4 who ventured across the world during a pandemic to fight at a LAN in Iceland, out of all places, and it goes down to Game 5 between teammates and friends. Japan Resistance versus Japan Resistance. Who would have thought that would be our final game in our World Championship? Not me, not ever, but my God, am I excited for it. J King 7 versus Darkness. Game 5 starts right now. I can't wait.
That's the alley I was waiting for. Yeah.
Duty is a mountain.
All right, so when you look at these lists side by side, there's really not too much difference. However, there is going to be 2 things that I highlight. Number 1 is the count of Toras in this matchup because it is technically a source of damage to your opponent's headquarters.
Yep.
J King has got 4 copies of Tora. Darkness has 2 copies of Tora.
Okay.
So a slightly distinct mark there in terms of damage. In terms of Health restoration. There are 2 copies of colonies for Darkness. There's only 1 copy of colonies for J. King. So that offsets the Torres by a pretty considerable margin.
Yeah.
So the thing I'm looking at here is that the player who has the advantage is the player who's able to burn cards from their opponent more efficiently. In that case, the player who goes first has a pretty distinct mark. You're drawing 1 less card. You have 1 less card in hand that you have to control. Edge to Darkness there. So that's 2 elements I have found that give an edge to Darkness. Because having dead cards in your deck is just, it's pretty common in a matchup like this. Like, your cards are meant to handle unit-based decks. And so when you have a ton of removal in your deck, again, you get to burn through it. It's very hard for units to actually be a measure that's a threat there.
Yeah.
So for both players' angles, they're trying to strike face with the Kika. From both players' angles, they're trying to maximize the damage from Kawanishi. From both players' angles, they're trying to draw as few cards as possible.
Yep.
So how do you navigate that puzzle? And we're watching it right now in the World Championship final.
Pass.
Well, no, you have hand size manipulation is a major factor.
Oh yeah, I mean, you don't want to. Both of these players are basically looking for opportunities to have each other overdraw, and now we're seeing the mirror come in. Call to the colonies. Call to the colonies. Pass. Pass. Now, what will Darkness get here? Will he just long range recon? I mean, he could. What is that? 2, 4, 6, 7. He can fill up the hand for J. King.
I think that that's an option. You do have the option of passing here as well. It's hard for J. King to burn a card from you.
Because you're thinking, right? If you can force an overdraw on a Kika,
especially
instance,
on the
right?
turn that you hit a long range recon.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even kidding. That 1 extra health can almost always be the difference in a matchup like this. I'm not kidding. Like, you have very few ways to actually damage your opponent.
Now the long range recon comes out, not opting to fill up the hand, just saying I'll do that a little bit later. But now the Kika being drawn, he would have overdrawn the Kika.
If he would have overdrawn the Kika, that's the end of the game.
He could basically surrender, right? That's
but the thing about it is,
cards.
I agree with his option of not doing so.
Sure.
For a number of reasons. But the one I'll highlight is that you're trying to find a Viva La resistance in the turn. It's most critical for your opponent to have a difficult turn of burning their mana, or they're burning their credits rather. Excuse me.
More value, 1 more HP gotten out of the long-range recon there by Darkness, and he's found the Liberation, which is going to fill up the hand for J. King and heal him for a 9. So Darkness taking a decent lead here, kind of from finding this. Defend in Depth, not a card that you will mind losing in this one, because not a ton of threats. There are, of course, more threats in Darkness's deck because he's running those 61st.
I actually don't know if you're ever playing the 61st. I'm not really kidding when I say that either. That's 3 less cards you're going to have in your deck.
Yeah.
So I think that the 61st stay in hand, just kind of full stop. And so for J. King here, he's not getting like a big cash in on his long range recons, but 6 is about the hand size you want to have in this spot.
I'm wondering if you're Darkness here, do you pass, or do you play the bonsai?
I mean, you could very easily play the bonsai here.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding.
You don't have anything to play it on, right?
It's literally you have it on like a Kawanishi and a second raiding brigade.
I have never seen just bonsai dropped on curve on an empty board ever before, and that being the correct play, Admirable. What are we looking at?
A fantastic matchup.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
The Key 83 here too. It's like this is like pretty much a primary spot, but this is honestly one of the worst turns to have to draw it.
Sneak attack can just take care of it.
It's exactly in the sneak attack
You're
spot.
not running multiple copies of anything, so you feel fine using the sneak attack.
Yeah,
just get rid of it.
It's just like you really want this to stick on board for 1 turn, even if you don't never get to attack with it. It's just you want your opponent to draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
And so for Darkness here having the sneak attack, it's actually demonstrated an edge in the matchup at this point. But again, he does still have 3 like really actually dead and difficult draws, which are the 61st. The 61st is making it to where you just are actually going to have 3 bricks in your hand because you can't play them. Drawing an extra card is a nightmare if you don't have to. That's how this matchup works.
Oh my god. I mean, looking at this, you talked about the 4 Tortoras. I mean, there are, apart from the Shiden, there are no threats in terms of, where is this?
No, the threat is the bricks in your hand.
I'm looking for the, yeah, there they are at the top. He has 3 naval operations, and we just saw him burn 1 on an empty board, right? So I think once you start seeing J King burn the different naval operations, that's where you want to deploy the 61st.
God, this is excellent use of cards here from Darkness's side. Use the Phony War in order to fill up the hand from J King, but at the same time he does so in a parity state where he does not lose an advantage by having to draw an extra card, take initiative getting burned.
That's another card that would be able to
that's a utility
induce,
option.
Induce some overdraw from Darkness, force him to potentially, you know, send that back at a different time going through his deck.
I will say something else I've noticed too is that the Vive la Resistance, you don't really actually want to ever play it in this matchup because it does draw a card.
Yeah.
So that is something of note here, is that Darkness has now used that, and that could change the state of the game. Phony War getting burned, you're usually pretty happy with. However, that is the second one, and so now J King does not have to worry about, you know, lowering the hand count too much.
Yeah.
And so that is now an angle of attack that J King has, which is I can just play as much as I want, technically now.
I am in disbelief that we are looking at this game as the game 5 in the World Championship. I mean, it is absolutely crazy, and the skill intensity of this matchup is so big.
Darkness going way low on the
Desperate measures.
2 damage being burned. Don't like that.
Oh my God, there's going to have to be some good fatigue math going on here later.
Oh, I have the fatigue math pre-settled. It's an algorithm. it's literally just it's a cumulative damage state that happens, and like basically we're not gonna have to go too deep on it. There's gonna be some back and forth that accounts for it because of variable options. It's the first 5 cards, that's 10 damage. The next 5 cards, that's 25.
Yeah.
So if you're 1 card ahead and it's going to take 9 fatigue draws to kill somebody, what that means is your opponent is taking 10 extra damage than you are. So it's, you know, that 1 extra card really means a lot at the end of the day. Darkness going with second rating brigade here, and that's going to trigger the honorable death. So another card draw has been forced onto Darkness's side. And so J King here, I think, is feeling pretty comfortable. You know, like the fact that he may not even have to play a second rating brigade, I think he maybe has found an edge in the fact that Darkness has used a Vive la Resistance, and the fact that he got to honorable death one of Darkness's units.
Yeah.
Could be an edge.
It could be an edge. Another long-range recon as the HQs keep gathering damage. And of course, you know, there's no threats being developed, so there's no pressure of playing the Kamanishi, of utilizing, you know, that damage amplification. So I think in this one, we're going to be seeing that potentially used by both players around the late part of the game.
Yeah. The question here for J King is hand size control and how do you actually utilize it. Do you use you know, damage utility to empty, or is it possible that, you know, you're okay with shuffling bonds or kamikazes into the deck? Because you do have a clear strike here with Kika. It does force your opponent to have an option at this point.
Yeah.
But if your opponent is J King trying to bait a Vive la Resistance here? I'm curious if that has entered his mind, because he kind of went to go end turn and then he stopped and went, wait a second. And he looked at this, and I think the end turn here is more of a bait against your opponent using Vive la Resistance, because it draws them a card. You don't want to draw a card.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Oh, J King's digging deep.
Oh, 20 to 20. He's thinking, oh, should I draw a card?
J King has the edge here.
19 to 20.
Ooh, pure brick.
And
oh, did he bait? So you have the risk of burning a tool, but Darkness is now down 2 cards on the fatigue state.
Yep. And he's burned both his Phony Wars, so he has no way of getting that back, right?
Oh, is he playing the 61st? Honestly, Darkness may recognize that he's at such a disadvantage that the 61st might actually not be that bad of an option.
Yeah, I mean, it does force action out from J King, right?
But J King is happy to force another draw here. Like that's like a fist pump, take a lap, write a letter home to mom.
Do you deal with it? Do you just defend in depth here? Just get rid of it, right? Just use 1 card. Don't worry about all the AoE stuff.
You can take your time on it because it can't strike. It can never strike you. No. And so what that means is, can it commit Darkness to make a weirder play? And it might.
Yeah. You'll always have a chance to basically.
Yeah. If you have a way to deal with it, it means you have the time to deal with it.
Yeah. So now I'm expecting Darkness to push it up, just to threaten some damage to the HQ and then pass.
I think J-King has got a substantial edge right now. And when I say substantial edge, I mean like we're in the neighborhood of like my prediction on this would probably be 90% J-King right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I do not have as much experience with fatigue matchups, so I wouldn't know.
Wow.
Now Liberation, and with 6 cards in hand for Darkness, plus defend in depth.
Big risk on the overdraw.
Block the damage.
You're getting 2 overdraws in your opponent, so they're down. Was that 3 cards now in the fatigue state? And a take initiative gets burned. So utility getting burned, but you're not unhappy to see that card getting burned. I don't think
it's not that terrible.
And for J-King, I think an important note on this one is going to be when to use the Kika. This is something I think that both players are having to consider now. Because the fatigue state, when you get to these high health totals, is going to be pretty massive amounts of damage at the end of the game, and something like a Kika striking for 6 completely change that turn count that it's going to take.
Yeah.
And the answer that it can. However, are you going to get to a state that's deep enough where shuffling 4 cards in your deck is super relevant? So J-King finds the first Shiden, which again is in a similar state that the Kika is. The difference is the Kika doesn't want to get used till later because you do not want to be drawing kamikazes this early.
Oh no, you definitely don't.
So when does all this, like, can you back-to-back these turns with like the Shiden and the Kika and actually just strike for so much that it's like, oh, I've been accounting for this, but it's just, frankly, I don't have a way to play around it.
I mean, long-range recon coming out here. There's also, of course, the Shiden, right? Like, if you blitz out the Shiden and you deal 8 damage to the HQ, that will force an answer, right? But now, if you're Darkness, you got to make that decision. Do I play it or not? And the answer is you don't, right?
I think that you've already put yourself in a pretty bad spot given the natural state of the matchup. This wasn't really like a choice that Darkness made.
No.
You're not really thinking about like, well, how bad is 61st if I get to the finals of the World Championship and I have to play a Japan
mirror matchup
mirror
against J-King?
Yeah, it's like that's not a thought that comes in your head, right?
No.
The 61st has clearly demonstrated an important role in getting to this spot because it's been powerful in the other matchups. Darkness now, though, I think is starting to get to a point where he's like, you know what, I might just be at such a huge disadvantage that I have to keep taking this risk. He's already at a major disadvantage because of the card count in the deck, and so if you can get one of these to connect for 4, maybe that could be the difference, but honestly, I'm having trouble seeing it.
Yeah.
This is going to be real tough. J-King burning a utility option. Darkness does have a key 83, but I don't think you want to compound the threats in play ever. I think that's a huge risk of To the Last Stand being suddenly a colossal play. But that may be the risk you have to take. Again, Darkness is down by 3 cards. He's going to be down by 4 because of this 61st. Natural disadvantage, I think, because of the 61st. I did not expect him to play in this game, but his hand was getting kind of bricked out. He's going to try to compound the threats, and J-King has another fist pump here.
Yeah.
This To the Last Man is massive.
Yeah, that's so good for J-King. Just being able to play that 1 card, taking care of both threats, having it in hand when he needed it. And that's another card drawn here from Darkness, who is now sitting 4 cards behind. And once you get up there on the fatigue damage, that's like 40 damage or something, right?
It's ridiculous. Like, Darkness, I do not believe, can win the fatigue battle at this point.
So he has to find an alternative way to win, which is basically impossible for him, given that the rest of the decks that these guys have are pretty much identical. And look at that, J-King having all the Vivola resistance still in hand because he recognized, I do not want to draw any cards. Nope. It doesn't matter if I could force you to overdraw. I don't care if you get the tools that are in your deck into your hand, because I know that if I just draw less than you, I win.
Essentially, yes. It's extremely difficult to win with a threat in this matchup. Your removal's not really pressured that much. So Darkness, he's having to take another draw here. Take initiative goes to hand for J-King. Darkness's other angle of winning this is that hoping that he burns those critical cards. That hoping he burns Last Right, that he burns Kika, that he burns Shiden. All 3 of those are already in hand for J-King. I think Darkness is making the right call given the situation and the context that he's found himself in. But I just don't think he has much agency after this game left.
No, and I mean, he's going for the Shiden to start trying to do some chip damage. There is a Shiden of... J-King has a Shiden of his own, and he has the Kika to answer it, right? If he wants to take out this Shiden, he's able to do it with the Kika.
I'm actually curious if you even need to do that. You know, I think that... Oh, whoa. Okay, this is an interesting spot here from my perspective. I thought that J-King was going to hang on to these for as long as possible because he was just so far ahead in the fatigue battle. But perhaps it was just timing that he was looking for in this spot like this, because I'm not so convinced of this one.
He still has a slight edge in the fatigue battle.
You do still have the edge, so maybe that's
cards.
kind of the difference. Is you're trying to like line it up a little bit. Like, man, darkness is getting pretty deep. Like maybe he's going to have like threat to threat to threat to threat to threat, and like that actually delivers a lot of damage. So that does feel like a pretty, considerable option.
Darkness will overdraw next turn, and the Kika comes out to answer the Shiden. Now, what's going to be important for Darkness is to basically not answer the Kika with, in a long-range recon being burned. That's valuable health.
That is humongous.
That is so much valuable health being burned off the top, and you see Darkness recognizing it. He puts his hand in his head. Head in his hands, even. I'm so turned around here, I can't even speak straight.
I mean, that's disaster.
That is disaster. That was probably the last card he wanted to see discarded. And this is so incredibly tight, Admirable.
I'm trying to think of something that gives Darkness the angle here. If this Kika is going to live for a turn, Darkness, he does have to use like a powerful card in order to answer this. It's just like, oh, geez, can you afford to take 6? I don't know.
And your only real option to answer this is going to be a defendant depth, right?
The problem with answering it is that you know that J-King has Phony Wars left, so he can force the draws.
Yeah, now he can force 2 draws.
I think maybe the angle here of Darkness's, his kind of distress that he showed was actually that he didn't just
play
use
the Phony
defendant
War.
depth.
Play the Phony War, you get more advantage, 2 more cards.
And I think that at the end of the day, this is what it was. Is Darkness was like, I shouldn't have played those resistance cards. I should have just let it happen.
And now he can refill up the hand because of the Phony War and because he held the Vivalar Assistance. Well, that being burned is not bad for Darkness, but still,
he's just so far behind.
He's looking for a way to win, but I don't think there is one. Even though we are multiple turns away from this game being over, I think Darkness has been played into a corner where J-King has this. But I've been wrong before, Admirable.
I'm just trying to cook up ways to win. I'm trying to think deep into this. Like, can you bait a play somehow? Can you wait and see if J-King actually overlooks something? But it's, 4 of those cards are kamikazes that are in J-King's deck, so Darkness can even that up.
He can, and I mean, he has to start playing the Kika soon. He's going to be able to deliver 6 damage to face when he does so. But the question might be...
I don't know. I actually don't know if he can play the Kika right away. And the reason I'm thinking that is quite literally just because there's still a Shiden in J-King's...
He left himself at 6. J-King's just going to Phony War again.
Yeah, I mean, J-King is he's got the reins.
He's going to Phony War again.
Yeah, that's
going to empty Darkness's deck, I think.
He could afford to take 6 damage from this as well. I mean, he's not going to, but he could afford to, is the whole point. I'm curious if should you be using defending depth first to try to get bonsai, or try to get kamikazes in hand. And I just don't think it matters, honestly, when you look at this.
There's the last rites and the bombing raid. The bombing raid with the Kawanishi on field is going to do 5 damage to the HQ, right? Then you have a bunch of kamikazes. Is Darkness able to take him into like range where he dies from fatigue first?
The 8 cards you see in Darkness's hand on the left,
yeah,
those are the 8 cards left. The rest are kamikazes.
Yeah.
So if he can't cook up a win with these, he cannot cook up a win.
Bombing raid hits the HQ, puts it down to 37, but a single Tora, and a quick turn from J-King to respond. We are now nearing the last stretch of this World Championship, of this match. Now, what are you going to do? Do you want to potentially overdraw next turn, right? No, he can play the last. He can play the last rites, get that out of there, and have one more slot in his hand. But then he's going to have to start playing something, right?
You don't have to. You can just let the kamikazes get burned. The whole point of the kamikaze right now in this matchup is to quite literally prevent fatigue. It is almost impossible to play these because at the end of the game, I don't. That's the whole point of getting to here. I don't think he can win. Like, J-King has navigated this extremely well.
He can do 36 damage if he procs all the kamikazes, right? But J-King is at 37.
But he's got to have the Kawanishi live for a turn.
Yeah.
And that's almost impossible. Like, J-King, he's holding the second raiding brigade.
But I mean, what I'm saying is, even if he had the Kawanishi on the field and he played all of his kamikazes, he could only deal 36 damage. That means that J-King is out of any type of harm. He's out of any type of risk, right? Because there's nothing to manipulate draws anymore. There's nothing.
I mean, J-King's got 7 in deck. Darkness has 9 in deck. And J-King hasn't used last rights.
That's what? 7 more?
8.
8 more? So that's 15 cards?
Yeah, to 9.
It's 15 to
in
9.
In a fatigue battle.
That's 6 extra cards. There's basically nothing that can be done from this.
Before J-King takes a point of fatigue damage, Darkness takes 16.
Yeah. This is over. J-King is our world champion.
You know what? I'm happy. I'm happy for you saying that because, frankly, I'm not going to contest the point. I'm not even going to say, hang on a second there. I think J-King navigated this extremely well. I think the timing on his cards were impeccable. I think that the natural state of the matchup did go over to J-King's side because of the 61st that Darkness is included because of a meta call. But, you know, all those things considered, I think that J-King has navigated this matchup a bit better because I think that Darkness had to have those 61st just be a brick in hand, but he had the 2 honorables that weren't able to be activated. His bricked hand would have been so large, but guess who got to the phony war liability? It was Darkness.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the staple factor. That's the end.
Having both of his phony wars burned came back to bite him in the ass, right? It came back to haunt him. And now he's playing the 61st just as a desperate measure, and that's not going to be enough, right? Imperial Decree plus Bombing Rage is just going to take care of it. It's going to further accelerate the difference, and Darkness drawing another Kamikaze card that's also filling up his hand. He won't have access to the third one. So even if he could somehow get this to a point where he could deal 36 damage and J-King would only need to take 1 point of fatigue before winning, that's not going to be enough. He's not going to be able to do it. He has no way back, Admirable.
He doesn't.
This is it. We have a world champion. Even though we have a little bit to play out, we have a world champion.
Sheet in here is just it's honestly it's just J-King doesn't have to do anything. There's no remaining threats. There's nothing that can be done. It's just you wait it out.
I mean,
it's just beautifully navigated from J-King.
It is.
Let's talk about J-King's year here for a second. How many OCCs has he won? 4?
4, I think, this year. I think 4 or 5 this year, right? I want to say he's won 5 this year. He's won 10 out of the 11 seasons, and he's our world champion. What kind of a machine is this person? And Darkness, he keeps clutching at straws. He keeps trying to just play out the game to have something happen, but honorable death, it's going to further accelerate this. Is this just done? And the surrender comes in. Darkness knows, and J-King is our world champion for KARDS 2021. Congratulations to J-King. Wow, what a fantastic series that was. Oh my god, and absolutely heartbreaking for Darkness there in the mirror matchup. The 2 teammates having to face off against each other, and just the smallest of small differences separating the two, resulting in J-King claiming the World Championship title, his ultimate goal for all these years. It's finally here. Congratulations, J-King.
It's such a bittersweet moment. I mean, these two have been friends. They've been shoulder to shoulder in the tournament scene. They're teammates. They've worked hard together, and both of them are in the finals right now. You're not happier to be facing anyone else, but I'm telling you what, it couldn't be more heartbreaking to defeat another player.
Yeah, look at the sportsmanship there, the hugs coming in.
And that's it. I got chills from that moment right there.
Of course, yeah.
You couldn't hope for a better result, but you couldn't want an opponent that you want to defeat less in this spot. I'm almost getting tears in my eyes thinking about this moment because it's just, my gosh, what a year these two have had.
Man.
You can only have one champion at this point, but my gosh, like, milestone marker for just both of them. Like,
absolutely.
What an astonishing year.
You want to do the last sign off? Throw it over to Thomas.
We got Thomas standing by for an interview with your new.
No, he's going to interview the loser, and then I'm going to interview the
Okay,
winner.
well, I'll let you sign it off then, because I don't have a run of show for this.
I'm
this
sorry.
mark of the point.
All right, well, we'll throw it over to Thomas, who's standing by with Darkness, who unfortunately ended up in second place in the World Championship, and then following that, we'll be having J King 7 on the desk with us in the jungle for a quick little interview about his win. So in just a couple of seconds, we'll throw it over to Thomas. Thomas is getting into position. There's pandemonium down there. Everybody's celebrating. The tournament is over. We have a new world champion.
It's just such an intense spot.
This is in any esports production. This is the point where it's like you're herding cats, right? It's like everybody's just all over the place. All right, I get the word.
Right,
Thomas is ready, so let's throw it over to Thomas, who's standing by with Darkness.
Wow, that's fantastic, man! After such a grueling match, congratulations! We have the World Champion 2021.
Thank you very much. It's still very hard to believe. I don't think it's really sunk in yet. Wow.
Yeah, just take a deep breath. Man, that was intense. That was intense. Such a focus and mental strength. You went through the losers bracket into the finals and then made it to the top. How does it feel to be the world champion?
It feels great. I'll start with that. But honestly, it feels very, very rewarding to have finally... Well, I've been getting rewarded for putting so much effort into this game, but this is the ultimate reward, and I didn't think it was realistic to think I would get to this point. I didn't think it was realistic to think I would win. But wow. Wow.
Yeah, right. Absolutely, absolutely. But also, I mean, you had a fantastic opponent. That is something I want to mention as well. I mean, it was not easy. It was really close.
Yes, very much. I don't think anyone could have played in Darkness's spot. Darkness 100% deserved to be in that finals. And sometimes you get unlucky. Sometimes you make one or two small critical mistakes. But he 100% deserved to be in the finals, and just tough luck.
Right, absolutely. Is it a little bit of a payback because you lost in the first series?
I wouldn't think of it as payback, but I do feel that just in terms of lineups, I feel like I had a slight advantage. And after losing the first series and dropping into the losers bracket, I essentially thought it was over. I thought maybe I'd get fourth, maybe I'd get third. I did not think I could get here.
Right, but you did, so that was really, I mean, it was just amazing. Also the mental strength, we mentioned it before. You're a really experienced tournament player. You have won so many officer club championships. I think that played a role as well, so that you had the stamina, that you had the mental strength to go through.
Yeah, I think that's a big part, and especially after things didn't work out in, I think it was game 3. I thought I had that one in the bag. I lost it, had to overcome that, and then in game 5, I knew that it was going to come down to fatigue. I just knew that that was what was going to matter. And seeing that I started second, meaning I already started a couple of cards deeper into the deck, I thought, this is it. I thought I'm done. But you have to play the game in front of you. You can't take anything for granted. And it worked out.
Right, it did. It did. Congratulations again. I mean, it was a fantastic weekend for you and for everyone else. It's a bit too soon, obviously, but maybe do you have any plans already for the future?
Well, I know the future is going to include a lot more cards. I mean, now that I have the title of world champion, I don't feel like I need to maybe get first on season like every month. I'm sure my friends, family, and my girlfriend would appreciate that a lot if I maybe took a step back from ladder and focused more on tournaments. And I guess the money in large part is going to go towards school, a master's program, and the rest is maybe travel Europe.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. You are in Iceland. Do you plan to stay a couple of days longer?
Yeah, so I'm here for another week. This is my first time being in Europe, the only other country I've visited is the United States, and when you live in Canada, that's not a big deal. So this is a nice first taste of the world, and now with this money, I hope to see more of it.
All right, that being said, let's not delay it anymore. Let's start the celebrations, right? Okay, congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Grand Finals of the World Championship. Jay King is your new world champion, having secured victory against his teammate and friend Darkness in a hard-fought series 3-2. Now, joining me in the jungle, we have our new world champion along with Spoos and Bubbles. So, Jay King, I wanted to present to you your war bonds for $5,000 as your world champion for KARDS. And I wanted to ask you just a few questions. Thomas did a great job of asking a few of them, but why don't you just tell us all how does it feel to be the world champion again? How does it feel to be the world champion?
Amazing. Like I said before, it feels very rewarding to have finally gotten the big win. Because OCC's opens monthly ladder. That's nice. That's a lot. But winning the world championship, I mean, you're the champion for a year. I now am one of 3 champions, so it feels like this is a big statement on my KARDS career, and I honestly still can't believe it.
Now, you've put in a lot of work, right? And we've highlighted that a couple of times in the past. You're the type of guy that has a meticulous Excel sheet about all your games. You know, you take notes, you put in a lot of effort to be the best. Does this win feel validating of all those efforts? Do you look back and feel like it was all worth it for this moment?
100%. There was a couple times, 100%, a couple times where I felt that maybe the game was RNG. Like, obviously there's random elements to the game. Maybe I'm putting in way too much effort. Maybe it's not worth it. But having put in that effort and being here holding this massive war bonds, I think that shows that that effort is worth it. And Darkness put in just as much as I did, and he got second. So I think it shows to anybody who wants to be where I'm standing next year or in other tournaments that you can put in the effort, and the effort will pay off, and it will make a difference.
All right, Jay King. Well, I'm going to let you relax for a second and celebrate this as we wrap up this show. This has been a tremendous weekend of games. I have been joined with a fantastic broadcast team in Bubbles, Spoos, and Admirable, and of course, our amazing players that ventured across the world in the middle of a pandemic to compete in this World Championship. Thank you to Jay King, Bison, Darkness, and Viabator for all your amazing games this weekend. You have truly made this a show to remember. And for everybody that tuned in, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. This was the KARDS 2021 World Championship. We'll see you back for another World Championship next year. Champion for KARDS 2021. Congratulations!